If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 76, The Ominous Eye, The Pursuit. Damn it. It's not enough. Too slow. Hashida Shishi gritted his teeth, pouring out chakra from within himself, desperately trying to control it to regenerate and heal Kurama-Sani's wounds. But the speed was still too slow. If he spread the power across all 4 wounds, none of them would heal quickly enough. Even when he focused his power on the 2 most critical wounds, the speed was still insufficient. The arterial wound healed the fastest, but the heart was slower. At this rate, Sani would still be dead due to massive bleeding from either the lungs or liver. In his current situation, Shishi could only manage to create a single shadow clone. But without the regeneration technique, the clone could only use basic medical ninjutsu, which was inadequate for treating such extensive internal injuries where the organs were shredded. These injuries were caused by the Iwanin's notorious rock gun technique, where the stone bullets not only caused a cavity effect but also scattered fragments upon impact. Though Sani had a penetrating wound, the internal damage was far more complex. If there were multiple medics, they could use the delicate illness extraction technique to remove the stone fragments, followed by the mystical palm technique for the superficial injuries, and then collaborate on the regeneration technique to handle the internal damage. Only then would it be possible to treat such wounds quickly. But now, Hashida Shishi was alone. "Shisui, find Minato-sensei!" Shishi shouted. Uchiha Shisui immediately created a shadow clone to search for Minato Namikaze, while he stayed behind, wary of the 4 Kyuzagaku ninjas. However, as Shisui's clone departed, a loud crash resounded behind them as the wall was blasted through, and several figures charged straight for the box of ultimate bliss. "Stop them!" The 4 Kyuzagaku ninjas rushed forward, but with the sound of thunder, they were all sent flying one after another. A brat from the Uchiha clan, with a single Tomo Sharingan. The tall man dressed as a Kyuzagaku man stared intently at the wary Uchiha Shisui. "You 3 take the ninja tool, I'll capture this Uchiha brat and bring back his Sharingan." Before he could finish his sentence, his hands had already completed a series of hand seals. Lightning release, lightning illusion, flash of lightning pillar. A blinding flash of light erupted, making it impossible for anyone to see. The tall man then lunged at the now blinded Uchiha Shisui. Boom! Before he could get close, the tall man was sent flying back, crashing into the wall. Minato Namikaze appeared, flinging a kunai, and in a flash, the 3 ninjas who were about to take the box of ultimate bliss were struck down with screams of agony. Within a second, the enemies were eliminated. Minato Namikaze returned to Hashida Shishi's side. "Shishi. Minato-sensei, Sani's injuries are too severe," Shishi quickly said. "Even the medical scroll isn't enough. Can you take Sani back to Konoha, or use the flying thunder god to bring?" Shishi trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. Even if Tsunade were here without her hemophobia, she might not be able to handle such injuries alone. Now, with Tsunade suffering from hemophobia, even bringing Nono Yakushi might not be enough. But Kyuzagaku was far from Konoha, and Minato Namikaze wasn't in his Edo Tensei state, nor did he have Kurama's chakra within him. He might be able to take one person, but with more, his chakra would likely be insufficient. As for bringing Sani back to Konoha, looking at the critically injured Sani, Minato was also deeply saddened. "It's impossible to reach Konoha in one go, and with my current chakra, I can't teleport 2 people over such a long distance in a single trip. And if I take one person, without you, Sani wouldn't survive the journey back to Konoha." Uchiha Shisui trembled upon hearing this. "Minato-sensei, is there no other way?" Ugh, ugh. Sani, who had been unconscious, suddenly coughed, blood foam spilling from his mouth. He opened his fading eyes and vaguely saw the silhouettes of Hashida Shishi and the others, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Looks like I can't keep going with you guys." Shishi opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to make a promise of recovery. Sani slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on Shishi. "Shishi, you've done exceptionally well to give me time to say goodbye." Shishi gritted his teeth, holding back his tears. But Sani's life was slipping away quickly. He looked at Minato Namikaze one last time, with regret in his voice. "I'm sorry, Minato-sensei, I couldn't give you a wedding gift. Minato Namikaze opened his mouth but could only say, Sani, you will be a hero of Konoha. Sani's gaze began to fade. He opened his mouth again, his voice growing faint. I never wanted to be a hero. I just wanted to be with you guys. Shisui lowered his head, unable to hide the sudden, intense crimson light that flared in his eyes. Kurama Sani could not be saved. As Shishi slowly withdrew his trembling hands, he stared at Sani's lifeless body, the faint smile of regret still on his face. Shishi had seen death in Konoha Hospital before. Countless shinobi had died under his care. But for the first time, he felt death so close, so deeply sorrowful. And as Sani's friend, he felt utterly powerless in the face of his death. Suddenly, Shishi began to understand why Tsunade, a strong kunoichi who had experienced countless battles, would develop hemophobia, a condition that might seem almost laughable to others. If one day, Nono were to die like this before his eyes. If Shizune were to die like this before his eyes. If Tenka, Minato-sensei, Kakashi, or Guy. Just imagining it filled Shishi with an inexplicable fear and resistance. Minato Namikaze patted Hashida Shishi on the shoulder and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Shisui, retreat. Shisui had already sensed the danger and immediately vanished with the body flicker technique. The moment Shishi and the others disappeared, the box of ultimate bliss, which had been silent until now, suddenly launched an attack on its own. An invisible force swept through, engulfing the 4 Kyuzagaku shinobi, as well as the 4 that Minato had already defeated, pulling them all into the box of ultimate bliss. Minato appeared outside the gate, his expression solemn. Although the box of ultimate bliss did not attack them again, it emanated a malevolent aura and intense chakra fluctuations. Shisui, his Sharingan glowing red, stared at the box of ultimate bliss. Minato-sensei, it seems this ninja tool absorbed their chakra. Minato Namikaze nodded. Shishi, we must seal it. Shishi nodded silently, blocking out his grief as he activated double focus mode. He spread out the sealing scroll again, and together with Minato, formed hand seals and pressed their hands against the scroll. Seals immediately spread towards the box of ultimate bliss. This time, there were no complications. The 8 trigram seal was completed successfully, sealing the box of ultimate bliss. The malevolent aura receded, and the fluctuating chakra calmed. As soon as the sealing was complete, Kyuzagaku's Muwei arrived. Jainin Minato, our village leader has been killed in battle. Shishi and the others exchanged surprised looks. Muwei glanced at Sani's lifeless body on the ground and apologized. I'm terribly sorry. Our leader was ambushed and killed, which is why we couldn't come to help sooner. The 3 remained silent. At that moment, Shishi, having dropped out of high focus mode, felt a surge of irritation and spoke up. There should be attackers who managed to escape, right? Muwei nodded. Yes, they were very powerful. We couldn't stop them. Hashida Shishi turned to Minato Namikaze. Minato-sensei, I want to do something for Sani. Uchiha Shisui quickly added, so do I. Minato Namikaze glanced at Shisui's 3 Tomo Sharingan and nodded. Be careful, both of you. I'll come after you once things are settled here. He handed the flying thunder god Kunao to Shishi. Taking the Kunao, Shishi and Shisui headed west, leaving Kyuzagaku. The 2 followed the tracks, but after some distance, they halted. Uchiha Shisui examined the trail and said, they've split up. Shishi analyzed carefully. These aren't shadow clones. Let's just follow one trail. Shisui nodded, and they chose the trail on the left. 10 minutes later, they passed through an area of flooding water. As the water rippled, a figure emerged from beneath, firing several rock bullets straight at the backs of Hashida Shishi and Uchiha Shisui. But in the next moment, their figures shattered like illusions. Not good, Genjutsu. The Iwanin realized too late, and the next moment, his eyes were locked onto a pair of crimson, 3 Tomo Sharingan. His eyelids grew heavy, and he began to drift into sleep. The Iwanin, hiding in the water, had already been discovered. The Genjutsu he was caught in was a masterful deception. But just as he was hypnotized, the Iwanin burst into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Shisui immediately warned, Shishi, we need to be even more careful. This guy is probably a Jainin. Hashida Shishi nodded, continuing forward. Uchiha Shisui quickly followed. They had failed to protect Sani, but from now on, he would use his ominous eye to safeguard his friends. After pursuing for a while, Shishi suddenly stopped. At that moment, the Iwanin, hiding behind a giant mushroom and a tree, frowned. These brats are not simple. The one with the Sharingan is particularly troublesome, with his 3 tomo. He was indeed the one left behind to cover the retreat, and as Uchiha Shisui had guessed, he was an Iwanin Jainin. However, just as the Iwanin was contemplating how to take them down one by one, Shishi suddenly leaped into action. Boom! 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 The air exploded as blazing white fire lotuses bloomed beneath Shishi's feet, propelling him at high speed towards the Iwanin's hiding spot. What? The Iwanin's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Genjutsu? No, it's not Genjutsu. At that moment, as Shishi soared through the air, he drew his blade. The instant he raised the sword with both hands, blue flames erupted along the blade, forming a massive, slightly ethereal blue sword. He slashed it down towards the Iwanin hiding behind a tree, despite the distance of several meters. This brat! The Iwanin was shocked again, momentarily hesitating before throwing his kunao. But before the kunao could reach its target, it was swiftly intercepted by Shisui's shuriken. Boom! The thick tree trunk was split open by the slash. The Iwanin leaped back, but not before a charred line appeared across his chest. His clothing and flesh had been seared by the burning blade, and the excruciating pain contorted the Iwanin's face. At that moment, Shisui's shuriken attacked once more, while Shishi, still in the air, unleashed a barrage of flames from his mouth, attaching themselves to the shuriken. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Despite the intense pain, the Iwanin drew his sword. Clang! 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 He deflected each shuriken, but Shishi was already closing in. Clang! 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 Metal clashed with metal, and sparks flew as the two figures engaged in a fierce battle within the forest of gigantic plants. Shisui moved swiftly, his 3 tomo Sharingan spinning as he kept a close eye on the combatants, ready to assist at any moment. Suddenly, a blue light flared. The Iwanin's sword was cleaved in two by the Totsuka blade. In shock, he still attempted to slash at Shishi with the broken blade, while his left hand reached for a kunao to stab Shishi in the abdomen. But Shishi ignored the kunao aimed at him and brought his sword down again. The blue-flamed blade easily severed the Iwanin's broken sword, then sliced through his arm. Almost simultaneously, the Iwanin's kunao pierced Shishi's vest and stabbed into his abdomen. This action shocked Shisui, as Shishi could have easily dodged the attack if he had just given up on his own strike. The Iwanin let out a scream of agony, using the tree trunk to push himself back and away. As the kunao was pulled out, the wound in Shishi's abdomen began to bleed, but it quickly healed. Yin Healing Wound Destruction. Shishi didn't even flinch, thanks to his 10x focus mode. He watched as the retreating, one-armed Iwanin, despite his intense pain, still managed to throw a kunao with an explosive tag to block Shisui's fireball jutsu. Shishi then unleashed a blazing white beam of light from his mouth, undeterred by the burns that blistered his lips. The high-temperature ray shot forward with incredible speed. The Iwanin instinctively raised his short sword and tilted his head to the side. In the next moment, the beam pierced through the short sword and grazed past the Iwanin's ear. But just as the Iwanin thought he had narrowly avoided the attack, the beam, guided by Hashira Shishi's movements, lowered and slashed across the Iwanin's neck. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Shisui appeared beside Shishi, concern in his voice. Shishi, you. Shishi exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he smiled and said, "Don't worry, with Yin Healing Wound Destruction, the wound has already healed." Shisui glanced at Shishi's blistered lips. Shishi explained helplessly, "It's an incomplete jutsu. The high-temperature ray was merely a jutsu in form, it didn't even have a proper name yet." Uchiha Shisui felt reassured, then asked, "Should we continue the pursuit?" Shishi looked at the Iwanin's fallen body and shook his head. The enemy's situation is unclear. Continuing to chase them could be dangerous. Let's wait for Minato-sensei. He had been driven by pent-up frustration, but now that he had vented it, his rationality had returned. Chapter 77, Konoha Bridge, Red-Haired Girl. Sitting on top of the large mushroom cap, Hashira Shishi glanced at Uchiha Shisui's 3 tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui had a gentle smile on his face, but there was a hint of sadness in his voice. These are cursed, ominous eyes. Hashida Shishi shook his head. To me, these are eyes that can turn grief into strength. Uchiha Shisui was taken aback. Shishi continued, everyone dies eventually, whether it's from war, illness, or old age. When a person dies, their light goes out, but the grief remains with those who survive. The living are always more important than the dead. To transform grief into strength to protect those who are still alive, how could that be considered ominous? Though his words might seem like mere platitudes, they were not without merit. To Uchiha Shisui, these words were like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the gloom in his heart. His character was indeed gentle and sunny, but that didn't mean he had no sorrow within him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened his Sharingan with 3 Tomo immediately after the death of Sani. He just hid his sorrow beneath his gentle demeanor. Since his eyes were already considered cursed, he felt that he shouldn't let this curse affect others. Instead, he believed he should use his warmth and kindness to counteract the curse and sadness. This was his ninja way. But after hearing Shishi's perspective, Uchiha Shisui felt enlightened, as if a guiding light had illuminated the path before him. From this moment on, he felt he was no longer walking in darkness. Shishi, you're right. Uchiha Shisui smiled with newfound clarity and warmth. Turning grief into strength to protect the living, this is the true purpose of the Sharingan. After their conversation, Shishi had not only convinced himself but also managed to change Shisui's mindset. With the blisters in his mouth now healed, Shishi asked, Shisui, this jutsu of mine generates such high temperatures. Is there any way to avoid burning my mouth? Shisui responded, Shishi, your chakra control is exceptional. I've never seen anyone better at manipulating fire release, both in terms of nature and form, not even the leader of my clan. So you don't necessarily have to release it through your mouth. Ordinary shinobi often use their mouths because the throat and mouth are better suited for chakra gathering. Hashida Shishi nodded in agreement. Uchiha Shisui continued, but your abilities aren't bound by those limitations. For instance, you could use your hands. While there would still be a risk of burns, you could create an internal and external layering. Hashida Shishi had a flash of insight, recalling Pakura's scorch release fireballs. Scorch release fireballs were orange-red on the outside, with a searing white core. With that in mind, just as Hashida Shishi was about to experiment, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared beside them. Minato-sensei. Hashida Shishi and Uchiha Shisui immediately stood up. Minato Namikaze breathed a quiet sigh of relief seeing them unharmed, then said, I've sealed away Sani's body in a scroll. The leader of Kyuzagakuer did indeed die at the hands of Iwa Nin. However, given today's attack, there might be a traitor within Kyuzagakuer. Uchiha Shisui pondered, if there's a traitor within Kyuzagakuer, that's an internal matter. We can't intervene directly, or it could spark conflict between our villages. Even though the Kyuzagakuer leader was killed by Iwa Nin, those Iwa Nin weren't wearing any identifying symbols. Kyuzagakuer might choose not to pursue the matter to ensure their survival. Hashida Shishi scoffed, the next leader of Kyuzagakuer could very well be pro-Iwa. Minato Namikaze nodded. Exactly. He had considered that possibility as well. After a brief pause, Hashida Shishi asked, Minato-sensei, are we going to continue pursuing the Iwa Nin? Minato Namikaze nodded. I've already forced Kyuzagakuer to issue us a mission to hunt down the attackers. Although using jutsu commonly associated with Iwa Nin doesn't necessarily mean they were Iwa Nin, whoever the culprits are, they must be held accountable. So, let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minato Namikaze, Hashida Shishi, and Uchiha Shisui vanished from their spots, using the body flicker technique. The three of them tracked the Iwa Nin all the way to the borders of the land of grass, where they finally caught up to them. Or rather, the Iwa Nin had regrouped here, waiting for their rear guard. At this moment, 5 figures, now back in their Iwa Nin attire, were waiting at the bridge. Konoha Bridge. To Hashida Shishi, this bridge was legendary. After a quick observation, he finally understood why the Third Shinobi World War would leave such a mark here. This massive bridge spanned a wide, fast-flowing river, with mountains on either side. That was likely the reason for the river's rapid current. Such a fast-moving river wasn't something just any shinobi could cross, especially not while transporting supplies. As for using scrolls to seal and transport kunao or other supplies, creating such scrolls wasn't easy. They were expensive, had limited space, and weren't practical for large-scale material transport. Squinting at Konoha Bridge, Hashida Shishi felt an urge to destroy it. But he knew that if he did, both Iwanin and Kyuzagakuer would likely confront Konoha together. In the worst-case scenario, it could trigger an international incident. Minato-sensei, these guys have resumed their Iwanin identities. Should we attack? Uchiha Shisui asked. Minato Namikaze nodded. They're still on this side of the bridge, meaning they're still in the land of grass. Also, Shisui, later on, capture one of them alive and deliver them to Kyuzagakuer. Uchiha Shisui quickly responded, understood. Attack. Minato Namikaze gave the order, disappearing from his spot before the sound of his voice even faded. Enemy attack. The Iwanin shouted, blocking a barrage of kunao and shuriken. However, under the cover of Hashida Shishi and Uchiha Shisui, Minato Namikaze appeared behind them. Holding the Tostoka blade, Hashida Shishi addressed the 5 Iwanin. You're surrounded. Surrender your weapons, and you might live. You arrogant brat. Die. The Iwanin facing Shishi and Shisui yelled. One threw a shuriken while charging forward with a drawn blade, and the other stayed back to form hand seals. The remaining 3 attacked Minato. The battle erupted instantly. Shishi snorted, easily deflecting the shuriken with his sword. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a searing white fire line that quickly expanded into a massive white-hot fireball. The charging Iwanin leaped into the air to avoid the fireball and threw several more shuriken from above. Clang, clang, clang. Shisui jumped up, deflecting all the shuriken, his eyes transforming into a 3-tomo Sharingan as he locked eyes with the Iwanin midair. In an instant, the Iwanin's eyes rolled back, and he plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, another Iwanin finished his hand seals, unleashing a volley of rock bullets. However, they melted before they could penetrate the fireball due to the intense heat. Boom, boom, boom. Burnt craters appeared on the ground as Shishi moved at high speed. The Iwanin who had just performed the jutsu didn't even have time to react before Shishi decapitated him from the side. On the other side, Minato finished his fight even faster, defeating all the Iwanin. After tossing the 4 Iwanin corpses into the river, Shishi, Shisui, and Minato took the Iwanin that Shisui had subdued with a genjutsu back to Kyuzagakuer. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha Bridge, another Iwanin watched helplessly as his comrades were wiped out. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the battle ended before he could even react. Now, he didn't dare to reveal himself. Despite having a mission to report back, he didn't dare send out a distress signal to the border patrol unit. He was sure that before the patrol unit could arrive, those 3 Konoha shinobi would kill him. Given the choice between his life and the mission, he chose the former. After handing over the prisoner in Kyuzagakuer, Shishi, Shisui, and Minato had just finished lunch, arranged by the Kyuzagakuer shinobi, when a Kyuzagakuer Jonin came to invite Minato to discuss some matters. They also asked Hashida Shishi to help treat the wounded. Although Shishi harbored some resentment towards Kyuzagakuer, he agreed, remembering Keirin's mother. Shisui, go with Shishi, Minato Namikaze instructed. Uchiha Shisui nodded seriously. Understood. The group split up, with Shishi and Shisui heading to the chaotic Kyuzagakuer hospital. Shishi quickly scanned the area and locked onto a figure with red hair. It was a girl around 16 or 17 years old. At that moment, the girl was extending her hand to allow a severely injured Kyuzagakuer shinobi to bite it. That's her. Shishi looked away but couldn't help thinking, if we had found her earlier, perhaps we could have saved Sani. But as soon as the thought arose, Shishi pushed it aside. Given Sani's severe injuries, no one could say for sure what would happen if the red-haired girl was bitten. With a silent sigh, Shishi steadied his mind and began treating the wounded. Following Shishi's gaze, Shisui also noticed the red-haired girl. Could she be from the Uzumaki clan too? As evening approached, Shishi finished treating the wounded and was leaving when he happened to see the red-haired girl walking away, her head down, looking exhausted. When he returned to their lodging, Minato had already come back. Shishi immediately spoke up, Minato-sensei, I want to take someone from Kyuzagakuer with us. Minato was momentarily surprised, and Uchiha Shisui asked, Shishi, is it that red-haired girl? Red-haired girl? Minato Namikaze caught on. Like Kushina. Shishi nodded. She seems to be from the Uzumaki clan, just like Kushina-san. She has a unique constitution. The Kyuzagakuer shinobi only need to bite her, and their wounds heal rapidly. Minato-sensei, whether it's because of her Uzumaki heritage or her abilities, she's worth bringing back to Konoha. Minato nodded and then gathered more information about the red-haired girl. He quickly grasped the situation. She seemed to be around Kushina's age, and they might even know each other. If Kushina had a childhood friend around, she wouldn't be so lonely when I'm on missions. Not to mention her exceptional yang release powers. Minato immediately made up his mind. I'll go negotiate right away. Shishi added, Minato-sensei, what if Kyuzagakuer refuses? Minato smiled. Don't worry. Kyuzagakuer has no reason to refuse, especially at a time like this. If they do refuse, we'll take her by force. Minato wasn't one to stick strictly to the rules. From what Shishi described, if that girl stayed in Kyuzagakuer, her fate likely wouldn't be good. With that, Minato left the room. After about half an hour, Minato returned, accompanied by a timid red-haired girl. Chapter 78, You Don't Want Your Daughter to. Shishi's gaze fell on the red-haired girl, silently observing her. Her red hair was loose, and she looked fragile and pitiable. However, the old-fashioned glasses she wore greatly concealed her beauty. Minato Namikaze introduced her, this is Asuka. Shisui smiled warmly, hello, I'm Uchiha Shisui. Shishi was just about to speak when Asuka suddenly said, your companion is already dead. There's nothing I can do to heal him. Her words left all three of them in an awkward silence. Asuka, seeing their reactions, instinctively took a step back, fear welling up inside her. After a brief pause, Minato spoke, we're not asking you to heal anyone. We want to bring you back to Konoha. Konoha. Asuka opened her mouth, then fell silent again. The atmosphere became tense once more, and Minato felt a little awkward. He knew a bit about the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. It happened right before the Second Shinobi World War, and several villages participated in the attack: Kirigakuer, Iwagakuer, Kumagakuer, Tsunagakuer, and some smaller villages. The land of whirlpools was practically wiped out under the onslaught. At the time, Konoha was powerless to help. When the war broke out, the remaining survivors of the Uzumaki clan scattered across the lands. For Konoha, the destruction of the Uzumaki clan meant their extinction, and the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War left no room to search for survivors. Asuka. Shishi finally broke the silence, speaking bluntly, we're not really asking for your permission. Taking you from Kyuzagakuer wasn't Minato-sensei's decision, nor Konoha's. It's mine, Hashida Shishi's. Asuka stared at the much shorter Shishi in shock. You. Is it because of my abilities? Shishi didn't directly respond. Instead, he said, your abilities could have been a precious gift, but because you are so weak, they've become a curse. If you stay in Kyuzagakuer, you'll eventually exhaust your life through this form of treatment. And it won't stop with you. If you marry and have children, your descendants will suffer the same fate. Asuka, you don't want your daughter, or son, to live a life covered in bite marks, ending their days in misery, do you? Asuka was stunned, but fear rose from within her. Stumbling backward, she collapsed to the ground in a kneeling position. Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui exchanged glances, both feeling a bit strange about Shishi's words. While everything he said was true, something about it felt a little off. Shishi continued, Asuka, the truth is, you don't have any other options. Even if you refuse, I will still take you to Konoha by force. Leaving your abilities here in Kyuzagakuer would be a complete waste. Shishi stepped forward, standing in front of Asuka. His voice was calm yet firm as he persuaded her, however, if you come with me to Konoha, I will teach you medical ninjutsu, so you won't need to use your ability in this way anymore. I'll also teach you how to protect yourself and the people you care about. And most importantly, when you become one of us, I, Minato-sensei, Shisui, the third Hokage, and many others will stand by you. We'll have your back, supporting and protecting you. With that, Shishi extended his hand toward Asuka. Asuka looked up at him, seeing the sincerity and determination in his eyes. Thank you. She whispered, reaching out her hand. Shishi grasped her cold, soft hand and pulled her to her feet. However, Asuka stumbled, and in her panic, accidentally pulled Shishi into her embrace. Ah! I'm sorry, Shishi-kun. Asuka hurriedly apologized, quickly letting go of him. Shishi awkwardly sniffed, a little embarrassed. Minato Namikaze immediately broke the tension. Now that we've come to an agreement, let's get some rest. We'll head back to Konoha first thing in the morning. Yes, Minato-sensei. Shishi and Uchiha Shisui responded in unison. Minato then made the arrangements. Shisui, you'll stay with me. Shishi, you stay with Asuka. After setting up 2 rooms, Minato took Shisui and left. Once they were gone, Shishi felt more at ease. Still, he thought to himself, I need thicker skin. After a moment, Shishi spoke to Asuka, you can sleep in the bed. I'll stay by the door and keep watch. With that, he sat cross-legged near the door. Asuka opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead quietly nodded, turning toward the bed and lying down. At first, she faced away from Shishi, but before she realized it, she turned over, watching him through her glasses, observing his back. Meanwhile, Shishi's attention was focused on the mental tag tree in his mind. Tag, Pioneer. Condition to obtain, develop at least 5A rank or higher ninja techniques, including but not limited to ninjutsu, sealing techniques, genjutsu, or taijutsu. If someone assists, you must play a key, pioneering role in the process. Effect, once per year, you can activate a flash of insight for 10 minutes. During this time, both comprehension and creativity are maximized. Raise Nan, Blue Flame Sky Blade, Blue Flame Waterfall Blade, Fiery Lotus Steps, Fire Release, Fiery Lotus of Buddha's Wrath. 4A rank techniques and 1 S rank technique in total. Shishi had already partially mastered the A rank sword technique, Blue Flame Waterfall Blade, before the mission. After repeated use in actual combat, the technique had finally become fully developed. Activate. With a thought, Shishi activated the Pioneer tag on the mental tag tree. But instead of a blue glow, it lit up with a red one. This was the first red tag he had unlocked, a tier even higher than the master tags. The ability Flash of Insight that came with it was truly remarkable, maximum comprehension and creativity, both fully boosted. However, it only activates once a year, so I must use it wisely. After unlocking the tag, Shishi started planning. First, I need to build a solid foundation. Even with maxed out comprehension and creativity, without a base, it's like building castles in the air. Next, I should prepare the groundwork for techniques, so that I can use this ability at a critical moment. For example, I shouldn't waste this year's chance on developing the high-temperature ray technique. This year, it would be best to use it on mastering the S-rank sword technique and unlocking the swordsmanship master tag. Next year, if there's time, I'll focus on wind release. And then, medical ninjutsu. That night, Shishi thought about many things. Meanwhile, on the bed, Asuka also had a lot on her mind as she watched Shishi's back. She felt a mixture of confusion, hope, anticipation, and fear of the unknown. Unconsciously, she drifted into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already daylight. Get up and wash up. We're about to set off. A gentle voice echoed in her ears, and Asuka blinked in surprise. It was the first time she had slept so soundly since her mother passed away. Quickly, she got up, her face flushing as she hurried to wash up. After breakfast, with a polite but indifferent farewell from the Kyuzagaku ninjas, Shishi and the other 3 left the village. They traveled swiftly, and only after entering the land of fire did they stop to rest. As usual, Shishi caught a couple of small animals, then brought Asuka to a small river to prepare them. When she saw him laying out various medical tools, Asuka was stunned. This. Asuka opened her mouth to speak, but Shishi reassured her, don't worry, they've all been sterilized. And as a medical ninja, you need to be proficient in using these tools. Although there's a technique like the chakra scalpel, these are still essential until you master it, even if they aren't usually used on the battlefield. Asuka nodded, I understand. She then squatted beside him, assisting as Shishi expertly prepared the animals. After that, he went to the river and caught 2 fish. Fish soup and grilled meat, the taste was as good as ever. But for Shishi and the other 2, things were no longer the same. There were still 4 people, but everything had changed. Unlike before, when they would chat and joke during meals, this one was eaten in silence. After resting for half an hour, the team continued their journey. Around 3 p.m., they arrived at Konoha village after going through registration. Together, they headed to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was smoking his pipe as he listened to Minato Namikaze's report. When Minato finished, Hiruzen sighed, "Sani was a good kid. He's a hero of Konoha. The village will arrange his funeral. Let's hold it the day after tomorrow." Minato nodded, "Yes." He then added, "Shisui has already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan." Through the rising smoke, Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. At his age, he surpasses even Kagami. Shisui is indeed outstanding, Minato agreed. Moreover, his character hasn't changed despite this. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, he's a child with a strong will. Minato then brought up Asuka. Hiruzen listened quietly and, after a moment of thought, said, "Let her stay with Shishi for now. Once we're sure there are no issues, Kushina can meet her." Minato agreed, "Understood." Hiruzen then asked, "How is Shishi doing?" Knowing what he meant, Minato replied, "Though affected, he hasn't let it get him down. However, Shishi has expressed a desire to continue his medical ninjutsu studies at Konoha Hospital." Hiruzen nodded, contemplating, "In that case, let him study at the hospital, and have him teach Asuka as well. When the time is right, we'll arrange for him to train with Root and then join the ANBU. Shisui will be placed in a Chunin squad." With that, the Minato team was officially disbanded. Both Shishi and Uchiha Shisui had anticipated the disbandment. It wasn't really a big deal, but Sani's death made it all the more painful. Minato patted Shishi and Shisui on the shoulder, "Go home and rest. Attend Sani's funeral the day after tomorrow." "Yes, Minato-sensei." Shishi and Shisui responded, and the 3 of them went their separate ways. After bringing Asuka home, Shishi began to busy himself. The 2-bedroom apartment was a bit cramped for 3 people. Shishi had been sleeping in the study most of the time, while the master bedroom belonged to Non-Yakushi. Now, with Asuka here, the study was cleared out for her, and Shishi moved back to the master bedroom, setting up a tatami mat. "Looks like I'll need to buy a house and move." After tidying up for over an hour, Non-Yakushi returned home. She was surprised to see Asuka cleaning. "Director." Seeing Non return, Shishi was in high spirits and quickly introduced her, "This is Asuka, formerly from the land of whirlpools. She'll be learning medical ninjutsu from me from now on." Non noticed Asuka's red hair and immediately understood. She smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Non Yakushi. You can just call me Non." Asuka quickly nodded, "Yes, Non-senpai. Don't be nervous." Non took Asuka's hand and smiled, "Since Shishi brought you here, consider this your home. Come on, let's go buy groceries together. Do you have any favorite dishes?" As she spoke, she was already out the door, leaving Shishi scratching his head with a wry smile. Chapter 79, Accepting a Disciple, Sensory Ninjutsu. Sparkle sparkle sparkle. I just touched Death Skull, my bike suddenly went off in the middle of the fucking bridge, hopefully, no one behind me, otherwise you won't be getting any chapters. So thanks God I'm alive, and so I am giving you an extra chapter. Enjoy. Sparkle sparkle sparkle. March 10th, Konoha year 41. A light spring rain fell, as if even the heavens understood the sorrow of the day. In front of the memorial stone, Shishi Hashida, Uchiha Shisui, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, all dressed in black, gathered to bid farewell to Sani Kurama. Feeling the coolness of the spring rain, Shishi's thoughts drifted to the Pure Land. What could the Pure Land be like? Could it be connected to the Sage of Six Paths? Is that why there's no reincarnation in this world, except for Indra and Asura? But even Indra and Asura only reincarnate their chakra, over and over again. Should I learn the Edo Tensei in the future and summon Sani for a chat? Maybe not. If I become strong enough, I could just use a summoning technique to bring out his soul, without even needing a sacrifice. Shishi's thoughts wandered until he felt a tap on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Turning around, he saw it was Kushina Uzumaki. "Shishi, come over to our place for dinner tomorrow. Jiraiya-sensei will be there too." Kushina invited him. Shishi nodded, "I'll be there on time, Kushina-san." Kushina gently ruffled Shishi's hair and softly said, "Don't think too much about it." Minato, standing beside them, added, "You can also learn sensory ninjutsu from me tomorrow." Shishi nodded eagerly. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Uchiha Shisui came over to Shishi and invited him, "Shishi, want to come feed the crows with me?" Sure. Shishi agreed, and the two walked away together. Goodbye, Sani. T/N, I will miss you, bro, take care of 6 paths in Pure Land. At Uchiha Shisui's home, Shishi and Shisui fed the crows together. Shishi decided that once he bought a new house, he would take this nest of crows that Shisui had given him and raise them there. Yes, he should also start working on the crow clone jutsu. With the clone technique, shadow clone technique, fire release clone technique, and soon the crow clone technique, he would be just one step away from unlocking the clone expert tag. As noon approached, Shishi said his goodbyes to Shisui and returned home. As expected, Non Yakushi had already prepared lunch and was waiting with Asuka. After lunch, Non left for Konoha Hospital, leaving Shishi and Asuka sitting on the living room floor, facing each other. Shishi extended his hand, motioning for Asuka to do the same. Asuka quickly complied, and Shishi took hold of her hand. Medical ninjutsu utilizes yang release chakra, which isn't a commonly used chakra nature. As Shishi spoke, a warm yang release chakra flowed from his right hand into Asuka's. Asuka, your body is special. You naturally possess strong yang release chakra, so you should be able to grasp this chakra nature transformation easily. Chakra is said to be a force that connects minds. Asuka, try to feel this chakra carefully. Nervously, Asuka nodded repeatedly. However, the warmth of Shishi's chakra, like the gentle sun on a winter's day, calmed her nerves considerably. Following his instructions, she lowered her gaze and began to focus intently. Gradually, she started to perceive many things, or rather, information. Isn't it fascinating? Shishi's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The next moment, Asuka found herself in another world. This is the world of the mind. Shishi said with a smile. Communicating here is much easier than in the outside world, and many things that are hard to express with words can be felt with the heart. Back then, Director Non taught me how to quickly master yang release chakra nature transformation in this way, and then learn medical ninjutsu. Asuka nodded, then shyly said, I can feel your feelings for Non-senpai. Shishi froze for a moment, then his face darkened. Asuka, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly retreated, sensing Shishi's embarrassment and anger. How scary! In an instant, their mental connection was severed. Opening his eyes, Shishi almost jumped up in frustration. He even regretted using this method to teach Asuka. You can practice on your own. Shishi muttered, standing up and quickly leaving the room. Asuka sighed in relief, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Luckily, Shishi-kun couldn't sense my feelings. But Shishi-kun must be really lonely, which is why he has such feelings for Non-senpai, right? Shishi-kun taught me medical ninjutsu this way, so I can't let him down. With that thought, Asuka lowered her gaze, recalling the feeling of yang release chakra, and began to try channeling her own power. Meanwhile, Shishi, now feeling slightly more composed, walked out of his room and saw the green glow of medical chakra on Asuka's hand. This. She's already done it. Shishi was stunned, feeling a bit down. That was way too fast. This is what it means to be an overpowered genius. Shishi grumbled to himself. He then thought of Nagato, who had mastered all 6 chakra nature transformations in 3 years. Clearly, his abilities still weren't at that level. Sitting back down in front of Asuka, Shishi took her hand again, and they re-entered the mindscape. Now that you've mastered yang release chakra nature transformation, let's start learning medical ninjutsu. Asuka was taken aback, isn't this too fast? Shishi decided to push her, no, it's not. Let's begin. The first medical ninjutsu is the mystical palm technique. True geniuses cannot be described by common logic. In just one afternoon, Asuka was already able to perform the mystical palm technique. Although she wasn't particularly proficient yet, it was still an impressive feat. At this moment, Shishi could somewhat understand how others felt when they were shocked by his development of the fiery lotus steps technique. A genius should understand another genius. So, the next day, Shishi left Asuka in the care of Non-Yakushi and sent her to the Konoha hospital. At the Namikaze residence. When Shishi arrived, Jiraiya was in the middle of talking about his upcoming new work. Make out paradise? Ika. Probably not, right? As Shishi listened in, he realized it wasn't. Instead, it was the tale of the gutsy ninja. This book will definitely be a bestseller and spread across the entire ninja world, Jiraiya said with a mix of imagination and innocence. Jiraiya-sensei is right, I'm sure it will, Kushina Uzumaki said with a smile, though her tone was slightly perfunctory. She pulled Shishi closer and said to Jiraiya, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato is planning to officially take Shishi as his disciple. Jiraiya's attention immediately shifted, and he looked at Shishi, the youngest Chunin in Konoha, truly remarkable. He then turned to Minato, who was smiling, and said with emotion, I never thought you'd take on a disciple, Minato. Minato smiled, the things passed down from our predecessors must be inherited by the next generation. Shishi was taken aback. He had thought he was just here to learn sensory ninjutsu, but he hadn't expected to be taken as a disciple. Previously, although he, Shisui Uchiha, and Sani Kurama referred to Minato Namikaze as their teacher, they weren't truly in a master-disciple relationship. Their real relationship was that of a team leader and his team members, T/N, IT guys can understand the pain, or a Jonin and his subordinates. A true master-disciple relationship was more like the one Shishi had with Kimura-sensei at the Ninja Academy, which was distinct from the kind of lineage-based relationship between Minato and Jiraiya. Of course, this also depended on the attitudes of the Jonin and Chunin involved. Although there wasn't any special ceremony to mark the occasion, Jiraiya's presence seemed to serve as a witness. After lunch, Jiraiya left gracefully, and Minato formally began teaching Shishi the sensory ninjutsu he had mastered. Shishi, this sensory ninjutsu has been passed down from the second Hokage. Minato handed a scroll to Shishi and explained, it doesn't have a specific name, but it's extremely powerful and highly precise. Once mastered, the range of your sensing ability will depend on your chakra reserves. Of course, this jutsu is also difficult to master, as it's classified as an S-rank jutsu. Minato then smiled, but with your talent, Shishi, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Shishi wasn't sure how strong his sensory abilities were, but with the all-around talent boost from his Konoha genius and other tags, he felt confident. As he opened the scroll, Minato began to formally explain the technique. The key to learning this sensory ninjutsu lies in sensing a certain force of the earth. This force varies in strength but is omnipresent. Once you can sense it, you've entered the doorway to this technique. Force of the earth? Shishi was puzzled. Could it be geomagnetic force? At this point, Minato pointed to a complex formula on the scroll. This is an auxiliary technique left by the second Hokage to help sense the earth's force. It's quite complicated. But I've developed a set of hand signs based on this formula that allows you to use chakra to sense the earth's force. Shishi looked at the formula on the scroll. It was indeed very complex, involving earth release, lightning release, wind release, water release, and fire release, the 5 basic chakra natures. And there was more, yang release, as well as yin release, which Shishi had only just begun to master, represented by genjutsu. Of course, yin release isn't limited to genjutsu. Minato-sensei, this formula is indeed quite intricate, Shishi said seriously, but his interest was piqued. Minato smiled, it's true, if you were to start with this formula, you'd need to master all 7 chakra nature transformations first. But if you fully master this formula, you'll definitely succeed in learning this sensory ninjutsu. However, the requirements are too high, so I developed a set of hand signs from the formula to assist, though it's not as effective as the formula itself. Whether you can sense the earth's force might depend a bit on luck. Kushina Uzumaki laughed, like me, I wasn't very lucky. Minato chuckled awkwardly. Shishi smiled at Kushina, don't worry, Kushina-san. I've always been lucky. The afternoon was spent delving into the sensory ninjutsu. The technique was indeed difficult, and Shishi didn't make much progress in one afternoon. When he returned home in the evening, he brought the ninjutsu scroll with him. He had a feeling it would take some time to master this technique. While washing up at home, Shishi turned his attention to the tag tree. As expected, a new tag had been triggered. Tag, Sensory Expert. Condition to obtain, master the sensory ninjutsu taught by Minato Namikaze. Effect, sensory talent increased by 100%, mental and spiritual strength increased by 100%. Shishi was a bit surprised. Mental and spiritual strength? It seems that mental processing speed and spiritual power in ninjutsu are different. Shishi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The next day, Shishi spent the morning purchasing a house with a courtyard and moved in with Nanyakushi and Asuka in the afternoon. The new house had 6 bedrooms and a dedicated study, offering plenty of space. Although Shishi was thick-skinned enough to want to stay with non-Yakushi, he was ultimately old enough to need his own room. After moving in, Shishi officially reported to Konoha Hospital. This time was different. He was now formally employed at the hospital, working as a full-time medical ninja. Chapter 80, Brain, Simple, Too Simple. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the year 41 of Konoha was coming to an end. In a snow-covered grove, Shishi let out a long breath, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Finally, I've unlocked the Wind Release Expert tag. Tag, Wind Release Expert. Effect, Wind Release talent increased by 100%, allows for wind release techniques to be used without hand seals. The effect was similar to that of the Fire Release Expert tag. To obtain this tag, he had mastered 5 wind release jutsus: Gale Palm, Vacuum Sphere, Vacuum Wave, Vacuum Great Sphere, and Vacuum Blade. Aside from Gale Palm, which was inherited from his mother, the other 4 jutsus were taught to him by Minato Namikaze. After unlocking the Wind Release Expert tag, Shishi immediately focused on another grayed out tag on the tree. This was just triggered recently. Tag, Wind Release Master. Condition to obtain: create 5 wind release jutsus of at least A rank, or develop 1 S rank wind release jutsu. Effect, wind release talent increased by 100%, wind release chakra nature transformation increased by 100%, wind release shape transformation increased by 100%, any wind release jutsu or secret technique, except for those involving Kekii Genkai, will have no learning barriers. Both the acquisition conditions and the tag effects were as expected. Next up is mastering the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Shishi aimed to unlock the Wind Release Expert tag before the year 41 of Konoha ended to avoid wasting the once-a-year Flash of Insight ability. He already had a general idea for the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, an S-rank wind release jutsu. If he were to use Flash of Insight elsewhere without adequate preparation, it might be wasted. Even with 10 minutes of maxed-out comprehension and creativity, there's no guarantee of developing an S-rank jutsu from scratch. Only 3 days left until the new year. He took out a soldier pill and swallowed it, sitting quietly to restore his energy. Although he wasn't sure if Flash of Insight would consume a lot of stamina, it was better to be fully prepared. Once his energy was fully restored, Shishi lowered his eyes and said, "Flash of Insight, activate." In an instant, Shishi felt like his brain had been replaced with a new one. All the problems he had encountered during the past year of training now had clear solutions in his mind. For instance, the sensory ninjutsu he had been struggling to master. The high-temperature ray fire release that was just one step away from completion. Medical ninjutsu, medical knowledge, and so on. At that moment, Shishi felt like he had opened a massive door, the door to infinite knowledge, the door to omniscience. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Because there was so much he didn't know before, now that his brain was functioning at this level, countless ideas flooded in. Not good. Shishi quickly activated 10x focus, suppressing the overwhelming thoughts and concentrating solely on wind release, specifically the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. He truly felt the power of maxed-out comprehension and creativity. How to perform the shape transformation to form a high-speed rotating shuriken. It turned out you had to first undergo the wind release nature transformation. How to make the formed shuriken stable enough to be thrown. By constructing a double loop system, creating an interconnected, 3-dimensional cross loop. An S-rank wind release jutsu? Simple. Too simple. Within 10 minutes, Shishi didn't even need 2 minutes to fully understand the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Why not add fire release? In addition to the deadly wind needles, let's add some high temperature. Adding fire release wasn't difficult either. After forming the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, you could inject fire release chakra. Soon, Shishi had also grasped the principle behind the wind-fire Rasen Shuriken. No, it should be called the wind-fire radiant wheel Rasen Shuriken. Over 6 minutes left. Keep going. This time, Shishi's target was the extremely complex formula of the sensory ninjutsu. Minato's hand signs relied somewhat on luck, but now that his brain was working at full capacity, he would rely on logic. Time ticked by, and this time it took unexpectedly long. That formula contained knowledge that Shishi hadn't mastered before, like earth release, lightning release, and water release. However, with maxed-out comprehension, there were no real issues. Finally, 10 minutes passed. His brain downgraded instantly, and Shishi felt as if he had fallen from sky, as if he had suddenly become stupid. But it was only for a moment. Then, his head throbbed, his vision darkened, and he felt something trickling out of his nose. Gritting his teeth to avoid fainting, Shishi deactivated tenfold focus, quickly ate another soldier pill, and grabbed a thermos from his bag, drinking the warm water mixed with salt and sugar. He drained it in one go and, after nearly 5 minutes, his head began to clear, and the dizziness faded. Only then did he realize that blood had been flowing from his nose. Flash of insight combined with 10x focus is truly terrifying. Shishi chuckled bitterly and used snow to cover the bloodstains, but his mind was still sluggish, and his body felt extremely weak. He had no choice but to give up on trying to use the wind release, Rasen Shuriken for now. After resting for another half hour, Shishi packed up and headed home. To his surprise, it took him a full 7 days, well into the year 42 of Konoha, to return to peak condition. And that was with his previous 100% recovery boost. Otherwise, it might have taken half a month to recover. Shishi decided that the next time he used it, Asuka should be by his side. Konoha year 42, January 5th. Just after fully recovering, Shishi Hashida couldn't wait any longer and headed to a secluded, open area in the village. Today, he planned to test the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, turning theory into reality. Buzz. Shishi raised his right hand, palm facing up, as chakra gathered to form a rapidly spinning Raise Nan. He rarely used the Raise Nan in actual combat because it didn't suit his personal style. Using Raise Nan was not as effective for him as using Blue Flame Sky Blade or Blue Flame Waterfall Blade. Even without a blade, he preferred to enhance a kunao with wind release. The second step after forming the Raise Nan was to apply the wind release nature transformation. As Shishi continued to pour chakra into it, the whistling sound grew louder, and a blazing white ring formed around the Raise Nan. This ring was the high-speed rotating wind release chakra. This consumes so much chakra. Shishi frowned slightly, then proceeded to the third step, shape transformation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the sharp, ear-piercing sound of friction, 4 shuriken-like blades appeared around the blazing white ring, spinning at high speed. These spinning blades were actually formed by the high-speed flow of wind release chakra. The chakra flowed out from the second layer of the blazing white ring and back in, and with the high-speed rotation of both the inner and outer rings, it formed the shape of a shuriken. Additionally, the further out from the center, the less chakra was concentrated, but the faster it rotated. Therefore, the core Raise Nan was blue, the outer ring was blazing white, and the outermost shuriken shape was almost transparent. With my chakra, I can only manage one shot. Shishi was speechless. But this was without tapping into the chakra stored in the yin seal. Let's see if it's truly complete. Shishi raised his right hand and then threw the wind release, Rasen Shuriken like a wind shuriken. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The wind release, Rasen Shuriken spun rapidly, cutting through the air as it flew over 100 meters away. Then, as it lost stability, the entire jutsu expanded rapidly, emitting a dazzling white light, forming a massive sphere over 25 meters in diameter. Next came a fierce windstorm, kicking up a wave of earth. After a while, the storm subsided. Shishi lowered his arm from in front of his eyes and used the body flicker technique to reach the center of the wind release, Rasen Shuriken's explosion. A giant crater had formed here. The power is indeed impressive, Shishi noted to himself. Not only does it have powerful cutting abilities, but also terrifying high-speed rotating wind needles. Especially when the jutsu loses stability and explodes, there's no orderly trajectory. Unless someone has the regenerative abilities of Six Paths Madara or Hashirama Senju, their chakra pathways would be severed, and their cells pierced. Even if they don't die, they'd be crippled. If this were the Windfire Radiant Wheel Rasen Shuriken, the resulting storm would have been a deadly firestorm, turning it into a mass slaughter technique. Shishi refocused his attention on the tag tree. The Wind Release Master tag lit up in blue. Wind Release Talent increased by 100%, Wind Release Chakra Nature Transformation increased by 100%, Wind Release Shape Transformation increased by 100%, any Wind Release Jutsu or secret technique, except for those involving Kekkei Genkai, will have no learning barriers. With the tag's enhancement, Shishi raised his right hand and extended one finger, and a mini version of the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken quickly formed at his fingertip. He then flicked the mini Rasen Shuriken, which flew about 20 meters before expanding, covering an area 2 to 3 meters wide. The larger version of the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken consumed too much chakra, but the mini version was much more efficient and sufficient for single target attacks. Moreover, he could adjust the size of the wind release, Rasen Shuriken according to the battle's demands. Sitting down, Shishi ate a soldier pill to restore his energy, thinking to himself, with the wind release and fire release jutsus I currently possess, the title of master is well deserved. In terms of killing power, I'm not inferior to an elite jonin, even if I lack their battle experience. But my biggest weakness remains my insufficient chakra. One reason is my physical constitution, and the other is my age. That's why I rely on the yin seal to compensate, though I've failed twice before. In fact, Shishi's chakra reserves were already outstanding among his peers. In December of last year, he estimated that he had around 3 units of chakra. Compared to Sarutobi Asuma, his reserves were roughly twice as much. I can't control growing up, so I'll have to improve my physical constitution and focus on the yin seal. Shishi plotted to himself, I'll bide my time for 2 years and fully store the yin seal. Once I unlock the Swordsmanship Master and Space-Time Envoy tags, I'll get 2 chances to enhance my physical constitution. I'm almost 9 years old now. This year or next year, I should complete my goals by Konoha year 43 at the latest. The Flying Thunder God technique is difficult to learn, so I'll start with other space-time ninjutsu. Even if I have to use Flash of Insight to create one myself, I'll do it. With his plan set, Shishi stood up and headed home. He wanted to go back and review the complex formula of the sensory ninjutsu, then master the technique, reducing one more shortcoming. Chapter 81, Listening Technique. After returning home, Shishi went into his study and took out the sensory ninjutsu scroll. Combining it with the insights he gained during his Flash of Insight, he carefully reviewed and refined the technique. He even made some modifications and reductions to the formula originally developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Next, he simplified the hand seals that Minato Namikaze had devised, reducing them from 36 seals to just 2. T/N, don't apply your logic here, it's system perk. By this time, night had fallen, and the aroma of dinner wafted through the air. Shishi stretched lazily, then got up and walked out of his room to the dining area, where he saw Non-Yakushi and Asuka busy preparing the meal. Seeing him, Non-Yakushi smiled and said, Shishi, get ready, dinner is almost served. Asuka, holding a spatula, grinned and added, Shishi, we made your favorite braised beef. Nearly a year had passed, and Asuka had grown accustomed to life here, comfortable with Shishi and Non-Yakushi as her family, no longer feeling the unease she had when she first arrived. I'll help too. Shishi rolled up his sleeves, washed his hands, and stepped forward to assist, moving between the 2 women and enjoying their warmth and gentle care. This was the beauty of life. After a satisfying meal, Shishi went to the courtyard. He quickly formed the 2 hand seals, then crouched down and touched the ground with a single finger. Chakra rippled out like waves from his fingertip, spreading into the earth as he tried to sense the power Minato had spoken of, the force of the earth itself. Time passed slowly as Non and Asuka, having finished tidying up, quietly watched Shishi's training from under the eaves. Gradually, sweat began to form on Shishi's forehead. I can feel it. Suddenly, Shishi opened his eyes and smiled. Though it was faint, he had indeed sensed it. After making no progress last year, he had immediately gained significant results after using Flash of Insight. It really came down to not having the right mindset before. He withdrew his hand and stood up. Non-Yakushi's voice promptly reached him, Shishi, have you mastered the technique? Shishi turned and smiled, not yet, but I've taken the first step. According to Minato-sensei, there shouldn't be any problems going forward. Asuka had already brought out a bowl of honey water. Shishi took it from her, saying, Thank you, Asuka. Asuka's eyes crinkled with her smile, Shishi, I've mastered the chakra scalpel technique. Shishi paused for a moment, then drank the honey water in one go before looking at Non-Yakushi. Director, what's the plan moving forward? Non-Yakushi replied, Asuka's chakra is quite special, its healing effects are extraordinary. The next step for her should be to learn the healing regeneration technique. This technique usually requires a team of medical ninjas working together, but with Asuka's abilities, she should be able to perform it alone, and she'll likely learn it quickly. That's the power of a special bloodline. Shishi agreed with Non-Yakushi's arrangement. Although he had also mastered this technique, his abilities were no different from other medical ninjas. With his own strength alone, it was nearly impossible to treat injuries like those sustained by Sanyo. It was clear that not all yang release techniques were created equal. Just as his fire release nature transformation had reached a level different from that of other fire release users. It wasn't simply a matter of chakra quantity. Like the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, which was often hailed as the pinnacle of shape and nature transformation. After chatting and joking with Nan and Asuka for a while, Shishi resumed his training. But this time was different from before. He didn't use the improved hand seals of Minato Namikaze. The reason he had used them earlier was to test the results of his modifications. This time, he planned to use the altered technique of Tobirama Senju. Snap! Shishi clapped his hands together. In the next moment, a black seal formula spread rapidly from beneath him, forming a large octagonal pattern in an instant. Under the effect of this technique, the chakra flowing from Shishi's feet underwent a complex transformation before being injected into the earth. As his chakra entered the ground, Shishi's senses underwent a profound change. It was an indescribable state. It was as if he could see waves expanding outward, or as if he were witnessing dazzling beams of light. These waves and lights were all erupting from the earth. Shishi felt as though he had entered a world of strange and fantastical phenomena. As expected, this sensory ninjutsu utilizes the Earth's magnetic field. The so-called power of the Earth is actually the power of geomagnetism. Shishi was now almost certain of his earlier hypothesis. And he had to admit, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was truly a genius. The talent for ninjutsu that guy had was something Shishi could hardly compare to now. He could only surpass it during his brief moments of flash of insight. With this, the first step is truly complete. Feeling the fluctuations of the Earth's magnetic field, Shishi thought to himself, the next step is to align my chakra with the Earth's magnetic field, or to attach my chakra to the magnetic field and radiate it outward to sense my surroundings. This is just like a radar. Unconsciously, Shishi delved deeper into his thoughts. This step is merely a simulation, using the Earth's magnetic field to sense things. Once this is done, the technique is fully mastered. But in reality, there's potential for even further development. Chakra nature transformation into magnet release. Unlike the magnet release of the third and fourth Kazekage, reaching the level of the Earth's magnetic field would require a fusion of 7 chakra natures. A Kekiite. Kekiite? Shishi shook his head silently. That was too far-fetched for him. In comparison, with his current knowledge base, electromagnetism was something much more attainable. Gradually, he collected his thoughts. Shishi moved on to the final step of his training. This step turned out to be surprisingly simple, which explained why Minato Namikaze had said that once the first step was completed, mastering the technique was a certainty. However, without mastering Tobirama Senju's formula, it would have come down to luck. As he completed the final step, Shishi immediately felt his sensory range expand outward. The first chakra he sensed was Asuka's, as she was practicing medical ninjutsu in the house, followed by Nan-Yakushi's chakra. Each of their chakras gave him a distinctly different sensation. Nan's chakra was gentle and warm, just like her personality. Asuka's chakra, however, was surprisingly different from her seemingly delicate demeanor. It was warm but carried an intense, vibrant energy, full of life. Asuka's chakra is at least 5 times that of the director's. And compared to mine, it's at least 30 times more. If my constitution hadn't been enhanced by the tags, this difference would be terrifying. Shishi marveled inwardly. Nan-Yakushi's current chakra level could be considered at its peak, but Asuka still had much room for growth. He then discovered another unique feature of this sensory ninjutsu. Stealth. He knew that while Asuka hadn't awakened the Kagura Mind's Eye sensory technique, she was naturally very perceptive. During their first chakra link, she had sensed the forbidden thoughts in his mind. But now, Asuka didn't seem to notice that he was sensing her. Moreover, everyone's chakra has a different frequency of oscillation, allowing me to distinguish who is who based on these frequencies. Shishi continued to expand his sensory range. Throughout this process, he kept experimenting with different applications. Directed sensing, omnidirectional sensing, and more. He only stopped once his chakra was nearly depleted. Returning to his study, Shishi rested while organizing the principles and training experiences related to this sensory ninjutsu, recording them on another scroll. Finally, he thought for a moment and wrote down a name on the scroll. Earthen Listening Technique. After finishing his work, Shishi's attention turned to the tag tree in his mind. Sensory Expert tag lit up. Sensory talent increased by 100%, mental and will/spiritual power increased by 100%. That electric sensation surged again, and his mind went blank for a moment. When he recovered, Shishi felt his mind was clearer, though there weren't any major changes beyond that. It was different from the enhancements he had experienced before, like faster thought processes or heightened reflexes. Let's try chakra control. With a thought, Shishi began controlling chakra. Immediately, he noticed a difference from before. Precision. He could now control chakra with almost cellular level accuracy. His awareness of his own body also became much clearer, such as knowing exactly how much chakra to control without harming himself. My chakra control has improved. Shishi carefully observed, feeling that the enhancement to his mental and willpower had a significant impact, comparable to a physical boost. This would greatly aid in unlocking his full potential. Before he knew it, it was already 10 p.m., and Non-Yakushi arrived on time to remind Shishi that it was time to rest. Reluctantly, Shishi ended his training for the day. He washed up, said good night to Non-Yakushi and Asuka, and lay down on his bed. But before falling asleep, he glanced at the new tag that had just been triggered on the tag tree. Tag, Sensory Master. Conditions to obtain: create at least 5 A-rank sensory ninjutsu or create 1 S-rank sensory ninjutsu. Effect: sensory talent increased by 100%, mental and will/spiritual power increased by 100%, thought process speed increased by 100%. Aside from Kekkei Genkai sensory techniques, no sensory ninjutsu can challenge you anymore. What kind of sensory ninjutsu should I develop next? As this thought crossed his mind, Shishi gradually drifted into sleep. The next day, after leaving 2 shadow clones to train in lightning and earth release chakra transformations, Shishi went to work at Konoha Hospital with Non and Asuka. With the new year over, life had returned to its usual routine. Time passed quickly, and Shishi's 9th birthday quietly came and went. That day, in the office of Konoha Hospital, Shishi was resting with his eyes closed when a hurried sound of the door opening interrupted him. Shishi, Kakashi has been brought to the hospital. Shizun's voice was urgent. What? Shishi's eyes snapped open as he sprang to his feet. He quickly made his way outside. Let's go. They soon arrived at the operating room, where they found that Non and Asuka were already present. And it wasn't just Kakashi who was injured. His team leader, the elite Jonin Sarutobi Akamoto, was also hurt. Shishi, Kakashi's injuries aren't severe. First, help treat Jonin Sarutobi, Non-Yakushi instructed. Shishi nodded and immediately went to assist. Sarutobi Akamoto's injuries were severe, the knife wound to his abdomen was serious but not fatal. His right arm was broken, but that wasn't fatal either. The critical injury was the knife wound that had pierced his liver, compounded by chakra damage, specifically from lightning release, which was irreversible. Non and Asuka, along with a medical team, were working hard to treat the liver injury, using the regeneration technique to heal it after removing damaged tissue. The broken arm and abdominal knife wound were only treated with basic care. Shishi joined in, taking care of the broken arm and abdominal wounds. Meanwhile, Kakashi was being attended to by 3 Chunin-level medical ninjas. An hour later, Kakashi was the first to be wheeled out of the operating room. Shishi and the others continued their work for another 2 hours before finishing. Thanks to Asuka's exceptional skill, the treatment of the liver injury was surprisingly effective and quick. However, the broken arm couldn't be salvaged. Such an injury couldn't be healed even with Asuka's techniques. And Shishi wouldn't easily let Asuka use such methods for treatment. Unfortunately, while they had saved Sarutobi Akamoto's life, losing his right arm meant he would no longer be able to fight on the front lines. After the treatment, Shishi went to Kakashi's hospital room and found him awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sitting down beside him, Shishi said, "It seems you encountered a tricky enemy this time." Kakashi's eyes flickered. It was the Cloud Ninja, skilled in lightning release and swordsmanship, the guy named B, using 7 swords. Shishi's gaze sharpened. B. Cloud Ninja. That's Killer B, known for being the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Kakashi grimaced, pushing himself up. You know him? Shishi nodded. I haven't met him, but I've heard about him from Minato-sensei. That was the truth. The AB combo of the Cloud Ninja had gained a notorious reputation in the ninja world. Moreover, Killer B's identity as a perfect Jinchuriki was no secret. This was different from Konoha. It was also related to Killer B being the first perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. In terms of age, Killer Bee was probably about 5 years older than Shishi and Kakashi, and about 5 years younger than Minato Namikaze. Patting Kakashi on the shoulder, Shishi offered some comfort. It's impressive that you came back alive. The AB combo, the candidate for the next Raikage and his right-hand man, the Raikage's guard. Kakashi remained silent. 2 of his comrades had died, and his team leader was left with irreparable injuries. Sarutobi Akamoto's fatal injury had occurred while saving Kakashi from Killer Bee. Kakashi, focus on developing your lightning release techniques. Shishi urged, I've started training in lightning release chakra transformation myself. Don't let me surpass you. As for Killer Bee, we'll take our revenge with lightning release next time. As for peace and mutual understanding, to hell with that. Let's go to the Pure Land for mutual understanding. Chapter 82, Ninjutsu Professor. Kakashi was discharged from the hospital after just 2 days. As time passed, by mid-March, Konoha Ninja Academy entered its graduation season. Sarutobi Asuma, Yi Kurane, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and others all graduated early. Having spent over a year in the tranquil environment of Konoha Hospital, Shishi keenly sensed something unusual. The ninja world seemed to be getting busier. The day after Asuma and the others graduated, Shishi brought a scroll to Minato Namikaze's house, only to find Kushina Uzumaki there alone. Kushina welcomed Shishi inside with a smile. Minato's taking care of his new genin team, but he should be back soon. Shishi pondered this. Even though he had altered some things, the relentless wheel of fate still rolled on. But some things were, indeed, different. Let's start by studying some sealing techniques. I found a very interesting one, Kushina said, pulling out a scroll that seemed to have been left untouched for quite some time, interrupting Shishi's thoughts. As Shishi carefully examined the scroll after it was opened, his eyes immediately narrowed. This technique. Shikifyan. Kushina-san, this technique, it's quite dangerous. Shishi remarked. Kushina nodded, smiling. Yes, it's indeed dangerous, just like the 4-symbol seal. But it's also fascinating. It allows for the sealing of souls. I remember that Konoha has a secret technique that allows for the separation of the spirit from the body. Such jutsu are extremely rare in the ninja world and worth studying. What she didn't mention was that her interest in this sealing technique stemmed from a desire to see if it could be used against the troublesome fox inside her. Shishi nodded in agreement with Kushina's words. Indeed, while this was a self-sacrificial sealing technique, it held significant research value. So, the two of them began studying the eerie Shikifyan together. Shishi prepared lunch, and it wasn't until after 3 p.m. that Minato finally returned home, carrying a group photo. When Shishi took a look, sure enough, it was a picture of Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin. Placing the photo frame next to the one of him, Minato, Shisui, and Sani, Shishi asked, Minato-sensei, it seems like the situation in the ninja world is becoming more unusual lately. Minato nodded. The major ninja villages have been more active. The village's manpower is starting to run thin. Kushina was taken aback. It's already reached that point. Minato explained, it's not just the movements of the other villages. The increased number of missions is also a factor. Shishi understood. This likely had to do with the economic development, political exchanges, and even conflicts between the major countries. Additionally, after the Second Great Ninja War, the world was likely at its peak recovery period. While the ninja wars were mostly battles between shinobi, they still caused significant damage to the livelihoods of civilians. Just look at the Land of Rain. It was devastated during the Second Great Ninja War and still hasn't fully recovered. There are countless ninja organizations. It's reminiscent of the armed groups from his previous life. How do those who don't produce anything sustain themselves? And let's not assume the moral standards of ninjas are that high. Not everyone is like Naruto. Pillaging and looting are common occurrences. Even Shishi couldn't guarantee that Konoha's ninjas wouldn't rob civilians during wartime. Such a situation inevitably disrupts societal production and stability. The Land of Fire was fortunate not to have been invaded by outsiders, so it avoided significant destruction. Leaving aside the Second Great Ninja War, even the recent conflicts between Konoha and Tsunagakure in the Land of Rivers had their impact. When both sides engaged in battle, the affected towns would surely be in a state of panic, with rising prices and declining commercial activity. This doesn't even account for the direct impact on civilians and the destruction of towns by the fighting. After a brief explanation, Minato Namikaze turned to Shishi and said, Shishi, your days at Konoha Hospital might be coming to an end. Shishi nodded. I understand. He had already anticipated this. Given the strength he had demonstrated and his talent in ninjutsu, how could Hiruzen Sarutobi possibly let him remain as a simple medical ninja hidden away in Konoha Hospital? If he were the third Hokage, he'd also push him to the limit. Minato then revealed, the third Hokage mentioned that you might be assigned to undergo special training in the Root Division before eventually joining the Hokage's ANBU. At the mention of Root, Kushina Uzumaki immediately frowned. The guys in Root, especially Denzo, are quite troublesome. Besides, I heard from Lady Tsunade that you had a conflict with Denzo before. Minato quickly reassured her with a smile, it's been common practice for ANBU members to receive training en route for a long time, so there's no need to worry. And since it's personally arranged by the third Hokage, there won't be any issues. He then looked at Shishi. Of course, Shishi, you'll still need to stay vigilant when you're there. Shishi smiled confidently. Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, don't worry. I can handle it. If he dared to lodge a complaint before, now he wouldn't hesitate to fight back directly. After discussing this matter, Shishi quickly brought out the scrolls he had with him. First was the sensory ninjutsu scroll Minato had given him earlier, which he returned. The second was a scroll that Shishi had copied himself, containing his modifications to the technique and the hand seals, as well as his insights from his training process. When Minato saw the scroll, he smiled. It seems you've completed the training for this technique, and in just a year impressive. But as soon as he opened the scroll containing Shishi's training insights, his expression became serious. Kushina, curious, came over to take a look and exclaimed, Shishi, you've modified the technique and Minato's hand seals. Shishi humbly replied, just some minor adjustments. But Minato sincerely praised him, this isn't just a minor adjustment, it's an improvement. Shishi, your understanding of this technique has surpassed mine and even that of the second Hokage. Kushina gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Shishi smiled, I only achieved this by standing on the shoulders of the second Hokage and you, Minato-sensei. Looking at the name of the technique on the scroll, Minato smiled. The earthen listening technique, the name is unique and fitting. He thought for a moment and then asked, Shishi, do you plan to submit this to the village? Shishi nodded. Minato-sensei, I've been studying time-space ninjutsu recently, so I'd like to exchange this with the village for some time-space ninjutsu. Kushina smiled upon hearing this. Seems like you're aiming to learn the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Shishi didn't hold back. The Flying Thunder God is extremely difficult, so I want to prepare by learning the fundamentals now. Minato readily agreed, that's no problem. The third Hokage won't refuse. As for time-space ninjutsu, I recall that the second Hokage developed a technique called mutually multiplying explosive tags, which also involves time-space elements and offers further applications in summoning. Shishi immediately decided, Minato-sensei, I'll go with that one. The difficulty of acquiring the time-space envoy tag was higher than expected because the reverse summoning technique wasn't recognized, as it was deemed too similar to the standard summoning technique. Instead, the summoning seal, which combined the summoning technique with spatial sealing, was acknowledged by the tag system. After deciding on the jutsu to exchange, Shishi handed Minato Namikaze one last scroll with a smile and said, Minato-sensei, this one is a gift for you. For me. Minato took the scroll, curious. Kushina Uzumaki asked, is it a jutsu? Minato had a sudden thought and said in surprise, Shishi, could this be an advanced form of the Raise Nan? Shishi grinned, keeping up the suspense. You'll know once you open it, sensei. Minato and Kushina opened the scroll together, and the first thing they saw was the name of the jutsu. As expected. Minato marveled, you never cease to amaze me, Shishi. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Kushina remarked, it's shaped like a shuriken? Can this jutsu be thrown like one? Shishi gave her a thumbs up, worthy of being the woman who can become Hokage in the future. Kushina beamed with pride, not even realizing that Shishi had said woman instead of kunoichi. Minato had fully unrolled the scroll and was reading it, awestruck. This is a brilliant concept. You've taken the wind release nature transformation and the shape transformation to their limits. This is a true S-rank wind release jutsu. Kushina commented, Shishi, this is the second S-rank jutsu you've developed, isn't it? Shishi held up 3 fingers. To be precise, it's the third. Incredible. Kushina turned to Minato. Minato, has anyone in Konoha's history ever achieved what Shishi has at his age? Shishi just turned 9. Minato replied seriously, indeed, no one has. Even the second Hokage, who developed numerous jutsu and forbidden techniques, hadn't achieved this much at Shishi's age. Shishi, after the third Hokage, you might also be called the Ninjutsu Professor. Shishi shook his head modestly. The third Hokage mastered all 5 elemental jutsu. I've only mastered fire release and wind release so far. Just as he said this, he felt a reaction from the tag system within his mind. Kushina, not noticing, encouraged him, that's already an amazing achievement. You've got decades ahead of you, you'll definitely surpass the third Hokage. She then put her hands on her hips, laughing boldly. I'll be the future 4th Hokage, and Shishi, you'll be the 5th. Shishi nodded repeatedly, thinking it was a pretty good idea. On his way back from Minato's home, Shishi immediately checked the newly appeared tag on his system's tree. As I thought, Shishi smiled to himself. Tag, Ninjutsu Professor. Condition to obtain, collect all 5 elemental mastery tags, wind release, fire release, lightning release, earth release, water release. Effect, increases ninjutsu talent by 100%, chakra nature transformation talent by 100%, chakra shape transformation talent by 100%, and physical constitution by 100%. What ninjutsu, other than Kekii Genkai, could possibly challenge you? None. Hiruzen Sarutobi was known as the Ninjutsu Professor, and rightly so. Besides the 5 elemental jutsu, he was also proficient in genjutsu and sealing techniques. He had developed many jutsu, such as the telescope technique, which could be considered a sensory jutsu, and the shuriken shadow clone technique, which was incredibly efficient with ninja tools. However, the system's Ninjutsu Professor tag was even more astonishing. With this tag, even the most challenging space-time ninjutsu would no longer be a problem. But the difficulty of obtaining this tag was no small feat. Currently, Shishi had only unlocked Wind Release Master and Fire Release Master. There's no room for complacency. Shishi sighed inwardly but felt more determined than ever. Surviving the Third Great Ninja War and taking down Danzo, these were goals that required substantial strength. And these were just his short-term goals. With these thoughts, Shishi quickened his pace. The next day, Shishi received the scroll for the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique from Minato. As for the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, Minato didn't ask whether it should be submitted to the village, as this jutsu was entirely original, unlike the earthen listening technique. Of course, Shishi could use the wind release, Rasen Shuriken to exchange for jutsu from the village, but there was no need for that just yet. Moreover, some things had to be kept as a trump card. The S-rank difficulty was high, but the wind release, Rasen Shuriken Shishi had developed was not the incomplete version that Naruto created but a complete version with a clear path for gradual mastery. Shishi didn't believe that, besides himself and Minato, no one else in Konoha could master this technique. It's understandable if the third Hokage couldn't, but if Danzo, that old fox proficient in wind release, mastered this jutsu, wouldn't it be laughable to fight him later? Chapter 83, Double Agent? I'm familiar with that. Konoha, Year 42, April 15th. As Minato had mentioned, on this day, just as Shishi arrived at Konoha Hospital with Non-Yakushi and Asuka, an ANBU operative appeared right behind them. Shishi-kun, the third Hokage summons you. The ANBU operative was surprisingly polite. After nodding to Non and Asuka, Shishi followed the ANBU to the Hokage building. He then knocked and entered the Hokage's office alone. Third Hokage-sama. Shishi bowed in respect. Oh, Shishi, you're here. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was working behind his desk, looked up with a smile and said, given your outstanding performance in previous missions and your contributions at Konoha Hospital, the Konoha Medical Corps has jointly recommended that, as of today, you are promoted to Special Jonin. Shishi bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi mused, you are the youngest Special Jonin in Konoha's history. Your teacher, Minato Namikaze, has likely informed you about the recent developments in the ninja world. The village needs you to make even more contributions. Shishi looked up, his gaze resolute. I am ready to dedicate myself to the village. Please give the order, Hokage-sama. For the protection of the village and the fulfillment of the will of fire, I am prepared to sacrifice myself if necessary. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled warmly, his expression full of kindness. It's not yet time for you to make such sacrifices. You are still a young sprout in Konoha, and you need to grow. Soon, someone will take you to the route for 3 months of training. Afterward, you will join the Hokage's personal ANBU. Shishi immediately showed excitement. Yes, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your guidance, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with a smile. You may go. After bowing once more, Shishi exited the office, only to find an ANBU operative wearing a fox mask waiting for him. Shishi, let's go. I'll take you to the route. The ANBU operative spoke with a gentle and familiar voice. Sarutobi shinishook. Recognizing him, Shishi quickly nodded. Yes, thank you, senpai. Although he recognized him, there was no need to name him. Both understood. Following Shinishook, Shishi arrived at the route's headquarters. The place was hidden deep underground, filled with an atmosphere of mystery and eeriness. After handing a dossier to a route member responsible for the handover, Shinishook turned to Shishi. Shishi, this is where I leave you. Shishi bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senpai. Shinishook smiled beneath his mask before disappearing. Shishi Hashida, follow me. The root ninja spoke, then turned and began walking across a dimly lit bridge. Shishi immediately followed. The lighting was dim, and the tunnels branched in all directions. The root's headquarters was vast, like an underground world filled with many rooms. Some areas were even sealed with jutsu. We've arrived. Wait here for a moment. The root ninja brought Shishi to an unremarkable room, gave a brief instruction, and left. Shishi looked around the room but found nothing special. He then sat down on a stone chair and waited quietly. About half an hour later, footsteps echoed from outside. Shishi looked up towards the door, where a figure in a green vest soon appeared. It was him. Shishi's expression showed surprise. The newcomer looked at Shishi with a mysterious smile. It seems my arrival has surprised you. Shishi quickly stood up and bowed. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru stood at the doorway, his snake-like vertical pupils fixed on Shishi, smiling as he said, "The third has entrusted you to me, and I've heard quite a bit about you. Tsunade says you're a rare talent in medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya says your aptitude in ninjutsu rivals Minato's. Let's hope you don't disappoint me, Shishi-kun." Shishi smiled. "I've already experienced the skills of 2 of the Chunin. Lady Tsunade's medical techniques are unparalleled. Although I haven't seen Jiraiya-sama's abilities firsthand, anyone who can teach a student like Minato-sensei surely lives up to his reputation. Since you are also one of the Chunin, I doubt you would disappoint the third Hokage either, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, but his smile deepened. "Interesting. It's been a while since anyone has spoken to me like that. Well then, follow me." With that, Orochimaru turned and began to walk away, and Shishi immediately followed. The two left the route headquarters and entered a nearby forest. Soon, a training ground came into view, and there, Shishi spotted a familiar figure. Danzo. Standing on a tree branch, Orochimaru smiled. "According to the records, besides medical ninjutsu, you're also proficient in fire release. Your first task in the route's training, eliminate the target in front of you. Show me your strength and determination. Take down Danzo?" "Gladly. But is this the real Danzo? A shadow clone, perhaps? What's Orochimaru's intent? Or the third Hokage's? Or maybe Danzo's? Who cares? I'll figure it out after taking him down." Boom! The branch beneath Shishi's feet exploded as he shot out of the forest like an arrow, heading straight for Danzo, who had his back turned. Orochimaru, on another branch, glanced at the branch split in two. A fire body flicker technique. As he turned back towards the training ground, the battle had already begun. Danzo had turned around, firing multiple vacuum bullets like projectiles, carving through the air in straight lines, all aimed at Shishi, who was speeding towards him like a swordfish. At such high speed, and with such a dense barrage of attacks, dodging seemed impossible. But under Orochimaru's expectant gaze, explosions rang out, and shockwaves rippled through the air as Shishi's figure suddenly shot upwards, effortlessly evading Danzo's assault. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Danzo's figure flickered as the ground below erupted in a series of charred craters. As Danzo dodged, he completed a series of hand signs. With a sharp inhale and exhale, blade-like currents of air rushed toward Shishi, who was still in midair. Wind release, vacuum wave. Shishi, descending from above, didn't use his fiery lotus steps technique to evade this time. Instead, he drew the Totsuka blade, which became enveloped in blue flames. The blade then expanded into a massive blue sword. Blue flame waterfall blade. The giant sword slashed downward, effortlessly tearing through the vacuum blades, scattering them like dry leaves. The resulting hot wind swept outward. At that moment, both Orochimaru and Danzo looked surprised. Boom! The sword cleaved the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris. But Danzo swiftly burst through the smoke, retreating unscathed. However, the next moment, Shishi launched a surprise attack from above, his Totsuka blade cutting through Danzo's kunao with ease. Danzo quickly stepped back, withdrawing a new kunao and coating it with a sharp layer of wind-release chakra as he blew across it. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed as the two figures moved rapidly across the training ground, leaving after images in their wake. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, sparks flying. Ninjutsu, swordsmanship, body flicker technique, reaction speed. This is all at the level of a Jonin, Orochimaru silently evaluated. Truly impressive. Suddenly, he saw a flash of blue light and witnessed Danzo's wind-release enhanced kunao being sliced in half, followed by Danzo's body being split in two. Fire release overpowering wind release. Orochimaru was taken aback. However, in the training ground, the bisected Danzo suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone, as expected, Shishi muttered to himself, letting out a cold snort before sheathing his sword with an expressionless face. The next moment, Orochimaru appeared beside him, smiling. It seems you haven't disappointed me. Your fire release is the strongest I've ever seen, bar none. At this moment, Danzo emerged from the forest opposite them and spoke, Shishi, your talents shouldn't be limited to just this. The fact that Hiruzen didn't fully develop your potential proves it. Testing a newcomer, especially one only 9 years old, was unprecedented for Danzo. But Shishi's achievements, including his further development of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's sensory ninjutsu, led him to this decision. And it turned out he wasn't wrong. Such a sharp blade, yet Hiruzen, who was growing increasingly soft, had relegated him to the Konoha hospital, a complete waste of potential. If it were up to him, in 5 years, Shishi could become a weapon as sharp as the White Fang of Konoha. Staring at Shishi, Danzo seemed to forget their earlier conflict, his tone both forceful and persuasive. Shishi, join me. I'm the one best suited to guide you. Hiruzen cannot train your talents, but I can teach you the fire release swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. And not just fire release, you've probably already learned wind release from Minato, haven't you? I can teach you everything about wind release. In Konoha, no one surpasses me in that field. As he spoke, Danzo extended his right hand toward Shishi. Though disgusted inside, Shishi kept his face neutral. While it might sound arrogant, I have to say that even the Uchiha's fire release swordsmanship cannot surpass mine. I've already forged my own path, and I no longer need the Uchiha clan's techniques. As for wind release, with Minato-sensei's guidance, I don't think I'll have any issues mastering what Konoha has to offer. Everything in this world has a price, so what exactly are you offering, Danzo-sama, to make me betray the third Hokage? Danzo was displeased but replied in a deep voice, whatever you desire, I can provide. I can even support you in becoming the 5th Hokage one day. Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage, and me as the 5th? Shishi seriously considered it, but it didn't seem as reliable as having Minato-sensei as the 4th Hokage and himself as the 5th. Besides, it was all just empty promises. Shishi shook his head. The position of Hokage is too far off for me, and I'm not interested in it. Orochimaru, who had been observing Shishi closely, couldn't help but laugh. In that case, Shishi-kun, why not make a specific request? I believe Danzo-sama would be more than willing to fulfill it. For now, at least, his cooperation with Danzo had been quite smooth, and Danzo had been very accommodating, saving him a lot of trouble. So, he didn't mind saying one more thing. Shishi glanced at Orochimaru and said, since Orochimaru-sama has spoken, I won't hold back. Lord Danzo, if I need to, can I study any jutsu from the Scroll of Seals? Orochimaru's eyes flickered with interest, and his smile grew wider. Danzo responded in a deep voice, no problem. I told you, I would spare no effort in improving your talents, and that includes more than just jutsu. Shishi immediately beamed with a bright smile. Excellent. Then, here's to a successful partnership. A double agent, hey? That's something he was very familiar with. Last year, when the daimyo of the Land of Fire summoned him under the pretext of needing a medical ninja, he had offered quite a bit of advice to the daimyo. For instance, he suggested that the daimyo select suitable children from among the various noble families and even from the ranks of samurai under his command, to send them to Konoha to learn ninjutsu, or to bring in instructors to teach them. The daimyo had also recruited quite a few wandering ninja, so training children was a worthwhile investment. Additionally, Shishi advised the daimyo to win over Danzo as a way to counterbalance Hiruzen Sarutobi. In front of Hiruzen, Shishi had made no effort to hide his efforts to set traps for Danzo. Now, after reaching a preliminary agreement with Danzo, Shishi smiled again and said, Danzo-sama, my suggestion is that after I complete my training en route, you should let me return to the ANBU. Right now, I have the trust of the third Hokage. In the ANBU, I can better serve you, Danzo-sama. Of course, I would also have to report your intelligence to the third Hokage. Danzo listened and inwardly scoffed. He immediately recognized Shishi's attempt to play both sides, but he also did want Shishi to return to the ANBU. Shishi was a sharp blade, one that still needed some sharpening to be more effectively wielded without cutting the wrong person. So, Danzo nodded. That aligns with my thoughts as well. When the time comes, I will cooperate with you and have the necessary intelligence prepared. And there will be someone specifically assigned to handle the transmission of information. Shishi nodded and smiled. Danzo-sama, your consideration is most thorough. If it had always been this way, I imagine I would have already secured quite a few benefits for you. Danzo's eye twitched slightly, and he responded coolly, if you need any jutsu, you'd better request them in advance. Shishi immediately started listing his demands: lightning release jutsu, at least 5, C rank or higher. Water release jutsu, at least 5, C rank or higher. Earth release jutsu, at least 5, C rank or higher. And genjutsu, at least 5, C rank or higher. Danzo's eyelids twitched furiously. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found Shishi increasingly amusing. Danzo frowned. You should be focusing on mastering one area. Shishi shrugged. Danzo-sama, I have no interest in the position of Hokage, nor in power struggles. My only interests are jutsu and women. The reason my fire release has reached its current level is because I've devoted myself to its study. But as you know, I'm still young and full of energy. Danzo's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. I'll have the jutsu handed over to Orochimaru tomorrow. With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 84, Orochimaru's Temptation. Bonus Chapter. After Danzo left, Orochimaru looked at Shishi with a meaningful smile and said, Shishi-kun, you truly haven't disappointed me. However, being a double agent isn't an easy role to play. Shishi replied, who in this world could possibly understand Danzo better than the third Hokage? Orochimaru paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Shishi then turned to Orochimaru, speaking with a deeper implication, as long as I prioritize the third Hokage and the village's interests above all else, no one will doubt my loyalty. Orochimaru, of course, understood the underlying message in Shishi's words and chuckled lightly. In terms of connections, my relationship with the third Hokage runs deeper than yours, Shishi-kun. He had already begun treating Shishi as an equal, with no hint of condescension. In the ninja world, strength is always the best way to earn respect. As he turned to walk away, Orochimaru continued, Shishi-kun, is it your ambition to master all types of ninjutsu? Shishi followed a step behind him, replying, if possible. However, a human's life is ultimately limited. From ancient times to the present, countless jutsu and secret techniques have emerged. Trying to master them all in one lifetime might be impossible. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed. But then he shifted the conversation, his tone becoming more seductive. However, Shishi-kun, your perspective is still too narrow. There are beings in this world with extraordinarily long lifespans. Shishi feigned ignorance, asking, is Orochimaru-sama referring to those with special constitutions? I've heard that the Uzumaki clan has incredibly long lifespans. Orochimaru glanced back at Shishi and smiled. No, even the Uzumaki clan are still just mortals. Shishi nodded thoughtfully, that's true. As long as one is human, there's no escaping the limitations of cellular division. This is why, in medical ninjutsu, techniques that accelerate cell division come at the cost of one's life. I've also studied many other animals, no flesh and blood being can escape this shackle. Of course, there's a difference between cell division and cell regeneration or metabolism. For example, Tsunade uses chakra to maintain her appearance in her 30s, and it's not just for beauty. More importantly, she uses chakra to keep her cells vital, delaying their aging process and extending the cycle of cell renewal, thereby reducing the number of times cells need to divide, which in turn prolongs her lifespan. But this clearly can't grant immortality. Forget about becoming like Kagaya Tsutsuki or Black Zetsu, even living for 500 years seems impossible. After all, chakra ultimately comes from both the body and spirit. Organ aging is irreversible, its consumption may be small but is ever present. Sage Arts. Shishi's thoughts wandered to Sage mode, then to Kabuto state after mastering it. He also thought of Jago. Both of these individuals could save others through cellular transference, and both had saved Uchiha Sasuke. In the ninja world, it seems that the only viable paths to immortality currently lie in the God Tree and Sage Arts. To be honest, this was the first time Shishi had ever seriously considered the question of immortality. After all, he was still so young. He had previously been focused solely on how to keep himself alive. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Shishi's thoughtful expression, noticing the glint in his eyes, a look he was all too familiar with. It seems Shishi-kun has gained quite a bit. Tsunade must have taught you well, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Shishi modestly replied, it's nothing significant, just a small idea to slow down cellular aging and extend the cycle of cell division. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Oh? May I hear about it? Of course, I'll offer something of equal value in return. This was exactly what Shishi was hoping for, so he smiled immediately. That's not a problem at all. It's nothing extraordinary or secret. With that, Shishi began to explain his idea in detail. Orochimaru listened intently, even offering suggestions on certain details. Though this wasn't the high-level information he was after, there were elements that might prove useful. Indeed, within Shishi's concept, there were many aspects worth absorbing. After hearing everything, Orochimaru smiled. It's certainly a very interesting idea, quite innovative. Shishi-kun, you truly live up to the praise Tsunade and Jiraiya have given you as a genius. The compliment made Shishi feel a bit embarrassed. However, his thick skin prevented him from blushing. Just as he was about to speak, Orochimaru stopped in his tracks. We're here. Shishi looked ahead and saw an entrance. Was Orochimaru bringing him to a lab? Shishi glanced around. Orochimaru-sama, is this a secret base of the root? Orochimaru chuckled. No, this is where I conduct my research. With that, he led Shishi through the entrance into a long passageway. Shishi could sense that the passage sloped downward. After about 20 meters, it branched off into multiple corridors, each leading to various rooms. Entering one of the rooms, Shishi was amazed by what he saw. Shelves lined the walls, filled with glass jars of various sizes, containing all sorts of strange things, eyes, body parts that could be human or from other animals, and more. Of course, what Shishi noticed most were the numerous samples of different types of snakes, particularly white ones. Is this the beginning of your research into the soft body modification and the eight-headed serpent technique? Shishi thought to himself. At that moment, Orochimaru approached one of the glass jars and said, "Now, let me show you what I've been working on." Shishi stepped forward, his eyes falling on the contents of the jar, and he was slightly taken aback. "A horn." Orochimaru smiled mysteriously. "This isn't just any ordinary horn." Shishi feigned ignorance. "Is it the horn of some powerful summoning beast?" "Eight tails." Orochimaru revealed. "You've heard of it, right? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village, Killer Bee." Shishi feigned surprise, then nodded. "Yes, Minato-sensei did mention it once. He said the Eight Tails is a terrifying creature with an enormous amount of chakra, which is why it's sealed within a human and used as a powerful weapon." This was indeed something Minato had once explained to him. In this era, it's not uncommon to see Jinchuriki on the battlefield, especially from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. In fact, even Uzumaki Kushina has been released from the restrictions preventing her from leaving the village, and she occasionally takes on missions. Of course, she's usually well protected during these missions. However, Minato Namikaze didn't go into great detail about Jinchuriki in his explanations. Perhaps when it comes to understanding Jinchuriki or the tailed beasts, Shishi Hashira knows more than Minato does. Orochimaru smiled and said, Minato wasn't wrong. Tailed beasts not only possess immense chakra, but they also have unparalleled longevity. It's said that they've existed since the time of the Sage of Six Paths and that each time a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast can be reborn. Shishi appropriately displayed a look of shock, his eyes fixed on the small horn inside the glass jar. The era of the Sage of Six Paths is incredibly ancient, isn't it? Can they really survive until now, continually resurrecting? Orochimaru-sama, how did you obtain this? Minato-sensei mentioned that tailed beasts have the power to destroy entire cities. With a hint of pride, Orochimaru smiled. Jinchuriki, or rather, tailed beasts, are indeed difficult to deal with, but there are ways to extract some of their cells. Shishi was astonished. Is this something you made using cells from the 8 tails, Orochimaru-sama? Incredible technology. Tsunade-sama might not even compare to you in this field. Orochimaru nodded. Our paths are different. Unfortunately, the power of the tailed beasts is too wild and unstable, making it unsuitable for human transplantation at this time. He spoke with genuine regret. Even so, he intended to continue researching this piece of the 8 tails horn. Though the power of the tailed beasts is indeed uncontrollable, it holds great potential. With this, many previously difficult experiments could be conducted. Turning to Shishi, Orochimaru smiled and said, Shishi-kun, you have remarkable ideas and are well suited for research. How about joining me in exploring how to make the human body immortal? I believe this would be an incredibly significant endeavor. With such technology, even previously incurable injuries could become manageable. Orochimaru's voice was filled with temptation, and there was an underlying message directed at Shishi. Shishi withdrew his gaze from the 8 tails horn and smiled wryly. Orochimaru-sama, I would be happy to. But as you know, I've become a double agent, so the situation here might. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Feel free to report everything here to the 3rd Hokage. There's nothing here that needs to be hidden. Hearing this, Shishi immediately bowed and said, in that case, I look forward to your guidance, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, then turned to leave. Come, take a look at this research of mine. Consider it a return favor for the knowledge you shared earlier. By the time Shishi left Orochimaru's lab, night had already fallen. As he walked toward the Hokage's office, he pondered to himself, did Orochimaru recruit me for experiments purely because of my abilities? Or is it for the 9 tails? The fact that the 9 tails is sealed within a Jinchuriki is a secret to many Konoha shinobi, but Orochimaru is not among them. Surely the 3rd Hokage is aware of this little scheme. Shishi mused, it seems Orochimaru is playing an open game. He's trying to subtly pull me deeper into this path of research, and then... What a well thought out plan. But Orochimaru does have a lot that I can learn from. When it comes to the study of the human body, cells, and cloning, Tsunade can't hold a candle to him. With that in mind, Shishi focused on the tags in his mind. A new tag had been triggered. Chapter 85, Body Compatibility. Tag, Medical Master. Condition to obtain, assist Orochimaru in completing genetic modification techniques. Effect, medical ninjutsu talent increases by 100%, chakra control improves by 100%, and body compatibility enhances by 100%. Besides bloodline limits, is there any medical technique that could still challenge you? None. It's actually Medical Master. Shishi was a little surprised. Genetic modification. This refers to Orochimaru's soft tissue modification on himself, even turning himself into the white snake. Moreover, this also ties into the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Shishi mused to himself, Orochimaru may appreciate me, but he wouldn't involve me in something as significant as Hashirama cell research unless I completely defect to him. What I saw today, the biggest secret should be the horn of the 8 tails, everything else seemed quite normal. Now, looking at the effects. A 100% increase in body compatibility? Shishi's heart pounded a few times. Does this mean a change in physique, enabling the body to better accommodate other powerful genes or bloodline limits? For example, transplanting the Sharingan without the fear of it failing to close? Or Hashirama cells without the risk of backlash? Is this pushing me towards the path of collecting powerful bloodlines? Shishi had never considered the path of transplanting Hashirama cells or the Sharingan. With the tag tree, accumulating various tags and continuously improving, the future might not be inferior to Hashirama cells, the Manjiki Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan. Besides, the transplantation of Hashirama cells or obtaining the Rinnegan has its own set of challenges. But body compatibility might not just be about transplantation. I'll have to wait until I acquire this tag to see. Shishi stopped walking. He was now in front of the Hokage's building. Gathering his thoughts, Shishi stepped into the Hokage's building. After being announced, he entered the Hokage's office to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo's test, Danzo's attempts to recruit him, obtaining ninjutsu, being a double agent, Orochimaru's experimental base, and the Horn of the Eight Tails. Shishi laid everything out like pouring beans. Regarding Danzo's actions, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't surprised at all. He also didn't mind Shishi seizing the opportunity to gain benefits. He had done it once before and had grown accustomed to it. However, Shishi's request reminded him of Orochimaru, especially Orochimaru's little schemes, which Hiruzen Sarutobi saw through in an instant. Dangerous. So, after Shishi finished his report, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "You've handled things well with Danzo, but Shishi, you must be careful not to lose yourself in the pursuit of power. Ninjutsu is a means for us to survive and protect the village and our loved ones, not something that should drive us." Upon hearing this, Shishi immediately smiled and replied, "You're absolutely right, Hokage-sama. However, the reason I seek these ninjutsu is to accumulate knowledge and ultimately carve out my own path. Just like the second Hokage, who developed the most suitable ninjutsu for himself, creating a system. That's why, after studying 5 fire release and wind release techniques, I felt I had accumulated enough and began developing my own ninjutsu. As for medical ninjutsu, it involves even more complex subjects, so it requires more accumulation." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was relieved. He feared that Shishi might follow the same path as Orochimaru and be led astray by him. "In that case, I'm relieved." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and said, "Let's leave it at that. Someone will provide you with the intelligence you need on Danzo's side. As for Orochimaru, just keep an eye on whether he conducts any experiments that violate the rules of the ninja world." Shishi immediately bowed and accepted the orders. "Understood, Hokage-sama." April 16, Konoha Year 42. While Kakashi was being retrained, completing D-rank missions with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, Shishi officially began his training with the Root Division. Wearing a cat-faced mask and a black hooded robe. The so-called special training didn't involve teaching ninjutsu, taijutsu, or swordsmanship. Instead, it focused on a distinct approach to tasks, different from that of ordinary ninjas. For example, when missions are assigned, there is no refusal or choice, they must be completed, even if it means assassinating a daimyo or even the Hokage. Additionally, root missions differ significantly from those of regular ninjas. Staging coups in small nations, gathering intelligence, assassinating political figures, infiltrating other countries and ninja villages for intelligence, counter-espionage, hunting down rogue ninjas, and so on. Shishi's first mission was to intercept and kill a spy. The mission details were shockingly simple: a photograph, a location where a caravan was stationed, and the objective to eliminate the spy who would leave with the caravan after it departed from Konoha, and then return the body using a sealing scroll. This mission was to be carried out by Shishi alone. However, having already mastered the listening technique, he easily detected another root ninja tailing him. Shishi didn't mind this and quietly waited for the caravan to leave Konoha, then followed. After leaving Konoha village and 2 hours later, Shishi finally formed seals, and with a gale palm, whipped up a storm of wind and dust, then used the chaos to slip into the caravan, easily slitting the target's throat. He swiftly took the body and, after distancing himself from the caravan, sealed it in a scroll. This kind of mission really isn't for humans. Shishi frowned internally, disliking the lack of intelligence available for these kinds of operations. Or rather, his deep mistrust of Root made him skeptical of their intelligence. After tidying up, he ignored the observer who had been tailing him and returned to Root to submit his mission. Upon leaving the Root headquarters, Shishi saw Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama." Shishi stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Orochimaru nodded slightly, then handed him a scroll. "This is the ninjutsu you need. From today on, you'll have one mission every 3 days. In your spare time, come to the experimental base." Taking the scroll, Shishi readily agreed. Orochimaru then smiled and added, "Don't worry, there's a training area at the experimental base too. If you need anything, just ask me. So considerate. Shishi quickly bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. They immediately went to the experimental base from the previous day. Orochimaru led Shishi to a room filled with research documents and said, these are the current project's documents. Go through them first. If your chakra is sufficient, use a shadow clone to help read them. Shishi nodded and immediately created a shadow clone to start reading the project's documents. For him, with his photographic memory, it didn't matter whether it was his original body or a clone, they both retained the knowledge. Leaving the clone behind, Shishi followed Orochimaru to the laboratory, where he began familiarizing himself with various tools, instruments, and chemicals, assisting Orochimaru as needed. The work lasted until evening. Politely declining Orochimaru's offer to dine at the experimental base, Shishi hurried back home. Shishi, you're finally back. It was Asuka who opened the door. She was delighted to see Shishi. I thought you wouldn't be coming back because of your mission. Since Nan had worked en route before, she was very familiar with route and even the ANBU situation. It was common to have no rest day or night. If I have time, of course, I'll come back. This is home, after all. Shishi smiled. Besides, how could the food outside compare to what you and the director make, Asuka? Asuka immediately beamed with joy and said, then how about I prepare lunch for you tomorrow? You can use a ceiling scroll to carry it. Shishi nodded, that would be great. He then noticed that Nan wasn't home, so he asked, has the director not returned? Asuka, busy setting the table, laughed, Nan is on duty tonight. I'll be bringing her dinner to the Konoha hospital in a bit. Shishi felt a slight disappointment but washed up and sat down with Asuka to have dinner. Asuka, have you made any progress with sensory ninjutsu? Shishi asked while eating. He had taught Asuka the listening technique, not necessarily expecting her to master it, but hoping it might stimulate her to awaken the secret technique mind's eye of the Kagura. Asuka looked a bit downcast at the question, no progress yet. Shishi quickly reassured her, that's all right, not every member of the Uzumaki clan can awaken that ability. Even Uzumaki Kushina didn't have mind's eye of the Kagura. Moreover, if Asuka had been able to awaken it in the original story, perhaps she wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. Listening to Shishi's comforting words, Asuka shook off her disappointment and smiled, don't worry, Shishi, I'll keep working hard. Even though she had come to consider this place her home, having been uprooted and tossed around since childhood, she had a deep-seated desire to be needed. Moreover, facing Shishi, the person who had saved her from Kusagakure and given her a life she could hardly have imagined in the past, she didn't want to disappoint him. Even though he was younger than her, he was someone much more mature and reliable. Seeing Asuka's determination, Shishi smiled and said, then let's work hard together. Later tonight, let's study together. Asuka nodded firmly, yes. After dinner, Shishi took care of the dishes while Asuka prepared to take dinner to Nanyakushi. Once he had cleaned up, Shishi took a quick shower, then went to the study and unrolled the scroll Orochimaru had given him earlier. One by one, the ninjutsu appeared before him, making Shishi smile. Lightning release, earth walk, lightning release, 4-pillar bind, lightning release, shadow clone, lightning release, 16-pillar bind, lightning release, falls of thunder. 5 lightning release jutsu, no more, no less, but Shishi was very satisfied since they included the lightning release shadow clone he needed. Water release, water formation wall, water release, wild water wave, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water clone, water release, water severing wave. There were also 5 water release jutsu. Shishi specifically checked the water dragon bullet jutsu and confirmed that its hand signs were indeed lengthy. But it didn't matter, he only needed 2 hand signs. Once he acquired the water release expert tag, he wouldn't need any hand signs at all. Earth release, earth style wall, earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, earth release, swamp of the underworld, earth release, earth clone, earth release, earth flow river. Finally, there were 5 genjutsu, demonic illusion, fox's wedding technique, temple of nirvana technique, demonic illusion, false surroundings, demonic illusion, tree binding death, golden binding. Once I complete my chakra nature transformation training, I'll first master the lightning, water and earth clones, earning the clone expert tag. After that, I can start training in water and earth substitution jutsu, along with earning the substitution expert tag. Shishi thought to himself, although substitution jutsu is almost useless against large-scale attacks, it's still effective against single-target attacks, especially since I don't need to form seals. This skill will greatly enhance my survival on the battlefield. Chapter 86, Slander, Absolute Slander. After scheming through the ninjutsu on the scroll, Shishi immediately created shadow clones to train in the chakra nature transformations of lightning release, water release, and earth release. In reality, he was already on the verge of mastering these 3 chakra nature transformations. This was thanks to his earlier use of the flash of insight to study the listening technique, a complex jutsu left behind by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which involved these nature transformations. From talisman/seals to actual nature transformations, this was what he was currently working on. As he put away the scroll, a pleasant aroma filled the air. He turned to see, as expected, it was Asuka. After storing the scroll, the two sat across from each other on the tatami mat. Shishi took Asuka's left hand in his right, and their chakras instantly linked together. In that moment, their minds became one. In the mental world, Shishi was also holding Asuka's hand as they sat across from each other. Asuka, Kagura's mind eye as the name suggests is the eye of the mind. Let's try to uncover it through our spirit, through our minds. Asuka asked, how do we uncover it? Desire. Shishi replied. Asuka was startled, then her cheeks flushed red. Shishi's face darkened. What nonsense was she thinking? He was being serious. Asuka, please put those thoughts aside. We're doing something important right now. Shishi sternly reprimanded her. Yes, Shishi-kun. Asuka sat up straight, still blushing. Shishi continued, desire refers to what you yearn for deep inside. For example, what is it that you want to pursue? Use this drive, this desire, to awaken the hidden power within your body. Asuka thought about it carefully, then shyly whispered, but I'm already very content. I have none, I have you, Shishi. Shishi couldn't help but rub his forehead. After thinking for a moment, he said, but don't you want to keep up with me, Asuka? Asuka froze. Shishi resorted to flattery, I hope that in the future, we can be on the same team, and I want you to be there to protect me. But if you're not strong enough, you'll only be a burden. Asuka bit her lip upon hearing this. I can do it. Shishi, I will always be by your side, protecting you. After saying this, Asuka lowered her eyes. Shishi then felt a violent fluctuation in Asuka's spirit, sending ripples across their mental world as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As time passed, sweat began to form on Asuka's forehead. Their mental link started to become unstable, and Shishi sensed the deep-seated fear and longing within Asuka. This fear stemmed from her childhood of wandering and hardship, from her days as a medical tool in Kyuzagakuer. It was a fear of being unwanted, of being abandoned, of losing everything she now had. Feeling all this, Shishi was filled with guilt. He shouldn't have used fear as a motivation. He immediately reached out and gently embraced Asuka, speaking softly, don't worry, the director and I will never abandon you. But I want to always stay by your side, Shishi. Asuka returned his embrace, opening her eyes with a look of unprecedented determination. The weakness and timidity were gone. Suddenly, Shishi sensed a surge of power from within Asuka, a powerful force. What is this? Shishi was stunned. Then he saw a golden light emanate from Asuka's back, accompanied by the sound of chains dragging, as golden chains shot out. Adamantine sealing chains. Shishi was both shocked and slightly bewildered. He had been aiming for Kagura's mind eye, but instead, adamantine sealing chains appeared. Was this an example of an unexpected success? Shishi, I did it! Asuka cried tears of joy. You did it! Shishi asked excitedly, did Kagura's mind eye awaken too? Yes. Asuka nodded emphatically, then shyly released Shishi's hand and said, I followed your advice, using my spirit and mind to drive it. What you said was right too. Kagura's mind eye is the eye of the mind, a chakra condensed eye of the mind that, being free and unrestricted, can detect a vast range. But this sealing technique appeared on its own. Shishi smiled and said, this technique is called adamantine sealing chains. It not only seals but also has strong offensive power. You'll need to practice it often. Right, you'll practice it in the mental world first and won't reveal it easily outside. Asuka nodded, yes, I'll listen to you, Shishi. Then let's start now. Shishi stood up, I'll be your opponent. Use adamantine sealing chains to attack me. Asuka nodded and stood up. In the next moment, the two figures, one big and one small, began to spar within the mental world, helping Asuka gradually get accustomed to using the adamantine sealing chains. Their practice continued until 10 o'clock at night. After finishing their training, Shishi washed up, said good night to Asuka, and returned to his room. Lying in bed, he focused his attention on the tag tree. While they were in the mental world, there had been some movement in the tag tree. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that a new tag had indeed been triggered. What could it be? Previously, the tags for Sealing Master and Sensory Master had already appeared. Tag, Poseidon. Condition to obtain: how can you call yourself Poseidon without at least 10 fish in your pond? Make sure your small pond has 10 mermaids first. Shizuan, Tsunade, Yakushi non, Tenka, Uzumaki Asuka. Effect: increases physical strength by 100%, recovery rate by 100%, and stamina by 100%. Upon seeing this new tag, Shishi's face darkened instantly, followed by an angry blush. Slander. This is absolute slander. He, Shishi, is still a child. How could he be Poseidon? It's natural to appreciate beauty, what's wrong with admiring beautiful women? Shizuan and Yakushi-nan are understandable, but what about Tsunade, Tenka, and Asuka? I'm just a kid appreciating some beauty, what's wrong with that? Shishi silently gritted his teeth, feeling deeply slandered by the tag tree. Yet, he couldn't help but focus on the tag. No, specifically on the effects section. Increasing physical strength by 100%, recovery rate by 100%, and stamina by 100%. This temptation was hard to resist. But Shishi couldn't help but mutter to himself, isn't 10 a bit too much? Where am I supposed to find 10 mermaids? Pervert. This is way too perverted. Images of various figures flashed through Shishi's mind, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. That night, Shishi had a dream in which he was surrounded by 10 mermaids in a large swimming pool, all playing around him. Suddenly, one of the mermaids leaped out of the water, transforming into an enraged Tsunade who punched him, sending him flying. Shishi jolted awake, only to realize it was already 5 a.m. Recalling the dream, he quickly lifted his blanket. Thankfully, it wasn't wet. Development was normal. After getting up and washing, Shishi headed out for morning training with Asuka. On the way, they also brought breakfast to share with Yakushi-nan at Konoha Hospital. Before heading to the route, Shishi left some shadow clones at home to continue training. However, there were no missions at the route today, so after signing in, Shishi went to Orochimaru's lab to study under him. In the days that followed, Shishi sometimes carried out missions alone for the route, sometimes under Orochimaru's direct supervision, or occasionally alongside other route ninja. The rest of his time was divided between assisting Orochimaru in the lab and continuing his own training. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed. In a room at the lab, Shishi was organizing experiment data when suddenly, the memories from one of his shadow clones returned. After reviewing them, he smiled, finally, it's mastered. The clone technique, shadow clone technique, fire release clone, lightning release clone, and earth release clone. These 5 clone techniques met the criteria to unlock the clone expert tag. Shishi immediately activated it. Mental power increased by 100%, allowing effortless use of clone techniques without hand seals. Hey! Shishi noticed something unusual this time. It was his mental power that increased, which differed from the increase in mental will/spiritual power he gained from sensory expert. He was confident the tag tree wouldn't make a mistake. Willpower is generally a state of mind like having a strong will. Shishi mused, in the context of ninjutsu, it seems that mental power and willpower could indeed be considered 2 different forces. Mental power could be seen as spiritual strength, akin to physical strength, one yin, one yang. And willpower, extending from the spirit and mind. In the original series, Uchiha Obito was nearly torn apart mentally by the 10 tails and lost his sanity. In the end, he overcame it through his feelings for Rin, Kakashi, and the others. That must be willpower. Willpower might also relate to resistance against genjutsu. Shishi gradually understood. The increase in mental power from clone experts should significantly aid my training in the multi-shadow clone jutsu, right? And the enhancement in mental will. Shishi decided to test it out. Previously, he was very restrained in using shadow clones for training, usually sticking to 1 or 2, at most 3. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long to master the remaining nature transformations. If he could go all out like Naruto, it would only take a day or 2. After all, with hundreds of shadow clones training simultaneously, the efficiency would be several hundred times greater. I don't have that much chakra, nor do I need to go that far. With that thought, Shishi willed 5 shadow clones into existence. Then, the 5 clones left the lab and went to a nearby grove to train. Shishi ate a soldier pill and resumed organizing the experiment data. With Clone Expert in hand, next up was Substitution Expert. But who knows if there are Clone Master and Substitution Master tags, and how to unlock them? Would they be as difficult to obtain as Transformation Master? Shishi still hadn't unlocked Transformation Master to this day. Chapter 87, Chunin Examiner, Chidori. Bonus Chapter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was July of Konoha year 42. Shishi Hashida's special training at the route had come to an end. He removed his battle gear, took off his mask, and left the route without any hesitation. He didn't like this place. It was devoid of any emotion, cold and unfeeling. The route's environment is just like its base, a place where sunlight never reaches, hidden in the darkness. The route has indeed made many contributions to Konoha from the shadows, but unfortunately, Danzo's ambitions are too great, and he's also offended me. Glancing back at the entrance to the route, Shishi leaped away, disappearing from sight. At the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shishi Hashida, who had come to report, and said, "Before you officially join the Hokage's ANBU, Shishi, I want you to complete this task first." As he spoke, he handed over a file. Shishi stepped forward, took it with both hands, and after glancing at it, was a bit surprised. Chunin Examiner. Lord Third Hokage, Is this really appropriate? I'm only 9 years old. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "But you are already a special Jonin of Konoha. For those kids, you'll also be a role model. Go on, I trust you." What else could Shishi say? He immediately nodded. "Yes, Lord Third Hokage, I won't let you down." After leaving the Hokage building with the mission, Shishi carefully reviewed the file again and then smiled. Kakashi should be taking the exam again this year, right? This could be interesting. I bet the looks on Asuma, Sarutobi and the others' faces when they see me will be quite something. On July 18th, Konoha year 42, the annual Chunin exam began once again. Since the exam applications were submitted as teams, Kakashi, who had already been promoted to Chunin long ago, entered the exam hall again with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Inside the exam hall, Kakashi and Nohara Rin had already taken their seats, but Rin kept looking back. Noticing her actions, Kakashi silently sighed. In a situation like this, is that guy going to be late again? Though, even if he's not late, I doubt he'll pass the exam. As time ticked by and the exam was about to start, a figure dashed into the exam hall. Seeing the panting Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin immediately smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Then the examiner appeared, handed out the test papers, and the exam began. Kakashi only needed a quick glance at the paper before he started writing furiously. This level of difficulty, even after several years, was still no problem for him. But that guy must be struggling right now. Behind his mask, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, in the back of the room, Uchiha Obito was staring at the questions on the test paper, so frustrated that he almost snapped his pen in half. Damn it! Why do ninjas need to take this kind of exam? I get the graduation exam, but I'm already a genin now. Shouldn't we be tested on Taijutsu and Ninjutsu? Uchiha Obito instinctively forgot about the 3 basic techniques he was least skilled at. Time slowly passed, and the only sounds in the classroom were the scratch of pencils against paper and Obito's internal anguish. Suddenly, Obito looked up and saw a certain smug individual strutting out of the exam hall. Just as he was feeling desperate and frustrated, Obito looked down and noticed a crumpled piece of paper that had rolled to his feet. He glanced at Rin's back in front of him, then at the examiner who wasn't paying attention, and quickly grabbed the paper, beginning to copy furiously. Outside the exam hall, Kakashi had just stepped out when he heard a voice. "Kakashi, how does it feel to be back in the exam hall?" Kakashi turned and saw Shishi leaning against a lamppost, smiling at him. "Aren't you supposed to be joining the ANBU?" Shishi chuckled, "People aren't machines, you know. Everyone needs to rest." I'm at the age where I'm still growing, so working too hard wouldn't be good for my development. Kakashi nearly rolled his eyes. In all of Konoha, who besides Guy worked harder than you? Seeing Kakashi's speechless expression, Shishi burst out laughing, then asked, how's your lightning release coming along? Care to show me? Kakashi nodded, I've made some progress. In the next moment, both of them vanished from the spot. At the bottom of a cliff, Shishi watched as Kakashi drew his blade. In the next moment, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity resembling the chirping of 1,000 birds, Kakashi's short sword burst forth with dazzling blue lightning. Shishi narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Impressive lightning release chakra, Kakashi. What's this technique called? Kakashi replied, Chidori blade. Shishi's smile deepened. Thanks to his influence, the Chidori blade technique was developed before the original Chidori. However, both the Chidori blade and Chidori are A-rank techniques. As for their power, that depends on the amount of chakra one can channel and the level of mastery over chakra nature transformation. Let's test its power. Shishi didn't draw his sword. Instead, he took out a kunao, blew on it lightly, and enveloped it in a layer of white wind release chakra, extending it into a longer blade. Begin. Seeing that Shishi was ready, Kakashi immediately shouted and charged forward. Shishi also launched himself forward, and in the next moment, the two clashed, their kunao and short sword striking with equal force. Kakashi's eyes focused. He knew he was still at a slight disadvantage. After all, he was using the White Fang short sword, a high-quality chakra blade gifted by his father, while Shishi was merely using a regular kunao. With a burst of strength, the two engaged in a flurry of rapid, intense exchanges. Suddenly, a brighter flash of lightning appeared before Shishi's eyes, as Kakashi's body erupted with blue currents. In the next moment, Kakashi's speed surged. Both his reaction time and attack speed increased dramatically. Kakashi had been hiding his true strength well. However, Shishi still handled it with ease, not even needing to activate his focused state. His neural response speed and cognitive processing were still superior to Kakashi's current abilities. So, he didn't even need to use fire body flicker. The only issue that slightly troubled him was the interference caused by the lightning surging from Kakashi's body. This technique not only partially activated Kakashi's cells but also provided a defensive effect. As a result, the wind blade in Shishi's hand extended further, transforming from a short weapon to a long one. The two continued to clash until they finally stopped after 2 minutes. In this state, neither could gain the upper hand. Sitting down to rest, Shishi smiled and said, Congratulations, Kakashi, on developing 2 A-rank lightning release techniques. Kakashi shook his head. Chidori Stream is just a derivative of Chidori Blade, and it barely activates cells compared to the Cloud Ninja's combo. Shishi chuckled. Kakashi, you're not even 9 years old yet. And the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Ninja has been refined over several generations to reach its current level. Take the combo, for example. Killer Bee is only a few years younger than Minato-sensei, much older than us. Besides, Konoha's reserves of lightning release techniques are far less than the Cloud's. You've developed something from scratch, which is already quite remarkable. Being praised like this made Kakashi, who was a bit prideful, somewhat embarrassed. That may be true, but the gap is still significant. Especially compared to you. Kakashi added silently in his mind. Shishi shifted the conversation and asked, since these 2 techniques are relatively complete, do you have any new directions for developing your lightning release? Kakashi nodded. I've given it some thought, and Minato-sensei has also provided some suggestions. First, I need to be able to use Chidori barehanded so that I can still execute the technique if I don't have a blade. Shishi smiled. Since you've already developed Chidori Stream, the challenge lies in concentrating the chakra to a high degree. However, without a blade, the nature transformation won't be as strong, and if the chakra output isn't sufficient, you'll need high-speed thrusting to achieve the same piercing power as the Chidori blade. Of course, with Chidori Stream, speed isn't an issue for you. However, Shishi paused and pointed to Kakashi's eyes. Moving too fast will make it difficult for your eyes to track the enemy's movements accurately, creating a significant vulnerability. Kakashi isn't like Shishi, whose neural response speed and cognitive processing are so fast that they rival the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Shishi has improved his dynamic vision to the point where it's on par with Uchiha Shisui's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Of course, his insight is still lacking by comparison. Kakashi nodded seriously. Minato-sensei came to the same conclusion. So, on one hand, I need to further refine my lightning release nature transformation, and on the other, I need to train my eyesight. I'll improve the method you showed me earlier. Shishi thought for a moment and smiled. You mean dodging clay, and then catching specific colored pieces? Kakashi nodded. Exactly. This is essentially training hand-eye coordination. Shishi pondered for a moment. It seemed that this might be the only viable option. For ordinary people, it's one of the few paths available, though it has a clear upper limit. However, after some thought, Shishi said, another direction would be to further develop Chidori stream. But going too deep into that would be risky, requiring extremely high chakra control skills. The human nervous system is quite delicate. Kakashi understood Shishi's meaning. It was about using lightning release to enhance the visual and even brain nerve response speeds, thereby improving vision. But such an attempt could easily result in blindness or brain damage if it went wrong. Let's skip that one. Shishi stood up, smiling. Come on, let's continue. The previous bout was just to test the power of your technique. Now I'll use even greater speed to help you adapt to high-speed combat rhythms. Accumulating battle experience can also reduce vulnerabilities. It can even help train your eyes. Kakashi immediately stood up. Shishi, bring out your full strength. Shishi smiled slyly. That depends on your ability, Kakashi. The battle began once again. Shishi continued to use wind release and kunao, but this time with his neural response and cognitive processing fully activated, he used swordsmanship and reaction speed to keep Kakashi under pressure. Each bout lasted 1 to 2 minutes, followed by a break before continuing. In the third round, Shishi used the technique Fiery Lotus Steps, greatly increasing his speed and causing Kakashi to struggle. If not for the Chidori stream, Kakashi would have quickly lost. The entire morning passed this way. In the afternoon, Shishi visited Orochimaru's lab and didn't return home until late. Soon, on July 24th, the third stage of the Chunin exam began. In the indoor arena, as Shishi entered, Might Guy, Kakashi, Obito, Sarutobi Asuma, Kurane Yui, Nohara Rin, and others quickly gathered around him. Might Guy shouted, Shishi, you're definitely here to cheer me on. Shishi smiled and nodded. Of course, Guy. I'm sure you'll get promoted. If not, then it just means you haven't worked hard enough. As he chatted with the others, Shishi quickly noticed a few other figures. Yamashiro Aoba, Raiden Amayashi. They were all older than him. Last time Shishi took the Chunin exam, he hadn't seen them. Even Guy's teammate, Genma Shiranui, was actually older than both Shishi and Kakashi. At that moment, a bell rang, and the electronic display started rolling the names of the genin participating in the exam. It's starting. Finally, it's starting. I can't wait. The once noisy arena gradually fell silent. Shishi used the body flicker technique to leave the stands where Kakashi and the others were sitting and appeared in the center of the arena. Then, in a loud and clear voice, he announced, under the astonished, shocked, and stunned gazes of his friends like Guy and Kakashi, I am Special Jonin Shishi Hashida, the proctor for the third stage of the Chunin exam. Gulp. Uchiha Obito swallowed hard, finding it difficult to believe. How is this possible? Shishi. When did he become a Special Jonin? Might Guy, equally bewildered, scratched his head in confusion. He didn't know about this either, but then he smiled and said, with Shishi's strength, it's only natural for him to become a Special Jonin, right? Don't you agree, Kakashi? As he spoke, Might Guy became fired up with enthusiasm. As expected of my lifelong rival. It seems I need to work even harder from now on. Many others shared Uchiha Obito's disbelief. This is unbelievable. A Special Jonin at such a young age. Shishi-kun is only 9 years old, right? He must be the youngest Special Jonin in Konoha's history. The previously quiet exam hall buzzed with discussion once more. Shishi was very pleased with his dramatic entrance, but he maintained a stern expression as he shouted, silence. Instantly, the hall fell silent again. Shishi glanced at the electronic screen and announced, Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, step forward. From the stands, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito leaped down and stood before Shishi. Uchiha Obito looked at Might Guy across from him, made a thumbs-down gesture, and said confidently, Guy, I'm going to settle the score with you from last time. Might Guy looked puzzled, rubbing his chin as he asked, "Last time?" Uchiha Obito nearly stumbled, his inner frustration boiling. This guy. It was just a few days ago, and he doesn't even remember. In their last team battle, Obito had choked on a lollipop given to him by an elderly woman and was unable to perform the fireball jutsu in time, leading to him getting knocked out by a single kick from Guy. Today, he was determined to redeem himself. Watching these two clowns, Shishi barely managed to maintain his composure as a proctor without laughing. Just then, a voice called out from the stands. "Obito, do your best." Uchiha Obito froze and turned to see Nohara Rin waving her arms, cheering for him. His face immediately flushed red, and a smile spread across it. Seeing this, Shishi couldn't help but think, who could resist such a sweet and gentle voice? Obito clenched his fist and shouted back, "Rin, watch me." Shishi kindly reminded him, "Obito, focus and get ready." Obito quickly turned back to face Guy. Shishi raised the red flag in his hand and then brought it down. "Begin." Obito immediately jumped back and started forming hand seals, but before he could finish, Might Guy had already leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Thud. Obito took the full force of the kick, sending his goggles flying and leaving him sprawled on the ground, snot and drool everywhere. Chapter 88, The Special Assassination Tactics Squad. On the stands, Nohara Rin, who had been cheering for Uchiha Obito, froze, her voice abruptly cutting off. "Obito! What is he doing?" Kakashi couldn't help but snort, "Idiot!" Everyone else was equally dumbfounded, especially Kurane Yui, Asuma Sarutobi, and their classmates. They all knew Uchiha Obito's abilities well enough to know that he shouldn't be weak enough to be taken down in one hit. But this situation was simply, beyond words. Shishi also found himself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. He had kindly reminded Obito to get ready and not let Nohara Rin's voice distract him. Who could have imagined that Obito would try to form hand seals and use a fire-style jutsu at such close range? Did he think he was the first Hokage, clapping his hands and summoning any jutsu he wanted? "Winner, Might Guy," Shishi announced, a bit exasperated. He had no idea that Obito had attempted to use fire style to redeem himself from his loss in the second team battle. In a room elsewhere, a television screen clearly displayed the events unfolding in the exam arena. Standing behind the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile awkwardly as he watched Uchiha Obito lose in such a clumsy manner. He had mentored two Uchiha before, and their personalities couldn't have been more different. Reflecting on the constant bickering between Obito and Kakashi, Minato realized how challenging this team was, far more so than his previous squad. Still, Minato spoke up in Obito's defense. "Obito may be prone to mishaps, but he's actually quite strong. He's also very kind-hearted and strives to become Hokage. I believe he'll be an excellent ninja in the future." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed softly, "An unpredictable ninja. He still needs much more training." Minato quickly nodded with an embarrassed smile, "Yes, Lord Hokage. I'll make sure to guide him properly." Back in the exam arena, the matches continued. Shishi Hashida's eyes remained fixed on the fighters, not missing a single detail, ready to intervene if necessary to prevent things from getting out of hand. In reality, however, he was mentally recording every move of the combatants, storing them in his memory palace as samples. The number of Konoha villagers stored in his memory palace was growing, including even Danzo. Now, with the addition of Kurane Yui, Asuma Sarutobi, Nohara Rin, and other childhood friends, Shishi was updating their versions in his mind. These memories would form the foundation for Shishi's future development of Genjutsu. The sealing technique, Memory Palace, was initially intended to store the memories of shadow clones, but it had also become a cornerstone for Shishi's plans to enhance his Genjutsu, a plan he had conceived long ago. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy. Before anyone realized it, Might Guy was stepping into the ring once again. As Shishi waved the flag, Guy and Kakashi clashed fiercely. Although Guy wasn't entirely devoid of ninjutsu skills, his combat style was undeniably focused on pure taijutsu. At this moment, Kakashi also refrained from using his newly developed lightning release jutsu, choosing instead to engage Guy in a taijutsu-only battle. This might be the most thrilling match of the third round, Shishi thought to himself. The second best match had been between Asuma Sarutobi and a member of the Hyuga clan, with Asuma emerging victorious. The son of the Hokage, whom Shishi had recommended to the daimyo, had already mastered the wind release chakra nature transformation. Among their peers, only Shishi himself and Kakashi surpassed him. Still, relying solely on Taijutsu is an incredibly challenging path. Shishi watched as Might Guy, exhausted and drained, finally collapsed. Kakashi wins, Shishi declared. At 4 p.m., the third stage of the Chunin exams concluded successfully. Shishi brought the results sheet to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and bowed in respect. Hokage-sama, Minato-sensei, here are the results from the third stage. Hiruzen reached out and took the sheet. Shishi, in your opinion, who among them is ready to be promoted to Chunin? Shishi pondered for a moment before replying, besides Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Genma Shiranui, and Aoba Yamashiro all have sufficient strength and experience to be promoted. Hiruzen nodded slightly but didn't immediately comment. Instead, he said, Shishi, you've worked hard these past few days. Take a couple of days to rest, and then report to the ANBU. Yes, Lord Hokage. Shishi responded. Shishi. As soon as he exited the exam arena, Shishi saw Shizuan waving at him. He quickly walked over. Shizuan, what are you doing here? Shizuan smiled and replied, I didn't expect you to be the Chunin examiner. If I had known earlier, even if I wasn't taking the exam, I would have come to watch. Shishi couldn't help but laugh. It's no problem. Next time, I'll ask the third Hokage if I can be the examiner for the medical team's promotion exams. Given that he was promoted to Special Jonin through medical ninjutsu, it would make sense for him to be the examiner for the medical team. The two continued to chat and laugh as they made their way to the Konoha hospital. Even though he was given 2 days off, Shishi spent most of his time training, except for meals, evening strolls with Shizuan, and sleeping. He was particularly focused because he was close to mastering an S-rank Kenjutsu technique. He hadn't used this year's Flash of Insight yet. Last year, he had planned to use it to complete the S-rank Kenjutsu technique, but since he had found a lead and felt confident in developing it himself, he instead used the inspiration on the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. This year, Shishi planned to use his Flash of Insight at the end of the year to help Tsunade fully develop the secret technique for controlling chakra, bringing the strength of 100 seal to completion ahead of schedule. Once that's done, he could start working on creating a fire release chakra cloak or a fire release chakra mode. On July 27, year 42 of Konoha. At just 9 years old, Shishi officially joined the Hokage's Special Assassination and Tactics Squad, also known as the ANBU, Ansatsu Senjutsu Takusha Butai. Unlike the Root Division, which had its own separate headquarters, the Hokage's ANBU was based in an auxiliary building next to the Hokage's office. Once again, it was Sarutobi Shinoshoku who escorted Shishi. Shishi, in the ANBU, we usually don't use our real names, so you'll need to choose a code name. As they reached the equipment distribution window, Sarutobi Shinoshoku explained. Let's go with Flame. Shishi chose his codename casually, then turned to the ninja behind the counter. Excuse me, could you give me a tiger mask? Sure, the equipment manager nodded and handed him a tiger mask. Shishi quickly thanked him, thank you. In addition to the mask, he received bracers, a long sword, a steel chest plate, and 2 tattoo stickers. Sarutobi Shinoshoku smiled and said, tattooing the arms is a hallmark of the ANBU. I'll help you apply them. After tattooing both his arms and putting on the equipment, they continued deeper into the building. Shinoshoku continued to explain, the Hokage's ANBU is typically organized into 4 squads, or 4 teams. Each squad is led by a squad leader, and under them are usually 4 smaller teams, each with 4 to 5 members. Shishi quickly calculated that with a minimum of 4 members per team, plus the squad leader, a squad would have 17 members. With 4 squads, the ANBU under the Hokage's direct command would consist of about 68 to 100 members. And that's just the regular contingent. This is a considerable force, especially since everyone in the ANBU is an elite, at least an exceptional Chunin, Shishi thought. I wonder how many members Root has. Even though he had spent 3 months in Root, Shishi had never figured out its exact structure. But knowing Denzo's personality, he figured the Root's numbers wouldn't be much smaller than the Hokage's ANBU. Before long, Sarutobi Shinoshoku brought Shishi to a locker room. Inside, 4 people were already waiting. None of them were wearing masks. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and the oldest looked to be no more than in their early 20s. Everyone, starting today, Shishi Hashida, codename Flame, is now a member of our team, Sarutobi Shinichuk introduced. Chikin Akimichi, codename Force. Satoshi Nara, codename Deer. Shinichi Yamanaka, codename Mind. So it really is the Inoshikacho trio. Shishi immediately greeted them, addressing them as seniors. The moment he saw these three, he had a pretty good guess. Their hair color, hairstyles, and Chikin Akimika's bulky build gave them away. Moreover, these three clans had always been closely allied with the Sarutobi clan in the Hokage's lineage, and Sarutobi Shinichuk was the Hokage's son. After paying his respects, Shishi turned his attention to the only female member. She appeared to be around Shinichuk's age, likely around 15 or 16. Could she be? As he pondered, the dark-haired woman smiled and introduced herself, Chihiro, codename Seeker. I've heard Shinichuk talk about you often. It's great to finally meet you. Shishi quickly bowed. Seeker-senpai. Finally, Sarutobi Shinichuk smiled and said, codename Ape, currently the leader of this third squad, and also the team leader. Shishi, from today on, you're officially part of our team and the ANBU. Now, let's get suited up. Everyone quickly put on their gear and masks, then left the ANBU headquarters, heading out of the village at full speed. After covering some distance, the team came to a halt. Sarutobi Shinichuk removed his mask and said, before the mission begins, Flame, why don't you tell us what you're best at? This was a familiar routine. Shishi nodded and said, I specialize in fire release, wind release, and medical ninjutsu. I also have a basic understanding of water release, lightning release, earth release, and genjutsu. His words left everyone except Sarutobi Shinichuk and Chihiro visibly stunned. They had heard of this youngest special Jonin and Chunin, but at his age, could he really know so much? Captain, let me test him out. The large, muscular Chikin Akimichi suggested. But Sarutobi Shinichuk shook his head. Force, your style might not be the best for testing Flame's abilities. I'll do it myself. He then smiled at Shishi. Flame, you don't mind, do you? Under his mask, Shishi felt a surge of excitement. Not at all, Captain. Chapter 89, Shishi vs. Shinichuk. Shinichuk Sarutobi, the eldest son of the third Hokage, brother of Asuma Sarutobi, is a character who, in the original series, is often mentioned by others but never appears directly. Along with his wife, he is an elite Jonin in the ANBU, serving as one of the third Hokage's most trusted aides. Shishi wasn't sure if Shinichuk Sarutobi currently had the strength of an elite Jonin, but being a squad leader in the ANBU meant he was definitely of Jonin level. Although this wasn't Shishi's first time meeting Shinichuk, he had never witnessed him in action and was very curious. Compared to his brother Asuma, who later specialized in wind release and fire release, how much of the third Hokage's teachings had this highly regarded future elite Jonin already inherited? It's worth noting that before the advent of the later powerful figures, the third Hokage was widely regarded as the strongest Hokage in history. And for good reason. After all, the first Hokage's strength was rooted in wood release, while the second Hokage's greatest prowess was in water release. The others dispersed, each taking a position on the surrounding trees. Shinichuk Sarutobi lowered his mask, concealing his face. Shishi retreated a few steps and took his stance. Leaning against a tree, Chihiro saw that both men were ready and called out, "Begin!" Shinichuk Sarutobi immediately threw a shuriken, quickly followed by a series of hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The single shuriken multiplied into dozens, even hundreds, forming a dense barrage. What was even more impressive was that each shuriken was infused with wind release chakra, causing them to slice through the air as blinding white streaks, raining down like a storm. This technique alone was not something an average ninja could withstand. Watching from the sidelines, Satoshi Nara couldn't help but remark, "Isn't the captain going a bit overboard?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked to see Shishi not dodging but instead charging forward. Shishi unsheathed his blade, a standard-issue ANBU sword also coated with wind release chakra. Clang, clang, clang. Shishi's movements were swift and fluid, deflecting every single shuriken. So fast! Shinichi Yamanaka exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, Shinichuk Sarutobi completed another jutsu. A dragon's head emerged from the ground, launching earth dragon bullets from its mouth. Simultaneously, Shinichuk exhaled, igniting the earth bullets with fire. The combination of fire release and earth release techniques was executed with seamless precision. Shishi, who had been charging forward, suddenly halted. He planted his sword into the ground in front of him and swiftly brought his hands together. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale palm. As Shishi exhaled, a fiery whirlwind erupted from his mouth, not only tearing through the fire-infused earth bullets but also turning into a raging inferno that surged toward Shinashuk. This guy! Chikanakimika's mouth hung open under his mask, doubting his eyes. He hadn't even noticed Shishi forming hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Shinashuk spat out a torrent of water, which surged upward and expanded rapidly. Boom! As the water and fire collided, a loud explosion erupted, and thick steam billowed out, shrouding the entire area. The steam obscured Shishi and Shinashuk from view, as well as blocking the sight of Chihiro and the others. All they could see were two blurry figures clashing at high speed, accompanied by the sound of metal striking metal. Suddenly, the steam parted as Shinashuk Sarutobi was sent flying backward, only to vanish in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Shishi turned, noticing that Shinashuk had already completed another set of hand seals. Once again, a massive surge of water erupted forth. Immediately after, Shinashuk's body crackled with electricity, which rapidly spread through the surrounding water. Water release combined with lightning release. Mastery of all 5 nature transformations: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. Shishi was a bit surprised, but he had anticipated this. As the water and electricity surged toward him from all sides, Shishi stomped the ground, causing the earth to explode beneath his feet. He leapt into the air, his sword glowing a brilliant blue. As he swung the blade, the blue light intensified, forming a massive, ethereal sword. That's at least an A-rank Ninjutsu technique, with truly impressive fire release. Shinashuk watched as the giant sword descended from above, seemingly cleaving the heavens and earth in two. He couldn't help but admire the technique, though he quickly dodged at an incredible speed. Boom! The ground and water split apart, sending waves crashing violently to either side. As Shinashuk dodged to the side, he crossed his arms in front of him to shield himself from the water's impact, his body skidding backward across the surface. Just then, with a burst of explosive speed, Shishi launched himself forward, running through the air with blazing steps, each step leaving a brilliant flame lotus in its wake. Seeing this, Chihiro and the others couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Gulp! Chikanakimichi swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. A body flicker technique of this level. It's incredible. He now realized that Shinashuk had been a bit modest in his earlier remarks. It wasn't that he couldn't test the newcomer's abilities, he simply wouldn't be able to keep up. Satoshi Nara marveled, that's definitely an S-rank technique. A terrifying genius. Shinichi Yamanaka nodded in agreement. On the battlefield, Shishi streaked through the air with a trail of fire, closing in on Shinashuk Sarutobi at high speed and preventing him from forming any more hand seals. Shishi, who disliked prolonged jutsu battles where he couldn't use his full chakra reserves due to the limitations of his yin seal, preferred quick and decisive strikes. After a couple of strikes, Shinashuk Sarutobi was sent flying with a powerful kick, only to explode into smoke once again. Another shadow clone. Flame's strength is truly impressive, he already possesses the abilities of a Jonin. Shinashuk Sarutobi's voice resonated. Shishi turned around to see Shinashuk's figure slowly emerging from the ground. Sheathing his sword, Shishi modestly said, "I'm still far from matching the skills of a senior like you." "Flame, you're being too modest," Chihiro said with a smile as the 4 of them jumped down from the trees. Shinashuk then asked, "Flame, do you not know sensory ninjutsu?" "A little," Shishi replied honestly. "I've been practicing the sensory technique of the second Hokage." Shinashuk immediately understood that Shishi was hiding quite a bit of his strength but didn't press further. He smiled and said, "The second Hokage's sensory technique is indeed remarkable. Given that, you and Mind will be responsible for the sensory aspect of the team in the future." Shishi nodded, "Understood. Next, let me explain the details of this mission." Shinashuk's tone became more serious, and the 5 members of the team gathered around. "We have detected a force specifically targeting our village, Konoha. Besides gathering intelligence, they have caused the loss of several Chunin teams and have disrupted missions. It is suspected that these are remnants of the now defeated Sky Ninja village, Sora, from the last Ninja World War. They are likely being directed by others." Shinashuk continued to explain the mission. "We have identified a base believed to be run by these Sky Ninja remnants. The primary objective of the mission is to capture their leader. If capturing the leader is not possible, then at least one member must be apprehended. The 5 of them responded in unison, understood. Shinashuk then gave the order, let's go. In a blur of motion, the 6 of them disappeared from their location using body flicker technique. Shinashuk led the way, with the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara families in the middle, while Shishi and Chihiro took the positions on the left and right respectively. The team headed east, resting for about half an hour before continuing. Around 2 p.m., the team stopped in front of a mountain range. Shinashuk took out a map and said, according to the intelligence, the base is located somewhere in this mountain range. We don't have an exact location, but it should be within this area. Shishi and the others looked at the map, where a red circle marked the central area of the mountain. Be prepared for combat at any moment, Shinashuk instructed. Flame and Mind, the responsibility of locating the enemy falls to you. Move in battle formation, I and Seeker will lead, Flame and Mind in the middle and Force and Deer at the rear. With the map folded, the team entered the mountain. Not long after entering, the team stopped. Shishi crouched down, extending his right hand to touch the ground. His sensory technique spread out in a semicircle ahead for a search. Every so often, Shishi and Mind used their sensory ninjutsu to scan the area. The approach was extremely cautious. However, the team's progress was swift, steadily closing in on their target. The traces left here are quite obvious. Be careful, this area is within the enemy's patrol range, Shinashuk warned after inspecting the traces found. Estimating the distance, Shishi figured it wouldn't be more than 5 kilometers from the map's marked location and said, Captain, let me give it a try. Shinashuk gave Shishi a look and then nodded. Shishi immediately touched the ground again, using the listening technique. His sensory perception quickly expanded forward and soon picked up results. There are 4 people coming toward us, moving at a normal patrol speed. There's also a squad heading toward the target location. 1, 2, 3. Besides the previously mentioned 2 squads totaling 8 people, there are 12 more in the base. Shishi finished and withdrew his hand. Shinichi couldn't help but marvel, such impressive sensory ninjutsu. The range and speed of Shishi's perception far exceeded his own. Shishi quietly took one of his soldier pills. Take down this patrol squad. Shinashuk ordered, and the team dispersed. The forest was silent except for a bird hopping and chirping among the trees. As a ninja patrol team approached, the bird immediately took flight and quickly disappeared into the forest. Meanwhile, Shinichi, hidden in a tree, finished his technique. Unaware, the enemy ninja patrol walked right into Shishi's and the team's encirclement. Shishi's gaze fell on Chihiro, who quickly completed a series of hand seals. It was a genjutsu. Temple of Nirvana technique, an A-rank difficulty technique. Thud. 2 of the enemy ninjas fell unconscious instantly, while the other 2 staggered briefly before becoming alert. It's a genjutsu. The 2 immediately began forming hand seals, but as they dispelled the genjutsu, they found their bodies completely immobilized. This technique, damn it! The middle-aged leader of the squad, seeing his shadow connected to his own, immediately understood what was happening. In the next moment, Shishi and Shinashuk appeared behind the 2, knocking them out with a precise chop to the neck. The coordination was as smooth as flowing water, and in an instant, the 4-man squad was subdued without any noise. Chapter 90, A Little Shock, Aerial Assault. Bonus Chapter. After capturing the enemy, Chihiro immediately used genjutsu in combination with Yamanaka Shinichi to interrogate the leader of the enemy squad and extract information. Shishi silently observed. Apart from himself, it was clear that this team had been working together for a long time, exhibiting a strong sense of camaraderie. Even in the field, where Shinichi couldn't directly invade the enemy's mind to read their memories, the cooperation with a genjutsu expert allowed them to extract information swiftly. The number of enemies matches exactly what Flame sensed, and they are indeed remnants of the Sky Ninja. Besides this base, there are at least 3 other bases, but unfortunately, the leader doesn't know their exact locations, Shinichi reported after ending his technique. Shinashuk Sarutobi nodded, it looks like we'll have to capture the leader of this base. He quickly outlined the plan. Mind, you'll take control of this squad leader. I, Seeker, and Flame will use shadow clones transformed into the other 3, pretending to be pursued by enemies. The strategy was simple, much like disguising themselves in enemy uniforms to deceive and infiltrate. Everyone moved swiftly. Yamanaka Shinichi used his mind transfer technique to control the enemy leader, while Shishi and the other two created shadow clones and transformed into the other three enemies. As for the real enemies, they were put into an eternal sleep. Akim Ichichkan carried Shinichi on his back due to his large frame. With the 4 in the front pretending to flee and the other 5 in pursuit, they approached the enemy's rest point. The patrol squad, who had just sat down to rest, were startled by the sudden cries of an enemy attack and rushed out of their wooden hut. Seeing their comrades being closely chased by enemies, they were shocked. Shishi, what's going on? Why didn't you use the signal flare? The squad leader shouted, pulling out a signal flare. Before he could fire it, Shishi threw a kunai with pinpoint accuracy, striking the squad leader's wrist. Be careful, they're imposters. The squad leader yelled in pain. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. As soon as Shishi threw the kunai, Chihiro had already begun weaving hand signs. The genjutsu took effect, and in the enemy's perception, they were bound by trees. In the next instant, blood splattered, and the screams were abruptly cut short. Shishi and Shinishuk's shadow clones almost simultaneously slit the throats of 2 more enemies. The battle was over. Shinichi released his mind transfer technique, then quickly controlled a bird to fly towards the enemy base. The enemy no longer had any defensive lines left. Watching the bird fly away, Shishi thought of his transformation master tag. With that tag, he could transform into a bird and fly. Unlike now, where even if he transformed into a bird, he couldn't actually take flight. Of course, with enough knowledge of biology and aerodynamics, it would theoretically be possible to fly. It's like how Naruto and Gamabunta cooperated to transform into the 9 tails, gaining claws capable of holding onto Shikaku. However, the difficulty of using claws is vastly different from the challenge of using wings. Even baby birds born with wings have to go through a period of trial and error before they can learn to fly. Shishi had never considered transforming into a bird before, but now he realized that if he used shadow clones to transform into birds and practiced flying in cliff areas, once he mastered it, he would quickly earn the transformation master tag. At that point, he could transform into a tree and look like a tree, or into a stone and become a stone, or even into a fish and swim in the ocean. The possibilities would be endless. 5 minutes later, Yamanaka Shinichi released his mind transfer technique and used a branch to sketch a rough map on the ground. It was a map of the enemy's base. The remnants of the Sky Ninja are all residing in wooden houses at the mountaintop. This is where their leader is located. Additionally, there's a village at the base of the mountain where they've set up a guard post, Yamanaka Shinichi explained while pointing at the crude map. Shinishuk Sarutobi nodded. It seems these people are very cautious. Shishi studied the map and asked, Captain, we just need to capture the enemy leader, right? In that case, let's launch an aerial assault. He suggested. Narasatoshi chuckled, Flame, Mind's mind transfer technique can control birds, but it doesn't offer much combat power. I'll handle it. Shishi decided to give his teammates a small surprise. He leaped into the air, and as he began to fall, a lotus of fire appeared beneath his feet. Unlike before, when his technique produced a powerful explosion, this time there was no blast, and Shishi didn't ascend further. Instead, he stood steadily in mid-air. The others had seen his fiery lotus steps technique once before, but watching the fiery lotus bloom beneath his feet still left them in awe. Through the air and light distorted by the intense heat, they could see layers of fire lotuses blooming from the inside out. This was the perfect form of fiery lotus steps. It's beautiful! Chihiro exclaimed without thinking. Yamanaka Shinichi praised, the nature and shape transformation here are simply. Narasatoshi muttered 2 words, that's insane. Shinishuk Sarutobi, however, thought to himself, Minato-senpai didn't exaggerate at all. With such a transformation of fire release, there's truly no one in the entire shinobi world who can compare. Flame, I'm leaving the Sky Ninja leader to you. Shinishuk decided. The rest of you, prepare for the assault. Shishi nodded and began ascending higher into the sky. From the ground, he was just a small dot, and with the heat-distorted air, he would be nearly impossible to spot. On the ground, Shinishuk and his team started their rapid advance, heading straight for the enemy's base. High above, Shishi had already reached the area above the enemy stronghold and began descending slowly. Moments later, Shinishuk and his team entered the village at the base of the mountain and were quickly spotted. A signal flare shot into the sky with a loud bang. The enemies at the mountaintop immediately burst out of their rooms, including their leader, a bearded man in a grey robe. From his aerial vantage point, Shishi instantly locked onto the leader and began a rapid descent. It's Konoha ninja. Damn it! How did they get here? Retreat immediately! The Sky Ninja leader shouted angrily, but then he sensed something and looked up. His pupils dilated in shock. Shishi Hashida, now plummeting towards him, had already completed his jutsu. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. This was the first genjutsu he had ever mastered. The Sky Ninja leader's vision was instantly plunged into darkness. He quickly began forming hand signs to dispel the genjutsu, but found that the usual methods were ineffective. Damn it! Watch out for the enemy above us! The Sky Ninja leader shouted, Boda, get me out of here! My sight's been taken! No sooner had he spoken than he heard the piercing screams of his comrades. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his consciousness began to fade. Shishi swiftly eliminated 3 enemies, then grabbed the unconscious Sky Ninja leader and retreated down the mountain. Flame, great job! Shinashuk praised as he rushed past Shishi, joining Chihiro and the others in their assault on the mountaintop, swiftly cutting down the remaining enemies. 1 minute later, the battle was over. Aside from the leader captured by Shishi, all the other enemies were eliminated. Shishi and his team rested for about half an hour before they began their journey back to Konoha with the captive in tow. Since Yamanaka Shinichi's technique couldn't delve deep enough to extract all the necessary information from the Sky Ninja leader's mind, bringing him back alive for interrogation by Konoha's torture and interrogation squad was the best course of action. By the time they were done, the squad would be able to uncover everything, even down to when the leader last wet his pants at the age of 3. Around 7 p.m., Shishi and the others returned to Konoha to hand in their mission. For an ordinary shinobi squad, completing such a mission in a single day would be impossible. They had 2 days to rest after that. But on the last day of rest, just as Shishi was still in training, Chihiro suddenly appeared, urgently summoning him. In the changing room, as they geared up, Shinashuk briefed them on the new mission. This time, our destination is Yugakure, the village hidden in hot water. The enemy is Chunin, and there's a chance we'll be facing the AB combo. Chapter 91, Shishi Hashida vs. Killer Bee. The land of hot water and the land of fire have always been allies, and the existence of Yugakure is different from that of the 5 great shinobi villages. This village emerged because of a religious sect within the land of hot water. Shinashuk Sarutobi revealed more information as they headed north out of Konoha. This was something not taught in the academy. A religious sect? So, this mission is related to that sect? But why are the Chunin involved? Akim Ichichkin asked. Shishi Hashida, however, thought of Haiden, a devout worshipper of Jashin who was supposedly from Yugakure, a village said to have gradually lost its combat prowess due to its pursuit of peace. Shinashuk Sarutobi continued, yes, it's related to this sect. The so-called Jashin cult promotes very evil ideologies, advocating slaughter and sacrifice. It has been suppressed by the land of hot water, which led to the formation of Yugakure. But this cult has a knack for resurging without anyone noticing, and it's rumored that they have a secret technique that grants immortality. Narasatoshi added gravely, it seems that this immortality technique is why the Jashin cult can't be eradicated. Kumo, known for collecting various secret techniques, must be here because of this. Shinashuk Sarutobi nodded. In fact, this situation hadn't erupted suddenly, it had been ongoing for some time. Konoha had already suffered losses, including a jonin from the Sarutobi clan. At that moment, Shishi also recalled Kakashi's previous encounter with the AB combo, realizing that this mission was likely connected. The AB combo was no easy opponent. Especially the future 4th Raikage, known for his incredible speed, which made him particularly difficult to deal with. And thinking about the current 3rd Raikage, who was supposedly worn down to death by thousands of IWA nin. Abe, tell us about the Chunin, specifically the AB combo, Chihiro's voice broke through. Shishi refocused his thoughts. Shinashuk Sarutobi explained, the AB combo consists of A, the candidate for the next Raikage. He possesses the strongest lightning release in the shinobi world, and his lightning release chakra mode is the pinnacle of shinobi combat. Yamanaka Shinichi added, so he's extremely fast, and I've heard that the lightning release chakra mode provides strong defensive capabilities. Such an opponent would be extremely difficult to handle. If we can't control him, using the mind transfer technique would be impossible. Narasatoshi said, someone like that must have incredibly fast reflexes. Without a solid strategy, capturing him would be very difficult, especially with his partner supporting him. To be chosen as the future Raikage's partner, the other member must also be formidable. Shinichiro Sarutobi nodded. Indeed, the other one is Killer Bee, also known as the Killer Bee. Him. Yamanaka Shinichi was surprised. I've heard of him. He has exceptionally high-level swordsmanship. Behind his mask, Shinichiro Sarutobi's expression grew serious. Yes, his swordsmanship is extraordinary, said to be impossible to read, even praised by White Fang himself. But he has another, even more dangerous identity. He's a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. The entire Inoshika CH trio visibly tensed beneath their masks. They weren't ordinary shinobi, they knew full well what a Jinchuriki represented. After a moment of silence, Akim Ichichkan couldn't help but ask, Captain, are you sure we can handle this combination? Shinichiro Sarutobi reassured them, don't worry, we're not the only ones involved this time. White Fang himself will be there too. We're the covered force, and our primary mission is to prevent the Jashin cult's secret technique from being leaked. This news caused the trio to breathe a collective sigh of relief. White Fang will be there. That's a relief. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but rather that the threat of a Jinchuriki was simply overwhelming. At that moment, Chihiro spoke up, Flame, you've been quiet. Have you been thinking about something? Shishi Hashida hadn't expected her to be paying such close attention to him and quickly responded, yes, I was. Last time, Sakamo-senpai's son, my friend Kakashi Hatake, was nearly killed by the AB combo. Both of his teammates died in that mission, and the leading jonin, Sarutobi Akamoto-senpai, was seriously injured. I was involved in their medical treatment. Narasatoshi and the others immediately understood. So that's what happened. It seems that White Fang has a personal reason for joining this mission to avenge them. I wonder if White Fang can handle those two formidable opponents. Underneath their masks, the members of the ANBU were no different from ordinary people, which was something Shishi found most striking today. They experienced fear and indulged in gossip, unlike his former comrades en route, who were cold and emotionless, like machines. Shinichiro Sarutobi added, there's one more crucial piece of information. Killer Bee is currently considered the most perfect Jinchuriki in the shinobi world. It's said that he can fully control the power of the tailed beast within him. So, we must be extremely cautious. Shishi noticed the wording Shinichiro used most perfect Jinchuriki, which implied that Killer Bee's control was superior compared to other Jinchuriki. He thought about how the two Jinchuriki from IWA seemed to have pretty decent control over their tailed beasts as well. Among the major shinobi villages, Konoha and Tsunagakure probably had the weakest control over their tailed beasts. But when it came to sealing techniques, Konoha was undoubtedly the strongest. This likely has to do with the attitude toward the tailed beasts, Shishi mused. Konoha's approach to sealing the tailed beasts seems to stem from the idea that they're not just weapons, but incredibly dangerous beings, possibly due to the first Hokage's beliefs. After all, the Nine Tails was initially used by Madara Uchiha as a mount, and the first Hokage decided that the beast's power was too great, so he sealed it inside his wife's body. After some thought, Shishi asked, Captain, if we end up facing the AB combo, or even just one of them, how should we handle it? Shinichiro Sarutobi had clearly already considered this. Flame, Force, you two excel in close combat. You'll need to engage them directly but focus on delaying rather than taking them head-on. Seeker and I will use ninjutsu and genjutsu to distract and interfere, creating opportunities for Mind and Deer to control them. However, we must be especially cautious with Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. He can control the tailed beast's power, so Mind's mind transfer technique and Deer's shadow imitation technique might not fully hold him. After control is established, we'll need to attack from medium to long range with ninjutsu. Everyone nodded in agreement. Against a high-speed, high-offense enemy, someone needed to occupy them, or else Yamanaka Shinichi and Narasatoshi wouldn't have a chance to act. Chihiro specialized in genjutsu and ninjutsu, and Shinichiro Sarutobi was also more of a ninjutsu-type ninja. From their previous sparring, it was clear that neither could stand up to Shishi in close combat. Using ninjutsu required space and time, and the worst opponents were those who attacked so quickly that there wasn't even time to form hand seals. After thinking for a moment, Shishi said, if we can control them, I have a way to break through the lightning release chakra mode's defense. As for a Jinchuriki, I'd need to see one in action before I can assess it. This statement caused everyone to turn their heads toward Shishi, clearly surprised. Shinichiro Sarutobi quickly asked, "Is it the secret technique of fire release and Kenjutsu?" Shishi shook his head. "No, it's an S-rank wind release jutsu. I've mentioned before that I specialize in fire and wind release." The group exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. That level of expertise sounded almost excessive. But they had already witnessed Shishi's fire release prowess, so they didn't doubt his words. Even Shinichiro Sarutobi, who knew Shishi best, began reassessing him in his mind. "In that case, I'm feeling much more confident about this mission," Narasatoshi said with a smile, feeling significantly relieved. The squad departed in the afternoon, around 2 p.m. and arrived at the Yugakure, village hidden in hot water, in the land of hot water by 8 p.m. Even at night, Shishi could tell that this village was quite prosperous. Although its size couldn't compare to Konoha, its level of bustling activity certainly could. Yogakure's ninjas welcomed Shishi and his team into the village, leading them through the busy streets to a building nestled against a cliff. It was clear that this was where the secret technique of the Jashin cult was sealed. There, Shishi noticed Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hatake, standing guard in front of the building. However, it was Captain Shinichiro who handled the exchange, and Shishi didn't approach. After the handover, Sakumo Hatake's four-man team vanished without a trace. "From now on, we'll divide into two groups for shifts. Group A will consist of me, Seeker, and Flame. Group B will be Force, Deer, and Mind," Shinichiro quickly instructed. "Tonight, Group A will be on watch. Group B, familiarize yourselves with Yogakure's terrain and bring back some food." "Understood." Shinichi and the other two responded, disappearing swiftly. After surveying the surrounding area, Shinichiro gave quick orders. Shishi stood guard at the front gate, Chihiro stationed herself on the rooftop, while Shinichiro climbed the cliff for a high vantage point. From there, he could monitor not only the cliff but also the houses and the dense forest behind them. 2 hours later, Shinichi returned with a hand-drawn map and an abundance of food from the land of hot water. Shishi sat cross-legged on the ground, eating and drinking heartily, while Shinichi and the others familiarized themselves with the traps set by Sakumo's team in the surrounding forest. They adjusted them to suit their own preferences. This area was so remote that even the ninjas of Yugakure rarely ventured here, and when they did, they approached from the main road. There was no need to worry about accidentally harming the villagers if anyone got hurt, it meant they weren't allies. After completing their tasks, Shinichi and his team rested in a wooden cabin on the right, which had previously been used by Yogakure's ninja as a guardhouse. Time passed, and even the lively Yugakure gradually turned off its lights and fell into silence. Suddenly, the dark sky was illuminated by a flickering light. Shishi stood up, crouched down, and touched the ground with one finger, spreading his sensory abilities toward the light source. The closer he got, the more he could sense a powerful chakra fluctuation. "They've come, as expected. That's Sakumo-senpai's chakra. These two powerful presences, could they be the AB combo?" As Shishi continued to sense the situation, he raised an eyebrow. "They actually broke through the perimeter." His expression grew strange, realizing that the three individuals had encountered no resistance and were moving through Yugakure without any hindrance. It almost seemed as though the Yugakure ninjas were all dead or had completely withdrawn to the outer areas. After ending his sensory scan, Shishi turned toward the rooftop and used hand signals to communicate what he had sensed to Chihiro. She nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly leapt to the cliff to report the situation. However, when Shishi sensed again a moment later, he frowned slightly. They had retreated. "It seems the enemy also has sensory ninjas. They detected our presence and withdrew immediately." Shishi relayed this new information to Chihiro. Sure enough, the battle on the outskirts ended quickly, and the enemy seemed to have retreated. Still, Shishi didn't dare let his guard down, continuing to scan the area periodically. He couldn't fully trust the ninjas of Yugakure, and even Sakumo's team couldn't cover every angle. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. After eating breakfast, brought back by Shinichi's team, Shishi collapsed onto his bed and slept until 3 p.m. Day by day, time passed. Aside from the incident on the first night, the following 3 days were peaceful. It seemed as though the Kumigakure ninjas had truly withdrawn. Yogakure's vigilance also began to slacken, with guards being pulled back from the outer perimeter. While wandering around the village in civilian clothing, Shishi noticed how relaxed the Yugakure ninjas had become. It turned out that after the enemy broke through the perimeter on the first night without any resistance, it wasn't because Yugakure's ninjas were too scared to leave their village, it was because they had spread their forces around the outskirts, trying to prevent the enemy from entering the village. Or perhaps they simply didn't want the battle to take place within the village itself. Back at the mission site, just as Shishi was about to delve into some ninjutsu practice, he heard Shinashuk announce, "Everyone, after tonight, the mission will be over. Make sure not to let your guard down on this final night." Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Akim Ichichkan then asked, "Have the Cloud Ninjas completely retreated?" Shinashuk nodded. "It seems so, at least for now. The leader of Yugakure also believes that the Cloud Ninjas have given up, so they've decided to end the mission." Narasatoshi frowned. "Even if the Cloud Ninjas retreat now, they could come back eventually. Doesn't Yugakure have a better solution? Like destroying the secret technique completely?" Shinashuk shook his head. "It's precisely because they can't destroy it that they have to seal and protect it this way. As for the Cloud Ninjas, the leader of this village has decided to secretly relocate the secret technique tonight." Shinichi speculated, "It seems Yugakure hasn't been idle during this time. Relocating the technique would require re-establishing seals and other protections, which couldn't be done quickly. The Jashin cult's secret technique?" Shishi was a bit curious. However, what intrigued him wasn't Haiden's curse technique, but rather his immortality. Teaming up Haiden with Kakuzu was like pairing a dragon and a phoenix. Haiden couldn't die, so Kakuzu could go all out, without worrying about accidentally killing his partner. After considering it for a moment, Shishi suppressed his curiosity. The dead demon consuming seal was one thing at most, it involved making a basic deal with the Grim Reaper. But Jashin required devout worship, and it could turn someone into a maniacal killer like Haiden, who took pleasure in slaughter. Better to finish this last day of the mission and return to the village, where he could focus on his training. He was close to mastering the S-rank technique in swordsmanship, and once he did, he could unlock the Taijutsu Master Tag, which would further enhance his physical abilities. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. The leader of Yugakure, along with 3 of the village's Jainin, each leading a small team, arrived at the site where the Jashin secret technique was sealed. They opened the heavy iron door to begin the relocation process. Shishi and his team were stationed around the perimeter. As the situation grew more tense, Shinashuk became even more cautious. Shishi and Shinichi took turns sensing the area every 5 minutes. About half an hour later, Shishi saw a stone tablet covered with a black cloth being carried out. But at that moment, Shinichi, who was on sensing duty, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Captain, enemies have breached the perimeter. They're moving very fast." Underneath his mask, Shinashuk Sarutobi's expression changed immediately. He turned to the Yugakure team and ordered, "Enemies are closing in fast, abandon the relocation immediately." "What?" The Yugakure ninjas were shocked but had no choice but to hurriedly carry the stone tablet back inside. Meanwhile, Shishi and his team were already prepared for battle. "They're here," Shinichi warned. In the next moment, under the moonlight, 2 figures appeared directly in front of them. One was large, the other small. "It's really the future 4th Raikage and Killer Bee." Shishi's eyes narrowed as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Yo, looks like we arrived just in time. So many people, are you all here to give us a special welcome?" Killer Bee's bizarre rapping echoed through the night. A glanced around briefly and then said, "B, it looks like they're trying to relocate that secret technique. Let's make this quick. Konoha's White Fang isn't easy to deal with." "Got it, I'll show them the super high-speed swordsmanship I just perfected, you idiot, you fool." Killer Bee grinned, and several swords of varying lengths flew into the air. He caught them with his teeth, hands, and even tucked them under his arms and elbows. The stance was extremely odd. "Take them down," the leader of Yugakure ordered, and the 3 Jainin immediately led their teams into the fray. "Yoo-hoo!" Killer Bee let out a strange cry as he leaped into the air, spinning rapidly. His sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Boom! Killer Bee descended with incredible speed, crashing into the midst of the Yugakure ninjas. With one swift stomp, he drove one of them into the ground. Then, as he extended his limbs, his swords danced through the air, sending blood spraying as 2 more ninjas fell. The shuriken thrown by Shinashuk and the others were easily deflected, having little to no effect. Killer Bee's attacks were swift, his swordsmanship bizarre and unpredictable, striking like a relentless storm. In the blink of an eye, 2 squads from Yugakure were reduced to just 2 Jainin, and even they were badly injured, barely holding on. He's too fast, we can't even lock onto him. Yamanaka Shinichi lamented. Chihiro added, normal genjutsu won't work on this guy. Meanwhile, Shinoshuke, Nara Satoshi, and Akim Ichichkan all focused their attention on the future fourth Raikage. I'll handle this. Shishi spoke up. He removed his mask, clenched the senbon that Tenka had given him between his teeth, and dashed forward. Suddenly, a bright blue light illuminated the night as Shishi forcefully entered the battle, swinging the Totsuka blade, now glowing with a blue hue. Trying to sneak up on me, you fool, you idiot! Killer Bee shouted, his electrically charged sword clashing against Shishi's. Clang! The clash of sword and blade sent sparks flying as lightning met fire. Killer Bee was momentarily stunned, realizing that his sword was actually being overpowered and cut by Shishi's. This guy's fire release is stronger than my lightning release. As the thought crossed Killer Bee's mind, he shifted his primary target to Shishi, launching a barrage of attacks that came like a storm, swift and unpredictable. Killer Bee's attacks were so fast that even Shishi couldn't fully anticipate them, especially since Killer Bee's swords sometimes flew through the air as if they had a mind of their own. The title Killer Bee was well deserved, as you never knew when he would sting. However, Killer Bee was growing increasingly shocked. Although Shishi's attack speed was slower, he managed to block every strike. Moreover, Shishi's explosive power was incredibly strong. You're even tougher than that white-haired guy from last time, you fool, you idiot. Killer Bee acknowledged Shishi's strength. But after deflecting one of Killer Bee's strikes, Shishi suddenly exploded with chakra from his feet, launching himself into the air. The blue light around the Totsuka blade intensified, transforming into a massive sword that he brought down in a powerful slash. Blue Flame Waterfall Blade. Shishi admitted that he couldn't match Killer Bee in skill, so he decided to overpower him with sheer force. Boom! The slash carved a deep trench into the ground, forcing Killer Bee to narrowly evade it. But as soon as he landed, Shishi shot towards him like an arrow, only to suddenly soar back into the air with a burst of sonic booms, causing Killer Bee's prepared counterattack to fail as he clumsily dodged another blue flame waterfall blade. The tides had turned. Shishi, relying on his immense explosive power, agility, and the devastating blue flame waterfall blade, made it difficult for Killer Bee's erratic swordsmanship to shine. Watching from the sidelines, A couldn't help but feel restless. This brat is actually pushing B back. Sparks of electricity began to flicker around A's body. Meanwhile, in the battlefield, Shishi suddenly spat out the senbon he was holding. Killer Bee was ready for this and expertly slashed with his lightning-coated sword. But in the next instant, his sword was split in two. SSSHT. The senbon grazed Killer Bee's face, leaving a shallow cut. Even his wind release is stronger than my lightning release. Killer Bee was shocked, but his eyes widened even more as he saw Shishi inhaling and exhaling again, unleashing multiple sharp air currents. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. This guy didn't even form any hand seals. At that moment, Killer Bee felt his scalp tingle with fear. At such close range and so suddenly, even his speed couldn't fully dodge the attack. A was also shocked. B! He shouted, bursting forward like a lightning bolt. Almost simultaneously, Akim Ichichkan charged in to intercept, swinging his large blade with full force. In the next moment, with a loud clang, Chikan's massive frame was sent flying, and his sword was shattered into two pieces. But in that instant, Shinoshuke seized the opportunity. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Chapter 92, Dragon Flame Breath. Got him! Sarutobi Shinoshuke hadn't even had time to celebrate before the swamp trapping A had dried up and exploded with a bang. A, wrapped in lightning, soared into the air, narrowly evading Satoshi's shadow imitation technique. Failed. Damn it! Satoshi quickly pursued A, but all he could see was a streak of lightning, followed by thunderous roars echoing in his ears. Earth Flow Wall. Raging Water Torrent. Earth Flow River. Then came a vacuum Great Sphere. A series of jutsu were unleashed one after another by Sarutobi Shinoshuke and Chihiro, but none could slow A down. He forcefully broke through them all with sheer, terrifying power. Meanwhile, as Killer Bee faced a wind release head-on, he couldn't avoid it. But behind him, an octopus tentacle silently extended, acting as a shield. Another tentacle swiftly moved underground, suddenly launching an attack from behind Shishi. The octopus tentacle in front of Killer Bee was sliced open, but Shishi used the momentum to dodge the other tentacle's capture mid-air. The blue flames on his Totsuka blade surged once more. Blue flame waterfall blade. From a distance of over 10 meters, Shishi swung his blade at Killer Bee again. But this time, Killer Bee didn't defend. Instead, he wrapped 3 octopus tentacles around his sword and thrust it towards the airborne Shishi, while crossing his swords in his hands, lightning surging across the blades. He was gambling. If Shishi dared not to dodge, Killer Bee would take his attack head-on, leaving the outcome to whose defense was stronger. But Killer Bee was confident that his opponent would be the one to die. However, in that moment, Shishi, still in the air, willed it, and the 8 trigram seal and yin seal on his abdomen fully unleashed, releasing a torrent of chakra. Boom! 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 3 fire release clones appeared, each raising a hand with curved claws. Orange flames erupted, forming lifelike dragon heads. The dragons opened their mouths, white-hot flames condensing within, before blasting out at light speed. S-rank fire release, dragon flame breath, a sword divides the world. These were high-temperature beams. Initially, Shishi performed this technique with his mouth, but the temperature was too extreme, so he switched to using his hands. He first forms a dragon's head to create a structure similar to a human mouth, which highly compresses chakra and also serves as an insulator. At this moment, the 3 high-temperature beams extended outward, and as the fire release clones swung their arms, they sliced through the octopus tentacles of the 8 tails. Simultaneously, Shishi's blue flame water-all blade struck Killer Bee's crossed swords. Lightning clashed with fire, the earth cracked, and with a crunch, Killer Bee's feet sank into the ground. But he withstood it. Amid the clash, Shishi's transparent blue flame waterfall blade shattered, scattering blue flames across the ground. "Bee, watch out for those flames!" The 8 tails warned urgently from within Killer Bee. "Hey!" Killer Bee glanced at a nearby flame, only to see it morph into a flower bud and start blooming. "This is bad." Cold sweat dripped from Killer Bee's forehead. The next moment, the scattered flames around him transformed into blooming fire lotuses, and then... boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, covering everything in a blue inferno, as if the entire area had become a blue hellfire. At that moment, Shinichi and Satoshi, who could hardly intervene in such a battle, were utterly shocked. A was infuriated and on edge. Even though he knew this attack, as terrifying as it was, might not fatally wound Killer Bee, he still felt rage. With brute force, he plowed through Shinishuk's barrage of shuriken shadow clones, his body flashing as he completely broke through the combined efforts of Shinishuk and Chihiro, charging towards the airborne Shishi. "Shishi, watch out!" Shinishuk shouted, hurling a shuriken. With a single hand seal, the shuriken expanded into a massive size, spinning rapidly as it flew towards A, who had appeared behind Shishi. Most importantly, this shuriken had been infused with wind release chakra. But A ignored it, still punching towards Shishi. Turn, horizontal slash. In the next instant, an octopus tentacle swatted away the giant shuriken, while A's fist slammed into the Totsuka blade covered in blue flames. Boom! Shishi's body plummeted, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. But A's unguarded fist was also severely burned by the intense heat of the Totsuka blade, the skin torn and charred. Most critically, Shishi's 3 fire release clones dissipated at that moment, transforming into flower buds and then exploding. Boom! 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 3 simultaneous explosions erupted, each one directed at A, forming a terrifying wave of flames. In midair, with no foothold, A was engulfed by the blazing inferno. "Brother!" On the ground, Killer Bee shouted in panic. Just moments ago, during the explosion, Killer Bee had wrapped himself with an octopus tentacle at the critical moment. Though it burned like hell, it protected his body from serious harm. He also managed to intercept Shinishuk's giant shuriken just in time. Now, seeing A suffering the same attack as him, Killer Bee's body was immediately enveloped in the crimson chakra of the tailed beast. With brute force, he broke free from Satoshi's shadow imitation technique and dashed towards A, who had been blasted away and was falling. Leaping through the air, he caught A. Seeing A's body covered in charred burns, Killer Bee quickly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" A shook his head, gritting his teeth, "I'm fine. But I didn't expect this kid to be even more troublesome than the Konoha's White Fang." Looking at Shishi, who was being pulled out of the crater by Shinishuk and Chihiro, Killer Bee nodded, his expression serious, this guy is no ordinary ninja. I've never seen such a style before. His jutsu seems to require no hand seals, or at least they're extremely well hidden. And his reactions are incredibly fast. Even in that situation, he managed to counter your attack, brother. A nodded in agreement, letting out a cold snort. It seems like this mission is going to be a failure. If even a no-name kid is this difficult to deal with, imagine when the White Fang arrives, not to mention those two other jutsu masters. Killer B adjusted his sunglasses, didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent right after making a name for myself. Konoha, you're something else, you bastard, idiot. Retreat. A ordered. Killer B nodded and, after giving Shishi one last deep look, quickly retreated with A. Shinashuk didn't give the order to pursue. Against such powerful foes, it would be difficult to stop them. By now, Shishi had also caught his breath. No wonder A would become the future fourth Raikage. His strength is terrifying. It was fortunate that the Totsuka blade was of high enough quality, and that he had used the Yin Healing Wound destruction technique at the crucial moment to gather chakra in his back beforehand. Otherwise, the impact from that landing would have made him cough up blood. Even so, the recoil almost knocked the wind out of him. His arms were also fractured from the impact. But to him, these were minor injuries, and by now, he had already healed. Watching the AB combo retreat, Shishi sighed to himself, it's a shame I didn't get the chance to use Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Right now, A would have no way to emerge unscathed from his Rasen Shuriken. At this moment, Satoshi and Shinichi carried over the unconscious Akim Ichichkan. Shishi quickly examined him and breathed a sigh of relief. He's okay, just knocked out by the electric current and suffered some internal injuries from the shock. Nothing life-threatening. Hearing this, Shinashuk and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Shishi, we'll leave Chicken to you. Shinashuk said, then went to negotiate with the leader of the Hot Water Ninja Village. Now that the AB combo had retreated, it was the best time to transfer the Jashin secret technique. Shishi placed his palms, glowing with green chakra, on Chiken's exposed chest, healing the internal injuries caused by the shock. As for the electrical burns on the skin, they were less urgent. Shishi, we really owe you for this one. Chihiro's tone was incredibly sincere, and she even felt a lingering fear. She prided herself on her genjutsu skills, but against the AB combo, they had been completely ineffective. This was something she hadn't anticipated before the battle, especially concerning A. Satoshi and Shinichi wholeheartedly agreed with Chihiro. Satoshi said, both of them are incredibly fast and powerful. The strength of that Jinkraki is terrifying. He broke free from my shadow imitation technique just like that. Yamanaka Shinichi added with a wry smile, they're so fast, it's impossible to keep up. In this battle, they had barely contributed. Even Akim Ichichkan had been taken down by A in a single move. Their strength was beyond belief. As they spoke, a figure suddenly appeared. Chihiro and the others immediately tensed, but then relaxed when they saw who it was. They all spoke up, Senpai. Is everyone all right? Sakumo Hatake surveyed the wrecked battlefield, sword in hand, as he approached. Sarutobi Shinashuk emerged and reported, Sakumo Senpai, only Shishi and Chicken sustained minor injuries. We owe this one to Shishi. Shishi quickly shook his head, Captain, if you all hadn't kept A occupied, I wouldn't have been able to handle Killer B. That guy has the power of a tailed beast. He couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. If it had been any other Jainin, they'd have been obliterated by his attack, blown to pieces, but Killer B was unscathed and even helped A. Judging from the battlefield and the accounts from Shinashuk and the others, Sakumo quickly realized that Shishi had been the key player in this fight. Regardless, you managed to hold off the AB combo. Excellent work. Sakumo Hatake praised him with a smile, then explained, the Cloud Ninja brought in a new lava release Kekii Genkai user. Sarutobi Shinashuk's heart skipped a beat, is it Dode, the third Raikage's trusted aide? Sakumo Hatake nodded, yes, he's also a formidable opponent. Shishi, listening, recalled who it was. A Cloud Ninja capable of transforming chakra into rubber, with extremely fast jutsu execution perfectly suited to dealing with high-speed, high-power enemies. Yamanaka Shinichi remarked, I didn't expect the Cloud to send such a powerful figure to stall you, Senpai. It seems they were determined to succeed. Chihiro smiled, but Shishi thwarted their plans. Shishi could only smile wryly. Although today's performance was indeed somewhat outstanding, he knew very well that without the chakra stored in his yin seal, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such an intense, high-consumption battle. Body, grow up quickly. After the battle, the night passed peacefully, and the secret technique of the Jashin cult was successfully transferred by the ninja of Yugakure. By the next morning, Akim Ichichkan's injuries were nearly fully healed. At 9 in the morning, led by the chief of Yugakure, the high-ranking members of the village gathered to bid farewell to Shishi and his team. Throughout the farewell, many of their gazes frequently shifted toward the masked Shishi. During the battle the previous night, Shishi had removed his mask while using his Senbon techniques. The chief of Yugakure, along with the 2 surviving Jonin, had witnessed firsthand Shishi's impressive combat skills. Such a talented young ninja, what a shame he wasn't from Yugakure. Since they were traveling back together with Sakumo Hataki's team, Shishi and his group moved at a slower pace. They finally reached Konoha at around 5 p.m. In the changing room, after removing their gear, Shishi and Chihiro chatted and laughed with the others. It was clear that this mission had brought them closer together. Akim Ichichkan, in particular, was enthusiastic, inviting Shishi to try the Akimichi clan's special barbecue at their restaurant. Satoshi and the others joined in, praising the secret recipe of the Akimichi clan's barbecue. Faced with such warm invitations, Shishi gladly accepted. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Shinoshoku was giving a solo report to Sarutobi Hiruzen after Sakumo Hataki had finished. He especially detailed the extraordinary battle between Shishi and the Abkombo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished as he listened, then couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect Shishi to grow so quickly. It seems Minato was right, Shishi's talent in ninjutsu is extraordinary, surpassing even his teacher. Sarutobi Shinoshoku nodded. It appears so. Shishi's fire release is already beyond yours, father. Before the battle, he hinted that he has also developed an S-rank wind release jutsu, though he didn't use it in this fight. But I believe it's no less powerful than his fire release. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Wind release, it must be related to Minato's technique. After some thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, if Shishi ever needs any jutsu in the future, as long as it's not a forbidden one, you can teach it to him. Sarutobi Shinoshoku nodded. Yes, father. Go on, don't keep them waiting too long. Changing room. Once Shinoshoku returned, the group headed to the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. After just one bite, Shishi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Amazing. Chicken, you weren't exaggerating at all. Akim Ichichkan laughed heartily. Of course. Our clan loves to eat, so naturally, we take pride in perfecting our food. Shishi, keep it up. In our team, no one can out-eat me. Satoshi teased, your clan can even convert chakra into fat for storage. Akim Ichichkan laughed, but I still need to digest it first. As they chatted, Sarutobi Shinoshoku and Chihiro were also joking around. Shishi glanced over and asked with a smile, Captain, are you and Chihiro-san a couple? Sarutobi Shinoshoku nodded with a smile. Chihiro grinned and said, Shishi, you're so outstanding, there must be some girls who like you, right? Shishi immediately replied seriously, Chihiro-san, I'm only 9. Everyone burst into laughter. As they continued eating and chatting, the atmosphere grew lively. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Sarutobi Shinoshoku and the others had all stopped eating, staring in amazement at Shishi. Shishi, your appetite is incredible. Truly an enviable physique. After some exclamations, Satoshi encouraged him, come on, as the newcomer, it's your duty to break Chikan's record. Chihiro poured Shishi some tea to help with digestion. Akim Ichichkan, not worried in the slightest, laughed, Satoshi, Shishi may be impressive, but he's still too young to beat me. Shishi just smiled and kept eating without slowing down. He had released the chakra stored in his abdomen yesterday, so now was the perfect time to replenish his energy. As Chikan mentioned earlier, food can't be directly converted into chakra, it needs to be digested and turned into stamina first. But Shishi's body had undergone 2 upgrades, so his digestion was naturally enhanced. Plus, with the strong and sturdy tag's 100% boost to recovery, his physical recovery was also faster. This included everything related to the body's functioning, including digestion. So, Shishi now had an astonishing digestive capability. He wasn't sure if he could out-eat Chikan, but he was definitely up for the challenge. As they continued, the stack of plates beside both of them grew higher and higher. Other diners in the restaurant began to gather around, cheering for Shishi. After all, he was the underdog due to his young age. An hour later, both Shishi and Chunin finally stopped, exchanging smiles before slumping in their seats. They were stuffed. Applause erupted around them. Shishi, well done. Amazing. You actually tied with Chunin. And remember, Chunin isn't even weak among the Akimichi clan. As everyone praised him, Shishi, being fed a sip of tea by Chihiro, contentedly patted his round belly while diverting his attention to the tag tree in his mind. Just then, a new tag had been triggered. Tag, Big Eater. Condition to obtain, convince a restaurant to host a Big Eater competition and win first place in it. Effect, increases physique by 100%, recovery by 100%, and digestion by 100%. Shishi's eyes lit up. 3 100% boosts. The most important was the increase in physique. The other two were also highly beneficial. Enhanced recovery didn't need much explanation, and better digestion would further speed up recovery. The faster he digested a soldier pill, the quicker he regained stamina, which naturally sped up chakra recovery. This is great. I have to find a way to win this. Shishi's fingers started itching, and after the crowd dispersed, he smiled and said, "Hey, Chunin, what do you think about hosting a village-wide Big Eater competition?" Akimichi Chunin's eyes lit up. A Big Eater competition? Shishi nodded. Yamanaka Shinichi laughed. I'm sure a lot of ninjas would participate. It would definitely be lively. Sarutobi Shinoshoku and the others nodded in agreement, finding Shishi's idea quite interesting. Akimichi Chunin was very interested, but after thinking it over, he scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Shishi, your idea is great, but hosting something for the whole village would be very costly." Shishi smiled. Of course, we wouldn't use barbecue meats like beef. The Akimichi clan must have some signature dishes that can be made quickly, right? Akimichi Chunin immediately smiled and gave a thumbs up. Shinoshoku laughed. Looks like we'll have some free Akimichi clan noodles to enjoy soon. Chihiro playfully raised a fist to Shishi, making a cheering gesture. Shishi, we'll all be there to cheer you on. Go win that Big Eater competition. Akimichi Chunin quickly objected. Hey, Chihiro, you're underestimating me. Chapter 93, S-Rank Swordsmanship Secret, Flaming Lotus of the Inferno, Natural Energy. After parting ways with Shinoshoku and the others, it was already past 9 p.m. Shishi strolled along the streets, the night breeze brushing against him as his thoughts wandered. The future fourth Raikage, who perfected his lightning release to the extreme, possessing a formidable physique based on his current strength level, he should already surpass the elite Jonin class, at least reaching the level of a Quasi-Kage. A ninja like Shinoshoku, who leans towards ninjutsu, lacks the diverse techniques and sheer power necessary to take down someone like A. Then there's Noki, the old but still strong man, whose dust release is maxed out in terms of attack power, though its speed leaves something to be desired. From thinking about Shinoshoku, Shishi couldn't help but consider the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In terms of ninjutsu ability, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely surpass Shinoshoku, both in experience and casting speed. In close combat, the third Hokage, wielding the ANBU staff, would be far more formidable. Facing the current third Raikage, they would probably have to rely on stamina to determine the outcome. And then there's the Mizukage. Shishi knew very little about the Mizukage. But the third Mizukage, who created the terrifying atmosphere of the Hidden Mist Village, likely had his water release maxed out as well, considering he once served as the first Mizukage's bodyguard. And then the fifth Mizukage, Maitaram, she's probably around my age. As Maitaram's image flashed in his mind, Shishi thought, Kekii Genkai. My current fire release is actually no weaker than most Kekii Genkai. My age and chakra reserves are holding me back. If I were an adult, with my current physique, I wonder if I could rival Jiraiya, who is considered the chakra ceiling among ordinary people. Shishi remembered that Jiraiya's stamina was rated a 10, even higher than Tsunade, who has the Senju bloodline. Kakashi, as he vaguely recalled, only had a stamina rating of 6. The difference of just 4 points between Kakashi and Jiraiya might seem small, but in terms of chakra and stamina, it could represent a gap of several times. After all, the rating system caps at 10. Naruto's chakra was also rated a 10, but could Jiraiya really compare to him? But without the 9 tails. Shinoshoku's chakra is also strong. Roughly estimated, it's about 10 times mine, not as much as Asuka's, but much more than the directors. Shishi recalled his understanding of the original series. He remembered that Kakashi's peak chakra reserves were actually not that low. Without the Yang Nine Tails, Naruto's chakra was rated at 4 units, but at that time, Naruto was far from fully grown. With the Yang Nine Tails, it was around 100 units, but that was just the minimum estimate. And at that level, it was comparable to Senju Hashirama. Shishi couldn't help scratching his head. How many times would I have to increase my physique to reach that? Currently, he's at 3 units, but that's compared to Kakashi at this age. If we stretch the timeline to adulthood and still estimate at 3 units, doubling it would bring it to 6 units. Shishi carefully calculated and figured that he would need to increase his physique by 100% at least 5 more times to reach something similar to Senju Hashirama's level. If he could do it 6 more times, he might be able to surpass that and barely compare to Naruto with the full 9 tails. But the 10 tails. Even though this was the simplest way to estimate, Shishi felt a bit of a headache coming on. He quickly reviewed the tags he currently had that could increase his physique. Tags: Swordsmanship Master, Space-Time Envoy, Ninjutsu Professor, Poseidon, King of the Sea, Big Eater. Exactly 5. Taijutsu Master surely has a physique boost too, but I haven't triggered it yet. Same with Ninja Tool Master. The tags above Space-Time Envoy probably have boosts as well. Shishi shook his head to clear his thoughts. I have a 7-day break coming up. I'll aim to unlock Swordsmanship Master during that time. With another physique boost, I'll have a better chance of winning the Big Eater competition. Shishi wasn't too confident about winning first place in the Big Eater competition after all. Konoha was full of talent. When he got home, it was just before 10 p.m. Yakushi-nan and Asuka were both waiting for him. As soon as they saw Shishi return, they immediately sprang into action. Asuka went to fill the bathtub, adding medicinal herbs to the water. Yakushi-nan helped Shishi with his clothes, preparing them for washing. The warmth of this domestic scene instantly erased all the mental fatigue Shishi had accumulated over the past couple of days. In the days that followed, apart from his daily training and using shadow clones to practice other jutsu, Shishi didn't even visit Orochimaru's lab. He focused all his efforts on mastering the S-rank sword technique. Time flew by, and 5 days of his vacation had already passed. In a small grove, Shishi stood with his sword, eyes lowered in concentration. After a moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and he thrust his sword into the ground with both hands. In the next instant, the earth trembled. Fissures spread from where the sword was embedded, and fiery orange-red flames erupted from the cracks, as if fire lotuses were growing from the ground. In a flash, a 50-meter radius around Shishi was covered in these fiery lotuses. The lotuses, initially in bud form, bloomed and exploded in unison. The blooms burst in different directions, some towards the sky, some to the left, some to the right. In that instant, the 49-meter ring around Shishi became a chaotic maelstrom of fiery waves, distorting the light and even making it seem like the very space was trembling. Every tree within this range was shattered by the explosions and quickly reduced to ashes. Boom! 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 The terrifying roar of explosions filled the air, and a raging firestorm erupted outward, reducing tall trees in its path to ash in seconds. When everything finally calmed down, the entire 300-meter area of the grove had been reduced to scorched earth, with only a few charred tree remnants remaining on the outskirts. Huff, huff. Shishi was breathing heavily, gripping his sword for support to keep from collapsing. The chakra expenditure had been enormous, almost draining him of all his strength. But as he looked out over the scorched landscape, a brilliant smile spread across Shishi's face. The S-rank sword technique Secret Flaming Lotus of the Inferno was complete. Within the area of this technique, not only would one have to endure the chaotic shockwaves and the terrifying heat from the explosions, but they would also face the vacuum environment created by the blazing flames. The lethal range was the ring surrounding him, and the damage range encompassed the entire grove. This was the very move he had used in his fight against Killer Bee when the flames scattered after the blade aura shattered and exploded around Killer Bee. But at that time, it was only in its infancy. So, there wasn't just one form for using the Flaming Lotus of the Inferno. There shouldn't be many jutsu that can dodge this reverse summoning, space-time ninjutsu, the tailed beasts. Shishi was very satisfied with his creation. The key was that this technique was flashy enough. And the more chakra you have, the more powerful it becomes. What he had just used was only orange-red flames. There were still higher temperatures like white flames, green flames, and even blue flames. Not to mention flames as hot as the surface of the Sunday. Shishi mused for a moment. However, he would need to find a new place to train. After swallowing a soldier pill and downing a bottle of salt water, Shishi left the scorched area, found an empty forest, and sat down under a tree. He focused his attention on the tag tree in his mind. Swordsmanship Master activated. The leaves of the tag tree glowed, enhancing his swordsmanship talent by 100%, increasing his physique by 100%, improving the quality of his designated weapon by 100%, and removing any learning barriers for any sword or blade techniques, except those tied to bloodlines. His body immediately felt warm and cozy. Chakra began to surge like a spring, flowing into the yin seal on his forehead and abdomen. Then, Shishi drew his Totsuka blade. Since the last enhancement was to the Totsuka blade, he naturally wanted to continue with it. With a single thought, just like before, a surge of power flowed into the Totsuka blade. Soon after, he noticed that dense seals began to appear on the blade, quickly spreading across its surface, forming complex and mysterious patterns. But just as quickly, the seals and patterns vanished, and lotus patterns emerged on the blade. In the sunlight, a faint glow of firelight seemed to flow along the surface. Shishi sensed a power gathering within the Totsuka blade. This is... His heart raced as a possibility came to mind. Natural energy. He was certain that the energy from the tag tree had been fully consumed to modify the Totsuka blade and create that mysterious technique. So this newly formed energy must be coming from that technique. Soon, the power within the Totsuka blade subsided. Shishi immediately injected his chakra into the blade. Sure enough, as soon as his chakra entered the blade, it encountered a different, unique energy. And very naturally, it merged seamlessly with his chakra. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blade hummed softly as the lotus patterns glowed with a blue light. Shishi felt his chakra and the energy within the blade combine, naturally altering its nature. Moreover, this alteration was specifically for fire release. His fire release properties were significantly amplified, resulting in the blade's blue flames. However, the blue flame sky blade was not just about changing the nature, it also involved shape transformation, with multiple layers of enhancement creating high temperature flames. Originally, after acquiring the fire release master tag, Shishi could instantly raise the temperature of his flames to their peak white flames. This was similar to Pakara's scorch release, but there was still some distance to reach blue flames. Now, after the enhancement, he had jumped straight to that level. So then, Shishi's eyes narrowed as he activated the blue flame sky blade. In the next moment, the blue flames on the blade rapidly transformed. The blue lotuses also began changing color, shifting from blue to a blue-green mix. One more hit like this, and Killer Bee would be split in half. Shishi grinned widely. But after withdrawing his chakra, Shishi immediately felt a pang of regret and smacked his thigh in frustration. Damn it, that mysterious technique must have been for gathering natural energy and enabling nature transformation. Shishi closely examined the blade. Unfortunately, now he could only see the lotus patterns and not the technique. Of course, he had memorized the part of the technique he had seen. But the blade had two sides, and he could only see one. This meant he only had half of it. It hurts so much. Shishi couldn't help clutching his chest. Chapter 94, Crow Clone. Shishi rushed home as quickly as he could, pulling out a blank scroll to transcribe the incomplete technique he had seen earlier. He then pored over it repeatedly. I can understand a bit, just the part related to fire release. Natural energy is a completely unfamiliar field to me, so I'll need to take it slow. Shishi wasn't discouraged. If he couldn't figure it out now, he would aim to acquire the Sealing Master tag. Or perhaps rely on the annual flash of insight. He was confident that he would eventually decipher it. After putting away the scroll, he thought for a moment and decided to head to Orochimaru's lab. Time flew by, and the vacation ended. Shishi returned to his team, resuming the fast-paced life of the ANBU. However, while the ANBU's pace was intense, there was still ample time for rest, allowing Shishi to train on his own or visit Orochimaru's lab. After obtaining the Swordsmanship Master tag, Shishi began shifting his focus. The priority of the Body Flicker Expert tag was now at the top. Tag, Body Flicker Expert. Condition to obtain, master at least 5 different types of body flicker techniques. Effect, 100% increase in body flicker technique talent, 100% cell activation boost, and the ability to perform any body flicker technique without hand seals. The battle with the AB combo made Shishi realize that fast reaction speed alone wasn't enough, he also needed faster attack speed. Or more precisely, he needed to improve the reaction speed of his muscles and other motor functions. This could either be a natural talent or something developed through rigorous training, like Guy's muscle memory, achieved through years of relentless practice to enable quick reactions. Another method was the Cloud Ninja's lightning release cell activation. Kakashi's Chidori stream could also activate cells, but it was far inferior to the lightning release chakra mode. If it weren't for the fact that he was still one spacetime ninjutsu short, Shishi would have fully focused on mastering the spacetime envoy tag. But if he couldn't find a suitable spacetime ninjutsu, he would rely on stacking talents to master the Flying Thunder God technique. With the 50% talent boost from Konoha Genius, the 100% ninjutsu talent boost from Ninjutsu Professor, the 100% body flicker talent boost from Body Flicker Expert, and the 10 minutes of Flash of Insight, Shishi was confident he could master the Flying Thunder God. And once he had the Flying Thunder God, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, the vast ninja world would be his to explore. Time flew by, and it was now November of Konoha year 42. The Akimichi clan's Big Eater contest, which had been in preparation for over 3 months, had become a massive hit after a few days of warm-up events. It was the talk of the entire Konoha village. Even as Shishi strolled through the village with Shizune during his holiday, he could hear people discussing it. Not only that, but even outside Konoha, many big eaters from the Land of Fire had heard about the contest and planned to participate. As they walked to the new udon shop opened by the Akimichi clan, Shishi and Shizune found the area packed with people. Incredible! So many people signed up. Even though she knew the contest had become popular, Shizune couldn't help but gasp at the sight of so many people. Shishi smiled and said, "It looks like this will be a very successful event." Shizune nodded, smiling as well. If they hold it annually, it could become a festival. Shishi stroked his chin thoughtfully and then laughed, "I think it could be a big eater contest held in alliance with Konoha's allied ninja villages. Maybe each village could have a preliminary contest, and the top 10 from each village could all come to Konoha for the finals to compete for the title." Shizune was stunned. Wouldn't that be a bit too much? Shishi couldn't help but laugh as well. Haha, it is a bit over the top. But if there are profits to be made, I think people would still participate. Shizune wondered, but wouldn't organizing the contest also be profitable? As she spoke, she noticed a familiar figure and said, "Shishi, I think that's Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya? Following Shizune's gaze, Shishi indeed saw the familiar white hair and muttered to himself, "He's back, but what's he doing here instead of gathering material at the hot springs? Is he planning to participate too?" Shishi felt he might have gained a formidable opponent. At that moment, Jiraiya pushed his way through the crowd, spotted Shishi and Shizune, and walked over with a smile, "Are you two here to sign up too?" "Jiraiya-sama." Shishi and Shizune greeted him politely, and then Shishi responded, "Yes, we came to sign up together." "I didn't expect to see you here, Jiraiya-sama." Shizune quickly added, "This contest was Shishi's idea." "Oh." Jiraiya looked at Shishi, gave a thumbs up, and smiled, "It's a great idea. But during the contest, I won't go easy on you." Shishi immediately replied without backing down, "Jiraiya-sama, I won't go easy on you either, even if you are one of the legendary Chunin." Jiraiya laughed heartily, "You seem pretty confident." Jiraiya stroked his chin, then smiled, "Shishi, if you can beat me, I'll teach you an interesting jutsu." "How about that? An interesting jutsu?" Shishi blinked in surprise. "Does Jiraiya have any interesting jutsu?" "Not really, right?" But since there's a jutsu on the line, Shishi naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded in agreement and smiled, "Jiraiya-sama, if you win, I'll also give you a very interesting jutsu." After thinking for a moment, Shishi added, "Jiraiya-sama, I'm sure you'll really like it." Seeing Shishi's mysterious expression, Jiraiya became intrigued but managed to hold back his curiosity, waving goodbye with a smile. "Well then, I'll be looking forward to your jutsu, Shishi." As Jiraiya left, Shizune couldn't help but ask curiously, "Shishi, what interesting jutsu are you planning to give Jiraiya-sama if you lose? I remember all the jutsu you've developed are highly practical, right?" Shishi quickly cleared his throat. "It's just an idea for now, I haven't developed it yet." Shizune nodded, not pressing the matter further. Shishi silently breathed a sigh of relief, making up his mind. If he really lost, he'd have to make Jiraiya keep it a secret. Before long, it was their turn to sign up. After Shishi wrote down his name, he glanced over and was surprised. Hey? Lady Tsunade is signing up too. Shizuan, who had just finished writing Tsunade's name, nodded and smiled. Yes, Lady Tsunade also thought it seemed like a lot of fun. Great, yet another formidable opponent. Tsunade, when she's hungry, might even consider eating her own pets. After signing up, Shishi and Shizuan headed towards Konoha Hospital. The Big Eater contest would officially start in 3 days, but it wouldn't be just a 1 or 2 day event, it would last until the last day of the year, so there was plenty of time. After spending 2 hours at Konoha Hospital, Shishi returned home to feed his crows. The once young birds had now grown up, and just like with White Tiger, Shiro, Shishi fed them medicinal herbs and injected chakra into their bodies. In addition, Shishi had created a summoning scroll specifically for these crows, so they could be summoned as needed. He was also experimenting with developing a crow clone jutsu based on this. The chakra I've stored in these crows has become familiar to them. Their spirit and synchronization with me have developed nicely. Watching the dozen or so crows circling in the air, Shishi felt they were ready. Although these crows didn't have much combat power and couldn't speak, they could easily understand his commands through chakra, having developed a deep bond with him. This was not only due to the continuous feeding of some herbs but also because the crows had his chakra within them. From raising Shiro to these crows, Shishi had realized how difficult it was to train a qualified summoning beast. It wasn't just the financial cost, but also the time, effort, and uncertainties involved. Now, with a focused gaze, Shishi activated the chakra stored in the crows. The crows, sensing his command, immediately gathered together, merging into a single figure. Watching another version of himself floating in the air, Shishi smiled. Crow clone jutsu complete. Clap, clap, clap. The clone in the air dispersed, reverting back into individual crows, which flapped their wings and then regrouped into another clone on the other side. Shishi then tested the clone's ability to use fire release, wind release, and genjutsu while airborne. Once the chakra was almost depleted, he dispelled the clone jutsu. The strength of the crow clone depends on the amount of chakra stored in the crows. If combat power isn't a concern, it consumes far less chakra to perform than shadow clones or even fire clones. However, there's a limit to how much chakra the crows can store, but since this is a support-type clone, this isn't really a drawback. Shishi evaluated, another major advantage is air superiority. Even though he had mastered the fiery lotus steps technique, it was still quite chakra-intensive. For a clone, the crow clone was much more efficient. Additionally, the crows or crow clones can be used for long-distance reconnaissance. Though the listening technique is powerful, it's also quite chakra-consuming and is limited to detecting chakra. As he watched the crows perched on the wooden stand, Shishi thought to himself, the only downside is that these crows aren't true summoning beasts. They can't refine chakra, and they can't speak or have intelligence, so the chakra I store in them will gradually dissipate over time. Although I can replenish their chakra as needed, it would be much more convenient if they could store it for longer periods. I could try using a sealing technique to slow down the chakra loss. It doesn't have to be too advanced. Having decided on the next step, Shishi focused his thoughts, and the crows on the wooden stand flapped their wings and took off, flying in formation towards the Uchiha clan. He wanted to give Shisui Uchiha a little surprise. This clone technique would be particularly useful for someone like Shisui, who was proficient in genjutsu, especially with his Sharingan. Chapter 95, Another Encounter with a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Uchiha Shisui was leisurely feeding his crows at home when he suddenly looked up at the approaching flock of crows, smiling. Another message from Shishi. Since their team disbanded and they each carried out their own missions, they didn't see each other often, so Shisui and Shishi frequently communicated through crows. Sometimes they would chat casually, other times they would discuss jutsu, such as the fire release that Shishi excelled in or the genjutsu that Shisui was a master of. Shisui paused, surprised as the flock of crows formed into a human figure. He chuckled, Shishi, your ideas are always so unique. The crow-formed Shishi smiled. Necessity breeds innovation. But I think this jutsu is perfect for you. The principle isn't difficult, especially for someone like you. You project your chakra or store it within the crows, and then use that chakra to perform the shadow clone jutsu. Of course, it required the ability to communicate with the crows, but for someone like Shisui, this was not a issue. Shisui immediately understood and, without hesitation, accepted the gesture of goodwill. The two chatted for a bit longer before Shishi dissolved back into crows and flew away. As Shisui watched the crows disappear into the distance, he pondered how he could return the favor. I should compile a genjutsu manual for him. Shisui smiled to himself. We've discussed so many things, but it hasn't been in a structured format yet. Sometimes, missions from the ANBU come quite unexpectedly. Shishi's vacation hadn't ended, nor had the Big Eater contest begun, and he hadn't even received Shisui's return gift before he had to leave Konoha to carry out a mission. Sorry, everyone, the village is a bit short-handed, and this mission is very important, Sarutobi Shinoshoku apologized as they traveled. Chicken laughed. I don't mind missions, but it's a shame to miss the opening ceremony of the Big Eater contest. I helped organize it, after all. And Shishi's match. Shishi said with a smile, we might miss the opening, but we should still make it in time for the contest. If you feel like it's a loss, we can hold it again next year. Chicken's eyes lit up behind his mask. You're right. Yeah, next year we'll hold it again, and I'll personally host it. After some light-hearted banter, Chihiro brought the conversation back to the mission. Shinoshoku, can you brief us on the mission details? Shishi and the others immediately perked up. Sarutobi Shinoshoku explained, our destination is the Land of Birds, and our target is the third son of the daime of the Land of Birds. The Land of Birds has always been allied with the Land of Earth, which makes it within Uegakure's sphere of influence. But small countries like this usually don't make their political affiliations too obvious. However, this third son is a war fanatic and has been stirring up the Land of Birds to fully support the Land of Earth in its eastern expansion. Additionally, the current daime of the Land of Birds is critically ill, and this third son has gained the favor and backing of the Land of Earth. Shishi listened thoughtfully, then speculated, this third son may not necessarily want war himself. It's likely that certain individuals in the Land of Earth are using him or the Land of Birds to start a conflict. If they're expanding eastward, their first target would be the Land of Rain, which just so happens to be in turmoil since the last Great Ninja War. However, that probably isn't the ultimate goal. If the Land of Earth is truly behind this, then their real target is likely the Land of Grass, which has more resources than the Land of Rain. Moreover, while the Land of Rain is in chaos, we can't overlook the strength of Omegakure. The legendary shinobi is still there. Sarutobi Shinoshoku nodded in approval. Flame, your analysis is spot on. That's also what the village's higher UPS believe. Satoshi added, the Land of Earth has always had ambitions for the Land of Grass, and Uegakure has been steadily infiltrating it. The death of the previous leader of Kyuzagakure was linked to Uegakure, and the current leader is heavily influenced by them. The Land of Earth wouldn't openly attack the Land of Grass to avoid provoking the Land of Fire and Konoha, so they're using the Land of Birds as a proxy. If the Land of Birds invades and hires Uegakure ninjas, the international repercussions will be much smaller. Shinichi sighed. It's only been less than 10 years since the last Great Ninja War, and these warmongers are already restless again. Chicken grumbled, the first Hokage should have wiped out all these troublemakers back then. Shishi gave him a thumbs up. Sarutobi Shinoshoku spoke in a more serious tone. The village is short on personnel not only because of an increase in mission demand but also due to the heightened activity in other ninja villages, especially Uegakure. Chicken asked, will taking out this third son prevent the war? Shinoshoku shook his head. We don't know, but that's not for us to worry about. Shishi smiled. If killing one won't stop it, then we'll just keep killing. Once everyone who wants to start a war is dead, there won't be any war left. Everyone was stunned by his bluntness. Chihiro laughed helplessly. Flame, your way of thinking is too simplistic. Also, while your idea is admirable, it's a bit extreme. Shishi grinned. Well, I'm not even 10 years old yet. But sometimes, the solution isn't to address the problem directly, but to take care of the people causing the problem, just like the mission we're about to complete. Although, it's still not direct enough. The most straightforward approach would be to eliminate the warmongers in the Land of Earth. This time, even Sarutobi Shinoshoku laughed wryly. Flame, your ideas, well, while they make sense, the Land of Earth is dominated by the militant faction. The current third Tsuchikage is one of them. That would be almost the same as declaring war on the Land of Earth and Uegakure. Shishi laughed. In that case, let's not overthink it. Let's rush in, take out this daimyo's son, and then head back to the village for the big eater contest. I've been looking forward to it. Everyone burst into laughter, and the heavy atmosphere lifted. The group exited the land of fire, crossed through the land of rain, and by dusk the next day, they had entered the land of birds. After spending the night resting in a cave and fully recovering their strength, Shishi and the others used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as ordinary merchants and infiltrated the daimyo's mansion in the land of birds. Once they checked into an inn, a female attendant soon arrived with a meal box, entering the suite that Shishi and the others had reserved. Root of the darkness. Her words startled Shishi. However, Sarutobi Shinoshoku wasn't surprised and responded, "The leaves flutter in Konoha." The attendant nodded, then opened the meal box, revealing food on top and a map hidden underneath. This is a map of the target's location, with the positions of the guards marked. On the back are details of the target's daily routines. But be cautious, yesterday, a 4-person Uegakure team arrived at the target's residence. We don't have much information on them yet. However, one of them is suspected to be Rashi, an elite Uegakure Jainin. Sarutobi Shinoshoku was visibly startled. Arshi. Can you confirm that? He asked. The attendant shook her head. I only saw him once. Shinoshoku nodded. Thank you for your hard work. With a slight nod, the attendant picked up the meal box and left. Shishi watched silently. I didn't expect her to be a spy from Root. The former orphanage's director was the same, quietly gathering intelligence in foreign lands as a medical ninja. At that moment, Sarutobi Shinoshoku spoke up. This mission might get a little tricky. Satoshi asked, Captain, is it because of Arshi? Shinoshoku nodded. This guy is no ordinary shinobi. He's the Jinkriki of the Four Tails. Everyone was stunned. Another Jinkriki. Chunin sighed helplessly. It seems we have quite the affinity with Jinkriki, don't we? Everyone smiled wryly. Shishi then asked, Captain, do we have any intel on Arshi? Shinoshoku nodded. Yes. In fact, both Minato-senpai and Jiraiya-sama have encountered Uegakure's Jinkriki before. While Arshi might not be as perfectly in sync with his tailed beast as Killer Bee from the Cloud Village, he's even more dangerous in some ways. Shinichi asked, are you saying that the Jinkriki might lose control? That's right, Shinoshoku replied. If Arshi fully unleashes the Four Tails power, it would be devastating. Satoshi considered the situation. In that case, we'll need to split into 2 groups, one to draw the enemy's attention and the other to carry out the assassination. As he spread out the map, Shinoshoku explained, I'll lead Group A with Seeker and Flame. We'll infiltrate first and draw the enemy's forces away, killing as many Uegakure shinobi and guards as possible. Meanwhile, Force, Deer, and Mind, you'll be Group B and handle the assassination. Once the mission is complete, retreat immediately. You don't need to wait for us. Our rendezvous point will be the cave we rested in yesterday at the border. Satoshi, Shinichi, and Chunin all nodded in agreement. Understood. With the guards drawn away, whether they snuck in directly or used the mind-body switch technique to control someone close to the daimyo's son, the mission would be much safer and smoother. Next came the task of familiarizing themselves with the intelligence and the layout of the area. As for conducting reconnaissance, Shinoshoku chose not to risk it. Uegakure already had agents in place, and the more they did, the higher the risk of exposure. Time passed quickly, and soon it was nightfall. In the dead of night, after resting and regaining their energy, Shishi and the others quietly left the inn, moving under the cover of darkness. They finally reached a street that overlooked their target's residence. Though the daimyo's son belonged to a small country, the mansion was still quite large. However, Shishi and the team had already memorized the layout of the map. Shinoshoku gave a hand signal, leaving Satoshi, Shinichi, and Chunin behind, while Shishi and Chihiro moved ahead with him, boldly approaching the front. Yes, they were going to enter directly. After all, their job was to draw out the enemy. If they could fight their way to the target, there would be no need for Satoshi's team to take any further risks. One by one, the guards were easily hypnotized and knocked out by Chihiro, while Shishi Hashida swiftly caught them and gently laid them on the ground. The 3 continued to infiltrate the courtyard until they suddenly came to a halt. Konoha ninjas! Or from a Megakure! A voice called out from the rooftop. Shishi looked up to see a figure standing with arms crossed. Under the moonlight, the man's purple hair and beard were unmistakably visible. It was Arshi, the Four Tails Jinkriki. At the same time, several Uegaku shinobi appeared on the rooftops to the left, right, and behind them. They were surrounded. Shishi immediately realized that the enemy had sensory-type ninja. Retreat! Sarutobi Shinashuk quickly ordered. Whoosh! The three of them leaped into the air. While Arshi remained still, the three Uegaku ninjas charged forward, clashing mid-air. Sparks flew, and the metallic clanging sounds echoed sharply as six figures collided. Suddenly, one of the Uegaku ninjas was sent flying, crashing into a building with a thunderous boom, sending up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Arshi, who hadn't moved before, quickly formed hand seals and exhaled several massive molten lava orbs toward Shishi and his comrades. Lava release, scorching stream rock jutsu. Boom! The night sky lit up with the fire's glow. While avoiding Arshi's attack mid-air, Shishi swung his blade, igniting it with blue flames. From more than 20 meters away, he slashed down at Arshi on the rooftop with his blue flame waterfall blade. Arshi was surprised to see Shishi hovering in mid-air. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, and his body became rapidly encased in molten rock. Lava release chakra mode. As Shishi's giant blade descended, Arshi rocketed upward, throwing a fierce punch that collided with the sword. Boom! The blue flame waterfall blade shattered under Arshi's punch, scattering pale blue flames that quickly transformed into buds scattered across the courtyard. Having anticipated this, Sarutobi Shinashuk and Chihiro had already withdrawn from the courtyard. Sensing something wrong, Arshi shouted, "Watch out for those flames!" But before he could finish, the flames bloomed and exploded, engulfing the entire courtyard in a sea of fire. The two Uegaku ninjas who had leaped up to pursue Shinashuk and the others were caught off guard and thrown back by the fiery wave. Meanwhile, Shishi split into three, leaving shimmering blue afterimages that twisted the air. The two Uegaku ninjas, having barely gotten back on their feet, were immediately faced with three Shishis charging at them. They had no time to form hand seals and were forced to engage with their blades. But their strikes hit nothing. Shishi was too fast, and the heat from his blade distorted the air, combined with a small illusion that caused both their attacks to miss entirely. Slash! The two Uegaku ninjas widened their eyes in shock as they collapsed. Without pausing, the three Shishis sped off in pursuit of Sarutobi Shinashuk and the others. Behind them, Arshi's furious voice echoed, "Damn it! You won't escape!" Shishi glanced back and saw that Arshi, now sporting a tail and still covered in molten lava, was closing in on them at high speed faster than him. Lava release, scorching stream rock jutsu. As Arshi drew closer, he once again exhaled 7 or 8 massive lava orbs at the three Shishis. But Shishi didn't even look back. Boom! A torrent of water surged up, blocking Arshi's attack. Immediately afterward, a high-speed water jet shot out, striking Arshi and blasting him away. Water release, water severing wave. As expected of a Jinkriki of the Four Tails. Sarutobi Shinashuk muttered to himself before shouting, "Retreat!" He and Chihiro swiftly leaped after Shishi, continuing their escape. Behind them, Arshi quickly recovered and resumed his pursuit. Though Shinashuk's water-severing wave had hit its mark, it failed to penetrate Arshi's molten armor, merely knocking him back. Shishi couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. If he had been hit by the water-severing wave, it would have either pierced him or sliced him in half. The power of a Kekkei Genkai and a Jinkriki was truly formidable. The two groups raced through the daimyo's mansion, swiftly exiting the town. As soon as they were gone, Satoshi, Shinichi, and Chikin began their operation, infiltrating the residence of the daimyo's son.
Thanks for listening.